And welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. We're doing a little makeup show here today. I know it's normally on Sunday we do it. We're doing it Monday. Just that's the way the schedule goes. Sometimes we got to just roll with the punches here in the nest. But I also wanted to have a little bit of a full commencement of the recent combine that we just got to experience this past weekend, which of course is just a good information building situation out there. I hope all of you guys are doing well. Had a good weekend, getting through this winter well. We got a little bit of sunshine coming out now here over on the east side of the state, a little bit of warmer weather. Maybe those dark days of winter are upon us, both figuratively and metaphorically, and as it concerns our Seahawks, maybe, potentially, hopefully, please, God, please. But as always, we've got a good amount to talk about with the heels of this combine going on. No real news going out there as far as our Hawks are concerned. Of course, all of this still remained absolutely beautifully quiet as far as the Russell Wilson concerned, as his front is concerned, as far as any potential troubles on that front, which is a good thing, which means he probably is remaining, which means that we're truly are going for it next year and we'll be in a competitive point or competitive position to do so with at least a guy like him at the helm, more than just, let's say, a puncher's chance. This past combine was an interesting combine. Certainly some guys blew up. We had our risers, we had our fallers, had our guys that stood in between. A lot of guys didn't do a lot of drills. A lot of guys tapped out and said, I'm going to only do the vertical. I'm only going to go over here and do the bench press. I'm going to go save all this stuff here for my pro day. Kind of makes it a little bit harder to do the evaluation. Of course, you'd always tell these prospects, try to get a couple of swings at this thing, because the way the NFL evaluators do this is that they'll take your pro day numbers and they'll take your combine numbers and they'll just take the best numbers of the bunch across the board. So getting two chances at it, two bites at the apple, give you the best position of putting your best numbers out there to eventually elevate your prospect status up a little bit. So seeing a lot of these prospects not doing a lot of these drills, it wasn't everybody. There's certainly some guys that will, and we'll talk about those guys in a second, but this is the part that kind of stood out at the forefront, the beginning point of this combine, is how few guys were kind of tapping out halfway through. We'll see if they can make it up in their pro day, but it just makes it a little bit more muddled as far as the picture goes with the scores. Now, many will understand and look at, as far as this channel is concerned, I try to look at it a little bit more through the perspective of the combine's not going to be a game changer for me. It's not going to move you off of anything. It can confirm things. It can make you sort of rethink things as far as if you do have a guy who tests outstandingly. We'll be talking about a guy like that in Tariq Woolen in a second. Maybe you need to go back to the tape. Be sure of what you saw. Maybe there's something more there, because if he has athletic tools that you can't teach, then you lean back to the other stuff and say, well, we can teach him we can unteach those bad habits. We can get his fundamentals correct. I can't make a guy go 4.26 in a 40, but I can teach a guy backpedal. I can teach a guy a kick step technique. And so that's where we will look at through a little bit of this lens of the combine, as well as we'll certainly, if you guys want to talk about the upper end guys, I'm doing I'm looking at all the prospects in this current draft, but I will be looking at, and especially as I talk about these current risers and fallers after we came out of this combine, I am looking at it through the lens and scope of that second round pick as we currently stand. I'm not looking at it as, Devontae Wyatt would be great. Yeah, Devontae Wyatt's going in the first round. Jordan Davis is going in the first round. Kyle Hamilton's going in the first round. You can get where I'm going with this. So there are guys that it's not that I'm ignoring them or don't think that they're great prospects, but when I'm looking at this particular riser and faller board right now, it's through that first, second, and third round lens, because this is where the Seattle Seahawks need to do the majority of their damage in this draft. You really do need to come away with hopefully at least one starter with a good rotational guy there as well on the back end. That's probably in given drafts. That's even on really good drafts. That's kind of the upshot hope, at least at the bare minimum level. It'd be great if they can get more than that. But you want to look at these first two picks and saying, find it in there if you can. Find it in there, be it a right tackle and maybe a pass rusher, or right tackle and maybe a free safety. Whatever combination it is you look at there, that's how I would look at this draft, which makes these guys at the top in the second, third round so important. As I've said, the tier 2 part of this draft is the strength of this draft. This is where you can make your money. Tier 1 is, it's all right. It's all right. But you're still hearing down the board with all these tier 1 guys questions, aren't you? The tier 1 guys, even these are the bright shining stars out there, and even all of them, people are picking at them even a little bit, where usually at this point you have guys that are, generational talent, bro. Generational talent. Well, not as much this year with this. The tier 2 guys, though, les magnifiques. So here's my risers and fallers on this board. More risers than fallers, because we're not going to talk about these guys. Give them a chance at the pro day for the love of God. But at the top of the list, and this is a guy that's not going to be any surprise to you guys, he is a guy that I've said is my running back 1 here since basically looking at the first 5 running backs on my list, and it's continued on, looking through probably about 15, 16 of these guys now. And that's going to be Breece Hall. Put up a 4.39 40, 40-inch vertical, 10.6 broad jump, short area explosion, and fast, which is exactly what my notes had on this guy when I wrote it down. Short, quickness and fast, which is a brutal combination to have at the running back position, as well as vision, runs with ferocity, has your traditional size for the position. He might have done just enough here to potentially vault himself up into the first round, the back end of that first round. But he also very well could be sitting there in the top of the second, as running backs don't go often in that first round. As we saw last year, there was only one of them. But he has, in my opinion, separated himself from the pack in that respect of things. I know there's a lot of Kenneth Walker guys out there. I know you're out there. I get it. He's a good one too. But to me, Breece Hall's just he's right almost in that near realm of your Nick Chubbs, Jonathan Taylor type running backs. Pierre Strong, another running back who's going to be a little bit later down the board. This is maybe more of your 4th, 5th round range of things. This guy ran 4.37, 36-inch vert, 10.4 broad. Really good numbers for him. His tape is really fun to watch. Comes from the smaller school, lesser competition. Don't know what you're getting there. But again, if you're talking about that guy that I've talked about in the running back money spot being draft from the 4th round to about the 7th round, every year look for a guy, and you'll unearth some diamonds in there. Well, I will tell you this, Pierre's showing some earthy diamond tones to him right now at the moment. Next up, Abraham Lucas, another channel favorite here, a guy we've liked for a long time, 4.9 240, which is very fast for a tackle, much less a right tackle. He also put up 25 reps on the bench, which you have to give these guys like Falele and Lucas a little bit more rope with this type of thing. Those longer-armed guys, harder for them to get those bench reps up, so that when they get a lot up, it's even more impressive when they accomplish that. He also did a 4.4 shuttle, which is, again, great time for a tackle. 27-inch vert, which is good. 7.25 3-cone, which is really good for him on his size, his speed metrics. Might have done enough, again, much like with Breece Hall, to actually elevate himself up into the first round contention here. But if he falls to Seattle and they're sitting at him, he would be my comparative Creed Humphrey of this draft, where you're there at 9, he's probably going to land to you, he does land to you, and then you pass on him for a linebacker, something like that. Hope it's not that way, but that's my only worry with him. Cole Strange, another guy that Seattle has actually met with, I think, at the Senior Bowl, one of the few prospects they met with at the Senior Bowl, a center out of Tennessee, Chattanooga, a guy who I liked okay on his tape, didn't love his tape, but definitely he had a very good combine. 5.03 40, 31 reps on the bench, 28-inch vert, 7.44 3-cone, 4.5 shuttle. So he's got the short area stuff you see on film with him. That explosion, that short area quickness was there here at the combine as well. And then he comes up with the 31 reps on the bench, which goes, okay, wait, we got some power here to his game if we can work on some of maybe the technical flaws that exist on his tape. Isaiah Likely, a tight end out of Coastal California. A lot of small school guys here, you'll notice. But these small school guys were really separating themselves in certain respects in these scores. But Isaiah Likely, 36-inch vert, 4.57 shuttle, another guy that didn't do a lot of these drills. And again, a little understandable to some of these prospects not doing all the drills, because the NFL tries to cram it all in one day, right? You get up on the bench, you just put 30 reps up, then you got to go do your short shuttle, and no, hey, now go over and do the 40. Maybe you're not going to do them all as well when you're having to bounce all around versus piecemealing it a little bit versus what you do here and what you do at your pro day. But 36-inch vert was great. Shows up on his tape. He can jump out the building. Long arms, huge catch radius. A guy who could fit into that H-back move tight end type role that may become vacant if the Seattle Seahawks don't bring back Gerald Everett. Sky Moore is a receiver, another small school receiver. Seattle's not likely to draft a receiver, I know, but this guy is really good. He has certain components where he looks a little bit on tape for a quick, fast moment that you watch him and say, wait, is this a D. Eskridge type? But he's not. Very much polished in his route running. Awesome hands. He came out with a 4.4 140, 34.5-inch vert, which isn't awesome for a receiver. That's not horrible. 4.32 shuttle, which was really good. I thought overall, well, not really good. It's all right. And a 10.5 broad, which was pretty good for his size. So he's a guy that didn't do a ton of separating himself necessarily, but a guy's going to vault, I think, up into the second round and surprise a lot of people when he's selected, as they'll look at him as more of this fifth round guy, but probably not. Channing Tindall. This is going to be a guy, I know one of you guys is going to bring up this one to me that in the chat today. Rotational linebacker out of Georgia. Really, again, another guy didn't test a lot, but he ran a 4.47 as a guy that you would project as a will linebacker in your defense. So that starts to get people already like, whoa, 4.47. Then he went a 10.9 on his broad jump. So you go, okay, explosive, fast. You watch him on tape. He's one of the best blitzing linebackers in this draft. But I would pop the brakes on people looking at him in the second round where these scores might start to vault him up a bit versus where I might probably allot him in, which would be more later to the third round, if you could trade back in the third round and grab him, versus even going into the fourth round. But still, a guy that showed some good wheels and some good quickness. Quickness and speed, you got both of those components as a prospect, almost no matter what the position, maybe outside of the line, it's not as important there. But when you're talking about skill position players, that's going to be a thing that just makes you jump, go, yeah, that's going to gravitate towards this prospect instantaneously, because once again, it's a thing you can't teach. It's a thing that they either come with out of the box or they got it or not, whereas you can teach all the other things. Tariq Woolen, another one who I know some of you are going to mention this in the chat, 6'3", and he ran a 4.3 140. Also had some other good 10. I think he had the best broad jump of all the cornerbacks in this combine as well. So two of those scores you go, whoa, and he's 6'3", and his tape's pretty good, by the way. So not that rough tape. He's not just a raw prospect, not just, oh man, well, you're going to have a lot of work to do, but yeah, he looks good. He fits the prototype of what Seattle, of course, looks for in the position. This will vault him up probably into the second round now, this combine. If he even betters it on potentially his pro day. But an interesting prospect to keep an eye on if he should be there second, third round, maybe third round. Seattle might even take a look at him and say those numbers are too good on that big of a size guy that we like in our defense, especially at the corner position. Boy Mafe, another guy a lot of people out there in Seahawks land love quite a bit. He did nothing to dissuade himself from a prospect. A little bit smaller arms than you'd like with the 32 and about 5/8 or so inch arms. You like 33 on up, usually from your edge rushers. So he's right there on the line but you can't deny 4.5 340, 38-inch vertical leap, 10.5 broad. He does have that quickness. He does have that speed. I question a little bit of him with his hips and his ability to really be able to get into his bend at times. He's more of, I'm going to rely on contact and then break off contact kind of pass rusher, but that can be useful too. That can be effective as well. But Boy Mafe is an interesting guy. Travis Jones, a guy we've all loved here since going back to the Senior Bowl. You think about him as a guy, man, you bring him in here for the zero tech and Seahawks defense, put him right up over the center and let him just bully ball him all day. Just bend that center backwards all day long. Just a big guy, easily pushing up in 340 at least, looks like at times. He ran an astonishing 4.9 240. I mean, people would be talking more about Travis Jones if not for Jordan Davis. If not for Jordan Davis being maybe even 10 pounds heavier than Travis Jones and then running a 4.8 240, we would be talking more about where Travis is at. But he still posted, in addition to that, a 28.5-inch vertical leap, 9.2 broad jump, 4.58 shuttle. Great times for a guy at that size. Might be vaulting himself up into that first round territory of things. You think about guys like Dontario Poe in the past. The Carolina Panthers had a guy that they drafted a couple years ago, kind of in the same realm of things, where you go, I don't know what he's going to give us as far as pass rush, but he's going to be a problem on this line. I know that. You don't know if he's refined, but no one's going to be wanting to block this guy. I think we can find room for that in our defense. That's the last of my risers, and this guy's a bit of a riser now to Seattle as he is a faller potentially in this draft, and that's Marvin Leal. This is a guy that, and it's such a lazy thing to do this. I fall into this trap as much as anybody else, but you watch his tape, and he's got a little bit of Michael Bennett body. And I know Michael Bennett went to Texas A&M, and then he's at Texas A&M, and it's super lazy. I'm just saying what I'm seeing here. And what I see is a guy that you can go inside, outside on, maybe in a draft that's got about 3 or 4 inside, outside guys. What I mean by that is guys you can legitimately put at the 3 tech and then put out a defensive end. And I don't mean this like LJ Collier, who was always a defensive end, who Seattle has tried to salvage the wreckage by putting him inside at the 3 technique. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a guy utilized in college, both inside and outside. And there are a variety of guys in this draft that do that. Leal might be the best of the bunch at doing that. And I like him a lot from that component of things. Versatile. I think he's just kind of scratching the surface. He's got some power to him. He's got a little bit of bend. He's able to hand fight really well. He's got some, not a true technician, but still decent. And he's going to go from being a guy who coming into this combine, I think was a fringe first round guy to, you look at what we put up, a 5 flat 40 for a guy that you're going to want to put at some snaps at the defensive end, theoretically, 27.5-inch vertical leap, 8'10" broad jump, which is, not great, right? We just talked about Travis Jones, who put a 9'2", who probably outweighs Leal by about 50 pounds. And then a 4.49 shuttle, which is okay. That's okay. But those numbers are maybe enough to start to slot him down a little bit. Another guy I would get very excited about if he happens to be sitting there in the top of the second round based on the tape that I watched. Now, here's a couple of fallers for you. These are guys, again, these are through the lens of not draft fallers, guys that are, they're going to pick first at the high end of the first round, now they're falling in the back of the ends. We're looking at just Seahawk first, second, third round type prospects here, and those potential guys we were looking at who might be fits in here for this team. Sitting at the top of the list for me is Dameon Pierce. There's a lot of talk about this guy running a 4.4 40 at the combine. He came out and put a 4.59 40 up at the combine. There's a lot of talk of him bench pressing more than anybody else, any other running backs. He put up a respectable 21. I got 34.5-inch vertical is just okay at the running back position. It's not good. It's not bad, but it's okay. And then he did a 9.11 on his broad jump, which is all right for a running back. It's not sensational. It's okay. You were looking for maybe a little bit better explosive numbers from Dameon Pierce. He, at this point, in my opinion, goes from people thinking about it, can he get up into the second round here if he has a good combine, to me now sliding into that probably 4th, 5th round place of things, especially considering that he was a rotational running back at Florida, which is also going to probably bring up a share of questions for him. Isaiah Spiller. This is another guy you guys know I've not been big on, not been huge on Mr. Spiller, not a big Spiller guy. I'm just not. I've said he's a slow version of Arian Foster. And not that Arian Foster wasn't a good back, but Arian Foster had speed. Arian Foster needed speed for his game to work. Spiller is missing that component. He didn't do anything at the combine, which is a big red flag. Big red flag. Big flag. Big flag. And then he did one broad jump testing score of 9.6, which was the worst of any of the running backs tested. Houston, we got ourselves a problem. Next guy on the list for me is going to be a center out of Kentucky. This is Luke Fortner. We need a center that can move. We need mobility. We need a guy that can get out in space and get it done. Well, guess what? Luke can't do that. He's running a 5'2", 140, a mere 24-inch vertical leap, 8'6" broad, 7.75 3-cone, 4.95 short shuttle, which is pedestrian, even for a center. Even for a center, you could probably take Mr. Fortner off the Seahawks board at this point. Husky fans, I don't want to break your heart. But your cornerback pair, you're next in that long lineage of special cornerbacks coming out of University of Washington, suffered a couple of blows here on Combine Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That would be Trent McDuffie and Kyler Gordon. Unfortunately, McDuffie came in, didn't run as fast a 40 as everybody was hoping, and he's got the T-Rex arms. Now there's some questions on whether or not he's going to be able to play on the outside. And if you were going to look at a guy like Roger McCreary and knock him down, though McDuffie did test better than McCreary this past year. One then could make the counter argument to that, though, that McCreary was playing in a tougher conference. But if we're going to knock McCreary down, and we certainly are, because this is not a mere, this is not me being bigoted to arm size. This is the fact that if you look in the NFL and you look at players who have under 30-inch arms and play on the outside at the corner position, and you take all of the numbers across the board, entire NFL, starters and backups alike, and you take that number, you come up with like 4 or something. Somewhere in that it's a very, very small handful of guys. When you get a guy with small arms like this, he's going to end up relegated to the inside. This happened with a recent Husky, Byron Murphy. Some people thought, well, Byron will be able to play on the outside. He'll be able to play on the outside. He's a slot guy. Very good slot guy. Very good slot guy. But he's a slot guy. And if you're drafting a slot guy, do you want to be picking that guy in the first round? Nonetheless, do you want to be picking that guy at the high end of the second round? Probably not. Kyler just didn't run very fast and didn't come up with the longest of arms either. 4.57. Not a death knell for him. He will still go very high, I believe, at the end of the day. Might slide him into third round area of things when this is all fleshed out a little bit. Still might go up. People might ignore it. He might have a better pro day where he turns some of these scores around. As I said, they tend to look at the best scores you turn over, and you got a little more time before your pro day to get your scores right here. But short arms, a little slower time than people looked at. With McDuffie, I think he ran at least a 4.44, so that's a good time for a corner. 4.57, though, now you're going, ooh, okay, it's not slow, but we're definitely not in the fast phase of things. A recent comparison would be a Marcus Peters, though, who himself ran a 4.53 and still has had a very good career nonetheless in the pros. 2 other guys here for you. Kingsley Engabari, a guy that I've looked at in recent tape that we can talk about if you guys like here on the stream. Ran a real slow 40 there for defensive end, 4.87. Did post a 36.5-inch vert, but then only about a 9.9 broad. Questions on, again, explosive. Questions again on speed. This is what the combine is going to determine. What do all these drills do? Well, take away the bench press for just a second. 40, shuttle, 20-yard split, first 10 seconds of your 40. All these numbers you take away give you a totality of athleticism. They really do, to a certain degree. It's a very generalized deal. You still want to look at the tape, still want to keep an eye on that. But if you've got an edge rusher who's not explosive and not fast, better than be a technician on tape, if you know what I mean. He better be a maestro with his hands. And Engabari's not quite a maestro with his hands to be able to post those kind of scores from my standpoint of it. Another guy that I've been down on for a little bit here, but some people have liked in the chat a little bit, Fidarian Mathis, real high energy, high effort, high motor guy. And you know what they say about those guys? Oh, he's got a high motor. Yes, so he's not athletic. Yeah, but he tries hard, so he's not really explosive. But I'm telling you, he's given it his all. But he just can't move. Yeah, but he keeps going after it when he's not moving. Okay. Well, Fidarian, 23.5-inch vertical leap, 9.1 broad, 4.91 shuttle. This matches up to what you see on tape. Not sudden as an athlete at all. And I know he's a defensive tackle, but theoretically you're looking at him as a 3-tech defensive tackle in this defense. I wonder, how is he going to penetrate? How is he going to, this new gap and a half system we play? He could maybe, from a head standpoint, because he's a heady player, high motor players usually are, he could get that part of it done. But then outside of that, you go, I don't know what else. I don't know what else is going to be really there from at the pro level as far as upside goes. A guy that's really does slide down my board a little bit from where other people have seen him going, largely for this reason. You watch him on tape and everything he's getting is cleanup stuff, which he's good at. He's very good at the cleanup. He's got elements of that Jaron Reed cleanup sack stuff to his game, but just not enough to have me drafting him in the second or even third round at this point, quite frankly. All right, we will bend over here to the chat. Please do hit that like button if you like what you're listening to here. We will, of course, discuss. We've got free agency coming up here shortly, very shortly, within a couple weeks. I will be live on the day of free agency. The day of, when we crack 12:01, I will be live. We will be breaking signings, breaking news, considering all the possibilities therein within. as well as Seattle right now, along with the rest of the NFL teams out there, have an ability to post franchise tags here. We are in the window, as they like to say. It does look like right out the gate, the Cleveland Browns are going to take one of our hopeful targets here on the channel, David Njoku. Looks like he's likely to be plucked now by the Browns as a franchise tag. Very interesting from their standpoint, already having paid Austin Hooper, and I always thought they were pretty happy with Harrison Bryant. He gets a lot of snaps for them. Maybe Njoku's just been injured, and I know they need tight ends there. They like to run more 2 tight end sets there as much as anybody in the league, so it makes sense why they're holding on to him, but that's one guy at this point you can cross off, it would seem, as a prospective Seahawk. Seattle could franchise tag Quandre Diggs, probably would cost about $13 million or so to do so. I don't think they would do that. Seattle has been very hesitant in recent history to use the franchise tag. I think they don't do it not necessarily because they're not willing to pay the yearly price of what it would cost, though I'm sure Schneider doesn't like to have to swallow that bitter pill. But it's more of, I've gotten the impression they don't like to do it on players who have been good soldiers, guys who, have done their due, done what they were asked to do, never question anything, kind of put their head down and just worked. We're not going to reward you for that, but we shouldn't hold you up from being rewarded for that. Frank Clark, for instance, Byron Maxwell, for instance. This is one of those situations I think falls back in line where if they can't get a deal done with them, I think that's where this probably goes, as well as I don't think anybody else is due to be potentially franchised on the team or even in close consideration of. So no other news, though, outside of that. We'll see where everything lines up here with the Russell. Aaron Rodgers domino remains just sitting there, tilting one side or the other. Of course, that's going to inform us a lot about the level of competition in the NFC going forward if he were to leave this conference and go somewhere else. Because then you take what probably is the second worst division in football and even weaken it more. Tom Brady's retired. That's weakened down that division. Sean Payton, Coach Payton retires. That weakens down that division. And we already know what the NFC East is. We already know what a flaming dumpster fire that is. Just an interesting thing to be looking at and considering, especially when we're, not us, but the front office is hopefully in that long ongoing considerate path of, should we be going for it? Will we be going for it this offseason? Do we want to go all in on this table this particular year? And if the NFC is looking weak, if the NFC is looking vulnerable, you would hope our front office would give that some consideration. I appreciate you guys jumping on the board here on a Monday evening. Sorry we missed Shop Sunday, but I'm good for making it up. I'm good for making it up, folks. I'm not going to leave you hanging. We ain't going to do that to you. But appreciate you for hopping on in, and let's bounce over, see what you guys thought about the Combine, who maybe jumped out to you. I have been trying to watch some more guys. Admittedly, I was a little bit more into the Combine and looking at stuff this weekend, but I got a couple more guys we've added onto the list here, onto the board, as we're getting on down. So we can take a look at Brandon's big board, if you want, the legendary big board. Patriot Sports Card, how you doing? Good to see you. Ryan Ostison. Hawks Nest, let's go. Let's go, Ryan. Let's go. Luke Sims, I'm back. It's been a while. It's been a long while since Luke's hit you. I've watched the lives, but I'm here now. Well, it's good to let you hear live now, man. I love to hear that, Luke. I know some folks sometimes miss stuff, and hopefully we'll get going with some more streams as we go along here and pick them up so those that miss can get on other streams. Ryan, weird day for Calvin Ridley, huh? Weird day. Yeah. Go Ox 05, they did Ridley dirty. Yeah, I mean, you certainly look at the Flores' allegations coming out about the Miami owner and him literally throwing whole football games, and there not seeming to be any kind of hammer coming down for that particular situation. And then conversely, on the other side, the instantaneous hammer of death coming down on Ridley for the year. But I will say that, I don't think Ridley's the only guy doing it in the NFL. I think that he's the only guy in the NFL not asking his cousin to do it. And, I feel for the guy, but the second the NFL loses, and this discussion came up this year with the umpiring, the refereeing, what we saw, say, in the second Rams game, what we saw, maybe in the Packers game, maybe in the Super Bowl. When these discussions come up with that type of stuff, the NFL does not want this starting to be questioned about whether or not there's a level playing field here and whether shenanigans are going on. And It's a stiff penalty, but hopefully he can get back fast. Leslie Kimball, what's up, Magnum Brando? What's up? Gotta get that. I'm gonna unveil the thick stash at some point. I'm gonna unveil the thick stash. I'm gonna unveil the cowboy stash. I'm smoking a Marlboro the whole show. I agree with Charles Riley. He said they had to do Ridley dirty. Look at P. Rose. Yeah, it's and Pete got hammered. This is what you have to do in these type of situations. I often go back and forth myself, Charles, when it comes to Pete, whether or not he's done enough of his sentence and he at least let him in the hall as far as a player and let him because I don't think he's even in the hall as a player as far as the suspension's concerned. Same thing with Shoeless Jackson. It's just like, have we not done enough on these ones? Has the punishment not been enough there? Especially when you look at those two situations versus Ridley getting a year, which is actually pretty soft considering somewhat other sports do. Devin says it's the fact he was betting. Yeah, you can't bet. GoHawks05 says you shouldn't get a whole year for $1,500. Yeah, it's as Devin says below on that GoHawks. I think it's the act more than it could be for $5, and it freaks the NFL out. They're going to be very sensitive to this type of stuff. Very sensitive to this type of stuff, because if the narrative then becomes to the fan base that it's not legitimate, the players are doing this right and left, and the officials are messing with stuff right and left, which makes it 50-50 thing when you're betting, or even worse as far as your odds go then from trying to be somewhat educated on what's going on prior to the game. That's going to rock a lot of different boats. Randall McDaniel says, I saw rumors on Hawks targeting a wide receiver. I think Kirk would be a great fit. Christian Kirk would be an interesting guy to me, Randall. He's a guy he's gotten the job done since coming in there, the Arizona Cardinals, never the number one guy. You can almost make the argument at times he's not even been allowed to slide into much of the number two role, yet still does produce. Feels like a very efficient guy for the amount of targets he gets. Good hands, relatively good speed and good quicks, though he's not amazing in either of component in that respect of things. He gets really good releases. He'd be an interesting guy. I don't know what he's going to get paid, Randall. That'd be my question with him on that. I know there'll be some people that'll be wondering about Amari Cooper. It's been announced that the Cowboys are going to be releasing him, which, as you guys know, with this dance, we've gone through this educational process before. When the team announces that he's going to be released, what they're actually doing is they're taking the player and they're sliding a hook through their back and dropping them into the middle of an NFL lake and hoping some of the big fish at the bottom come up and take a bite. So they're trying to get some draft returns for Amari here. I don't think they're going to pull it off for the very same reason I don't think that he's going to be a target of our Seattle Seahawks. Amari Cooper carries, even after the Cowboys swallow on up all that base money this year, even after they hoover that on up, which they do if they move Amari Cooper, he still carries a $20 million base. $20 million. That's a lot of money. That's a fair dollar amount. I don't know if Seattle wants to eat up half of their cap space this offseason on one player who would become a third receiver, a 3-4 receiver, but depending on how much usage you're trying to get out of Eskridge. You would have to then probably re-sign him to a contract extension. The only way I could see something like this happening is if you're signed to a contract extension that gets him in here at a much significant cheaper cost than you're paying DK Metcalf on a contract extension, and then you're moving DK Metcalf. But I don't think that they're doing that, nor do I want to see that. But Kirk is interesting, Randall, and I think it's telling that Seattle's looking at the wide receiver position, maybe starting to understand that having 1 and 2 great wide receivers is not enough anymore. That's an old school thinking approach to the position. You need more. You need to stack as much as humanly possible at the position, especially if you're not super strong at the tight end position. It has to be that way, and the Rams definitely kind of showed the Seahawks a lesson on this. The Cardinals have been doing this. Indeed, maybe only the 49ers are the only one that's been a little bit like Seattle in this respect, and they run the ball damn near 3/4 of the time. You know? Bader Sports Car, Brandon, did you hear that we are looking for a receiver in the $8 to $10 million range per year? I did hear they were looking at a receiver. I didn't see the $8 to $10 million range per year. That would be interesting if that's where they're landing with it. I still am expecting them to get a contract extension done with DK Metcalf, but I will say that you are going to be able to lower down his first year cap hit to about $11.5 million, if I'm not mistaken, on my previous numbers with that. So if we've got Tyler Lockett still well below $14.5 million in year 2 of his deal, which is at, I think, $12 million. You have DK at 11.5, basically $12 million. That's 24, and then you get a receiver at like 8. That's not the worst thing in the world. You have a top end wide receiver unit for $30 million at that point. You know, if we're looking at it as a year-to-year cost, people will get caught up in how much in total an average year per with a lot of them. But you could make that work inside the books. Who would be that receiver, though, that's going to be landing at that $8 to $10 million mark? Because I'll say this, that's kind of no man's land for wide receivers. I'm looking at the sports track here, and your $8 to $10 million guys, Juju Smith-Schuster, T.Y. Hilton, Will Fuller. Oh, I hate Will Fuller. I really don't like Will Fuller at all. I mean, Mike Williams would be amazing. Mike Williams is going to cost 17, 18 million per year. You could certainly get the first year cap hit down to 10 million with him, but he's going to cost way too much. So interesting if they're saying that dollar amount, you'd almost find that better by trade than you would by free agency. I'd almost look at who's a receiver out there that a team's looking to move, like an Adam Thielen type with the Minnesota Vikings, rather than looking at it in free agency. Coax05 says, we're interested in Laken Tomlinson. Wow, that'd be interesting. That would mean that they don't like Gabe Jackson, and that they're going to continue to have Damian Lewis set at left guard. Laken is just a man mover. He's going to take his man and put him backwards. Certainly is going to create holes in the running game. Definitely some question marks with him a little bit as far as pass protection is concerned, especially when you consider San Francisco doesn't throw the ball tremendously. Not a lot of pass attempts with their quarterback. So the minimal times he's put on islands here, there is some worrisome spots within that. But interesting. That'd be interesting. Megan with a $2 donation. Sorry, Megan, a little slow on the donos. Appreciate you though. Says, who are we most excited to get after the combine? So I would think Leal to me is one of the big guys to me. Lucas still remains my guy with that. Breece Hall, if he falls, just because again, running backs do just kind of tend to fall. I know right now, I think that the Daxton Hill, the free safety from Michigan, is going to probably get taken in the first round at this point. So if you're looking at him as maybe a free safety even option, a lot of people put him all over the place as far as who he would be, where his positional fit is at the next level. But no one outside of kind of already who's been big on our board, and outside the guys I just listed kind of at the top, Megan. Everybody else, I think, kind of fit into what we thought they were going to be as far as their time goes. I'm looking through my notes right now as I'm on your question here to see if there's somebody that was really, really jumping out to me with it. But no, not outside, I think, of the list I spoke to. Again, understanding too, Megan, there was a lot of people that didn't do the full testing. That it was a little bit of, so the guys that did test were more of into that 4th, 5th, 6th round phase of things, who I haven't even gotten yet to the film on to know if I'm excited or not on them. The tight ends were definitely a little underwhelming to me too. Tight end times were just, Cade Otton didn't test, and Jelani Woods seems to be the guy that did the best out of the group, but none of the tight ends I walk away from and go, I'll tell you, Alec Pierce continues to impress me as a guy who I think he's like an Allen Robinson kind of type out of Cincinnati. And he ran a 4.41, 40-inch vertical leap, 4.28 shuttle, 10.9 broad. Just really posted some really good scores out there at 6'2". He's a guy, again, I don't think we're gonna pick a receiver, but a guy that I get really excited about in this draft. Whoever picks Pierce is going to walk away with a really good wide receiver. He's going to be I think a dog. Randall, pretty sure those 40 times were 0.25 seconds faster. I took it off the NFL site, Randall, so I took it directly from the source. Tried to go from the source. GoX05, I don't think it was smart for Cleveland to tag Njoku. That's part of a little bit of the benefit you get when you're not paying your rookie quarterback for 4 or 5 years. You keep stretching out that rookie time period. You got all that money to kind of work with, and so you find a way to make it work. I would normally maybe admonish them a little bit more, but understanding that their offense runs so much out of 2 tight ends, and if they lose 1 tight end, they need to have a second guy there that can run. Harrison Bryant is a guy that's like a 4th, 5th round guy for them, so they're not paying him a tremendous amount of money. It's a lot to give up, but their offense is really, that's the bread and butter of it. It sucks Njoku is still off the board, though, because I still think that's a guy that's got some potential there. Randall says, can't bet on the games of the league that pays you. I do think players doing fantasy is a gray area. I do think fantasy is a gray area too, Randall. I agree. And yeah, you can't bet. You just can't. Knowing what happened to Shoeless Joe Jackson, Field of Dreams did a whole movie talking about it, and not just Field of Dreams. There was the other one they did, the one they did of the actual time. I forget the movie. 8 Men Out, I think was the name of it. It was actually on it. So Pete Rose, what happened to him? Stuff, but it is what it is. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you. It's good to see you in the chat. So smash that like button, folks. Brando watched the combine, so I didn't have to. That's right. I take this pill. I go to this dentistry office, so you don't have to. So you can just enjoy your Saturday afternoons. Charles with another $5 donation. Thanks, Charles. It says, Brando, explain the franchise tag for the casual fan. Also, are there still lesser tags or have those gone by the wayside? No, there are lesser tags. The main tag that you're talking about, so we'll go at the top on that, Charles. The franchise tag is instituted as a way for a team to be able to keep their stars. It was put in place theoretically to protect those lower end teams that didn't have the bankroll to pay for the players that they were losing to other bigger market franchises. It's not really worked in that way exactly. But the way it comes about is this: a player comes up for free agency, is free and clear of his contract. He's also free and clear of any restricted control years that the club will have, and that's in regards to your second question, which I'll pop over to in just a sec. But the way it works with this is they get to their free agent year, and they are then franchise tagged, and that means it's a 1-year contract. That 1-year contract, the player will be paid the average of the top 5 salaries at his position. Running back will take the top 5 guys making that year what they're making, average it out. That's what that guy's going to be getting as far as his franchise tag number. And if it's applied in successive years, it actually it's the top 5 of at his position, and then they add like 15% on top of that just to make it disadvantageous to apply it a second time. So if you're a kicker, obviously you're not going to make the same getting franchised as somebody who's a quarterback, who will be the highest end of franchises. This is how a guy like Kirk Cousins has made probably more money at the quarterback position than anybody else during his time in the NFL. He got franchised a couple of years and then used that leverage to get a kind of a shorter term deal, got another deal. Hell, he might have even signed a third one by this point. I don't know. The guy just keeps being given contracts. Doesn't win a lot of playoff games, but he keeps getting paid. So that's how it also works. There's some other things within this, of course, where you can have a team pay half the salary, half of the franchise cost, if not even almost most of it, as Seattle got the Texans to do when they took Jadeveon Clowney's franchise tag year over for the Houston Texans. The lesser tags do still exist. These lesser tags are, for instance, why DK Metcalf is not a pure free agent this year, right? He's accomplished the first 3 years of his rookie contract. Now there's a fourth year here, but it's a restricted year. So they put on the restricted tag, which you're paid at a lot lower level, a couple of $1 million basically if you have the tag put on you at that point. There is a way to put on guys that are selected at a lower round. You can put the lower end tags, 4th, 5th round, where if a team signs into a contract extension, you get a 4th, 5th round back. Those type of things still do, I believe. I don't think the CBA has taken those out, though we are a little bit on a new CBA, and there's always a little bit of twists that they make within that. But that's the way I still understand it. So you got a guy that's outside the first round. First round, you have 5 years of club control. Outside the first round, you essentially have 3 years of them on an initial rookie deal. But by the 4th year, you've got to start applying the restricted tag. And I think you're going to apply the restricted tag for 2 additional years, I believe. Might only be 1, but I believe it's 2 additional years. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. And thank you, Charles. I appreciate you, my guy. And thank you, Randall. I appreciate you as well. Says Randall says $5 donation. It says Malik Willis has a hose. Is he accurate? Seems like he's QB1. What did he run? I don't think he ran. Yeah, he didn't run. So it's hard with some of these prospects, Randall, because they don't run, but they'll do this stuff, but they won't do that stuff. He did have a really good strong arm. He threw 65-yard throw out there in the air, kind of just flicked it like it was nothing. He's got a really live arm on tape too, so this isn't just him outside of pads letting it loose. He can let it loose. Is he accurate? He's not inaccurate. I wouldn't say that about him. He's not pinpoint either. It's still a little bit, gets a little wonky and kittywampus with some of where his arm slots end up, which then ends up throwing off his mechanics, which then ends up throwing off his accuracy. You watch him throw a little bit, and you do get a little bit of that same Lamar Jackson type throwing, where the guys, they can let it rip. There's velocity there, no doubt about it. But on the other side of it, you're going, it doesn't always look free and easy and just natural coming up out his hand. It sometimes looks like, there's definitely a flick to it. But there's just something with it that sometimes throws you a little bit off with watching that motion and wondering if it can really work consistently at the next level. But tape's awesome at Liberty, and it was one of the more impressive parts of this combine, watching him just winging it. And throwing with relative accuracy too. Those receivers need to get up and get their wheels going on some of those throws, doing a little too much jogging. Man's going to make them work. Go Hawks 05 says, I'm starting to like Boy Mafi a lot more. He's starting to grow a little bit more on me too, Go Hawks. I don't know if you saw, there was a GIF of him on one snap he had where the lineman starts off and he catches the lineman on a back foot, and he jolts the tackle on the back foot right shoulder that he's on, which sends him even further onto that back foot, and then hits him to the second side like you're giving a 1-2 combo, but doing on both sides of the shoulders. Knocks the tackle completely off his feet, just completely pancakes him with just like these 2 jab punches, and then just makes a beeline for the quarterback. Just a pretty amazing rep on his part in the game to watch. And his tape flashes. It really does. I worry about his ability to play the run. I wonder if he's going to be more of just a rotational pass rush guy at the next level. But as a rotational pass rush guy, he should still be good as that kind of player. I don't know. But if I'm picking that top of that second round, I don't like to have that question of, I don't think he can play the run, but he should be pretty good against the pass. And he's not in the same realm of where Bruce Irvin was, where Bruce Irvin had back-to-back 9-sack seasons coming out of West Virginia, a level of production that allowed you to go, okay, we're taking this guy midway in the first round, and we know he's going to walk in the door and give us production out the gate as that rotational rusher. Mafi's coming off, I think, a 4.5-sack season. Production is okay before this year. I do like him. Maybe he'll grow on me before I get to the draft, Cox. Maybe I'll be fully on board with him before the draft. I do like him. So it's not to say he isn't good. Herbicide says Bucks are tagging Chris Godwin. Understandable on their part. They just lost Marpet to retirement. They lost Tom Brady to retirement. You're probably going to lose Ndamukong Suh, Jason Pierre-Paul. Got to bring back some of these guys. And Arians is an offensive guy. Going to want to bring back his receivers. HB, I wouldn't mind Breece Hall if he's there. Me neither. You're in the second round at that point. You can pick a running back in the second round. As far as my standpoint goes, if you're getting the special kind of guy that fits to the mold of running back that you tend to like, this guy could execute everything we want to execute in our offense as far as the outside stuff, and he's absolutely a dog inside. He's a junkyard dog up the A-gap, which Carroll will love. Carroll will love it. This fits his model. It fits a need for the team. You're going to have to deal with running back at one point. I like some of these guys later on in the draft, 4th, 5th round guys, Brian Robinson, Pierre Strong, Hassan Haskins, Jerome Ford, Zamir White, Tyler Batty, Abram Smith. All very, not lip service. All those guys all have really solid components to their game. Breece Hall has difference-making components to his game. Mark Harpercorn says, why do I feel like Hawks will screw up the draft like they do often? I hope for the sake of Russ they draft a center. They could use a tackle or two. You worry about it, Mark, because you, like I, have seen this team make a myriad of mistakes in recent years, especially as it pertains to pro personnel, drafting, free agency. And you've seen them make mistakes in those specific given realms. And then you've watched them make the same mistake the year after that. And then you've watched them make the same mistake the year after that. And then the year after that. And then we landed this year. So you have skepticism because it's well-founded. And I share that skepticism. I'm a show me, don't tell me type of state of things. You're sitting on as much cap space as just about any NFL team out there that's not completely rebuilding from the ground up. You have the ammunition to get it done. You're not $31 million over the cap as the Green Bay Packers are right now. You're not $15 million over the cap as the Rams are right now. You didn't just have a Hall of Fame quarterback retire on you as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did. You don't got any excuses if you're the front office. But will they change their ways, Mark? Will they change their ways? And I'd love to stand here and tell you, I know they will. I don't know they will. They're going to have to show me they will. But at the very least, I will say this. They fired Ken Norton. They have begun adopting different defensive principles that they haven't in the past. They brought in Waldron in the past, which is not a move they would have made in the past, to bring in a guy who was operating the West Coast offense with the timing-based throw and all that stuff, which is, I think, say nothing of Russell Wilson. I think Coach Carroll is a little bit anti that. He'd like to more do if we're going to take a shot throwing the ball, let's go down the field with it. I don't want to do this dink and dunk stuff. I don't want to take the risk of a tip ball for a 4-yard out route. That does nothing for me. So I hope like you do, Mark, that they don't make those mistakes again this season and go a different direction. And tackle would be a beautiful way to go. There's value there in this draft at the top end of the second round. There's a couple of guys that are very interesting prospects who I think would upgrade the position instantly if you were to take them. And hopefully that they learn the lesson with that. The center we'll have to see. Another position where you could go right tackle, center, second, third round of this draft, and that's about appropriate value for where you'd find in the positions. You could go Abraham Lucas and Cole Strange in the third round. That'd be a little high for me for Cole, but you could do it. Come away with 2 linemen that are going to help this team going forward. No doubt about it. Megan B. spent the last 4 days watching the Combine. Can you explain to me how different drills that players undertook impact on what happens next for them? I tend to think that the drills don't really do much as far as to show much of a difference. They're there to expose flaws, Megan. They're there to show if a guy can't move in space, if you can see he can't flip and turn his hips. You're looking for a guy's going to go through and run the drill more often than not. They're going to go, okay, that's fine. We didn't see anything that was jumping out to me. They're not looking for something necessarily in the change of direction stuff that's, this guy you can just see on the field. He's so different. I think sometimes the personnel people tell you there's that going on. I remain a little more skeptical of that versus when they're weighing that versus the two other things that I think hold more weight, which is number one, the game film, and number two, the actual testing scores themselves. Because you're talking about, Megan, of course, the defensive back drill where they drop back and then they turn their hip one way and they turn their hip the other way and they turn their other way, then they flip their hips and run, then they go try to catch a ball. Or the receivers do the jump drills back and forth where jump catch, jump catch, jump catch. These things are, you can see a little bit of fluidity of the athlete. Is he able to just swallow everything up with his hands where it's not fighting his hands, but they just easily take it right in? It's no problem, just like it's second nature. Some of those things you can go away with, but I do go, Megan, from my standpoint of things, I don't take a whole lot away from the drill stuff from where I go. I lean more into what the testing scores are at that point. The testing scores tell you a variety of different things. They tell you not only, there's, like I told you, the full proximity of the athletic potential that resides there. They tell you who works hard. These guys have had 3-4 months to work on this stuff. Who's been working on it? Who's been trying to make sure that they're good at this when they go? Because if he's a hard worker in this 3 months when he isn't getting paid trying to earn that job, probably is going to be a hard worker when we bring him in here. And when you're looking at a lot of prospects that are all even across the board on your list, a guy that works a little bit harder, who put the time in, is a guy that can separate himself, if that's that one little bit to separate him from the rest of his competition on that. But the receiver one is the one that jumps out to me more, Megan. I do like the cornerback twist drill. The lineman hitting the pad stuff is, I kind of roll my eyes with that type of stuff, right? Just like, really, this is going to inform you what over the tape. What is there here that goes beyond what you're going to see if you just watch the tape, which tells you everything there with that. Antoine Cobb, what are your thoughts on our Hawks drafting either Boise State Khalil Shakir or Tyquan Thornton of Baylor? Haven't taken a look at Khalil Shakir yet, Antoine, so definitely on my list, definitely going to be getting to him. I did have a chance to take a look at Tyquan, who obviously blew up the draft here with the 2.6 40 that he ran, also jumped really high. There's those positions, and you shouldn't think this way, I know, Antoine, but there's those positions in college football where you go from certain teams where you just have a little bit of hesitancy. And when it comes to Baylor wide receivers, there's something about Baylor wide receivers that just gives me a little bit of hesitancy. Just a little bit of hesitancy. And it's like I see shades of Denzel Mims here. I see shades of Corey Coleman here. I see a guy that goes out and maybe Baylor's got some awesome track and field program where they're teaching these guys all these drills really good. And it's not that his tape isn't good. He's a big guy, so 6'2", 6'3", very tall. He can run, certainly got decent enough hands, good, okay as a route runner. Again, though, understanding Baylor doesn't run the full route tree concept, so it's like he's running 3 routes basically. But he's a great contested catcher, very fast. I don't know if he looks 4.26 on the football field. Like this again, where I go, there's something with the Baylor program and their speed stuff on that just a little bit. Then again, too, you got to understand with the combine he just had, he probably vaulted himself up into, at the very least, the second round off of being a 4th round prospect to even now maybe even up into the 1st round. It's not unforeseen that some team would say, this is just, you look at the speed, you look at the vertical leap, you look at the explosion scores here. We can't deny that. We can't, that we can work with that. We can find that, we'll make the rest of the stuff work. What was he at? Was it the 40? Yes, we had 36.5-inch vertical leap, 10-10-10 broad jump. 10-10 broad jump. It's just, that's going to work. That's going to work for teams. And he didn't do the 3-cone, didn't do the shuttle either. So he's going to save that for his pro day, which is understandable there. So I like Ty, but man, taking him in the 2nd round versus going and getting a tackle, center, edge rusher, safety, even a corner, you can say would be a greater need at that spot, Antoine. But I do like Tyquan. He's a good player. I just think he's going to get vaulted up a little too high versus what he did with the combine, which I don't think you should do that with a player where you allow a great combine showing to suddenly push that much higher up a board. Guy should be probably a 4th round guy. Now he's going to go 2nd, maybe even into the end of the 1st. That's where I get a little up. But I'm sorry I haven't seen the Khalil Shakir one. I promise you he is on my list, though. Let me make sure. So my list actually. Shiva. But my Taekwon Pro comp, so a tall, thin speedster who can easily take the top off a defense with not just speed, but clean route running. And so the nice thing that Taekwon I like, he's a post route killer. Just runs some great post routes. I said that Baylor doesn't run but three routes, but he runs them well. I'll give him that. He reminds me of a Robbie Anderson. That's my Tyquan Thornton comp for you. Robbie Anderson. Herbicide says, oh yeah, we are fully going to screw this draft up. No question. Only hope now is that Desai gets a couple of picks. Well, at least give him the third rounder, right? Herbicide can't be worse than what it's been, just giving him at least the third rounder. Be like, just grab your best defensive guy in the third round. Whatever you want. Thank you, Megan, for mentioning that. Please hit that like button if you like what you're listening to. It helps this channel out considerably. Just a small, quick little thing you could do. I really do appreciate it. Pete Carroll's Bubblegum says wide receiver is not our biggest needs. You're right. I would say it's not. We got bigger fish to fry. That is for sure. Also makes me a little curious on they're in the market for an $8 to $10 million wide receiver. It's a very specific number, and it seemed like a little bit of a higher number than I would guess they were willing to invest into the position, knowing the guy will probably be a little bit of a 3-4. He'll be a third receiver and a fourth receiver at times. GoOxo5 says Bates from Cincinnati got franchise tagged as well as Orlando Brown. Dang, well, Brown's off the market. I didn't think he was probably going to fit with us anyway because he wants to play left tackle, but that Bates wasn't going to come. We weren't going to be signing Bates. He's a really good player, but since he wasn't going to let Jesse Bates go, and they're kind of wrong for not paying Jesse. They're wrong for not paying him. Yeah, I think he made an interception in the Super Bowl. You got the money. This is not the year you should be franchise tagging anybody if you're the Bengals. Reward those guys for what they did. Keep that momentum going as a franchise. Don't be what you've been in the past. Avoid all those old things you used to do in the past. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, thoughts on the cap going to $208 million. About what we thought. Does that decrease our estimated cap space? $208 million doesn't really increase our cap space. I think that's what they had, at least I believe Sports Track had put it out like they were acknowledging it's probably going to be 208. So that's about what we thought with it. It basically puts us in the same position we were at before. Though we have that sliding scale, Randall, of course, of where it'll, you initially can look at the 40 million right now. They'll tell you we have more than that, by the way, because there's the way they count this stuff sometimes is a little bit kiddie. It's a little weird the way they did it. But we can creep up to where, Brennan's talked about this, upwards $70, $75 million if we really wanted to get super aggressive. So they can kind of create whatever they need to create as far as cap space, depending on how aggressive they want to be this offseason, Randall. But that's pretty much what they thought it was going to be. So $40 million is about what we're sitting on, but it's actually even a little bit more than that because there's guys counting against the cap that aren't going to necessarily be here. We're probably more sitting around 45 million-ish about. Hooby Jube with a $5 donation says, what's up, man? Hey, maybe next Monday, if you're free, we can schedule it up for a collab. Yeah, Hooby, I'm definitely down, man. Thank you for the dono. And yeah, let me know, tell me a time, and I will be there with bells on. I'll bring my beads, right? What do they got? They got the beads in the Mardi Gras. What's the beads in the my plastic cup full of unknown liquor? One of those two. But yeah, man, I'm down, man. Let me know a time. Appreciate the donation, though. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. I hear there is a center by the last name Strange from Tennessee that tested explosively. I hear the Hawks would be lucky for him to fall to them at number 41. Yes, that would be Cole Strange. And I liked him quite a bit on the tape I watched with him. I did have worries with him watching about his power and ability to hold up at the point of attack. Worried that maybe that the 0 and 1 techs out there when they're one-on-one with him might give him some fits. But he can move in space. He understands how to angle himself as a center, which you've got to kind of have that in your bag a little bit. Can't teach his ability to move and be quick like he is. And he's got a relatively good feel for the position. Had a rough start to the Senior Bowl, but he really started to turn around the Senior Bowl, Charles, as time went along. As the week went along, he got better and better. They're getting coached up during that time, right? So after you have a bad rep, you go over and the coach gives you some information, says you got to get up here, do this, and then you're back up in there and you do it again. Oh, he took to the training. He took to what we were telling him to do. That's something that I think we're going to have to note. We're going to have to keep that one in our back pocket a little bit. And because some guys aren't teachable, right? You think everybody's got their ability to just listen, and some guys just aren't. They're hearing it, they're listening. They just can't take the listening part to the functioning part and fall back into those old habits. Jermaine Ifedi being an example of that. Got to throw a little Ifedi shade in the first hour of the show here. But I hear the Hawks would be lucky for him to fall to them at number 41. God, I really wouldn't like Cole Strange in the second round. And it's not even Tennessee, Cole. It's Tennessee Chattanooga. So the level of competition he's playing against isn't great, and there's times he's getting blown off the ball. I don't know how that would drive to be getting a guy taken in the second round, that early in the second round. You could trade back and still get him in the second if they really want to do that. But I don't think they'd be lucky for him to fall at 41. I don't think he gets taken inside the first 40 picks. I don't think he gets taken inside the first 60 picks. But maybe the combine was good for him. Maybe he's vaulting up. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Brando, explain the supplemental draft like the Seahawks got Boz in. Does it still exist? As I understand it, the supplemental draft, I'm not sure if it does still exist. Because I don't think that they had last year. So I think that they got taken away. Someone's going to probably correct me in the chat. But I don't think it went down last year. I don't think. It had been going in recent years, but I was hearing that they were maybe looking at finding a way to stop doing it. Like they were just going to let the prospects into the draft first, making them wait. I forget the conditions that happen with Boz. It's always a little bit weird with certain prospects on the way that this goes. A guy might get kicked out of school at a time where he couldn't declare for the draft. And so he can't go back to school. So then he's available. Maybe he has maybe caught smoking the pot. And the school kicks him out, and so he can't go back to the team. But it's, let's say, February this happens. Too late to enter the draft. Well, you used to have this supplemental draft and maybe it's still going. If it is still going, this would be the case as well. If a player is then a guy, then it could be, let's say, a returning senior right now. Could have entered for this draft, and now he's gone back to college, and they didn't like the fact he went back to college. He's regretting it. He can enter into the supplemental draft. And what the supplemental draft then does is it goes through its various rounds, and teams don't pick, right? You have a guy, player A, Tom Smith enters the draft as that senior I was just talking about. Everybody likes Tom Smith. They think he's got some talent. Nobody wants to take him in the first round of the supplemental draft. So you have all 32 picks go through the supplemental draft, no one he selects. Now you get into the second round of the supplemental draft. The picks keep going on. They go, I don't want to pick him in the second round. Now you get in the third round. I'll put a third round supplemental pick on him when my pick comes up in that third round if every other team ahead of me has passed. That's, as I believe it, how that used to go. So with Seattle and getting the Boz, I believe they put a first round supplemental pick. So the way that worked, they had a draft pick that year. They had their draft that year. Then after that draft, Boz entered the draft after that process. And they then picked Boz in the supplemental draft, but they put the first round pick on him. Thus, what happened was you then lose that pick in the next given year of the draft. So Seattle that next year lost their first round pick for taking the Boz in that supplemental period. I hope I got that right. It's been a little bit of time on that, Charles, but I think that's how that broke down. Herbicide, did you guys see that huge ass defensive lineman run a 4.8? Jeez, that's a whole lot of dude coming to crush you. Jordan Davis is thy name. And yeah, he was flying. If that guy's chasing you down an alleyway, it's your ass. You ain't outrunning that. He's going to get you 1 point. It's going to happen. Look, guy's freakish, but we knew he was freakish. You watch the tape, there's freakish moments with him. Moments. But that Georgia defense was highly rotational. I was talking about Channing Tindall being a guy like this. Got a lot of rotational guys in and out, not playing the full gamut of all the snaps. What's the reason for that? And while he does have a load of potential, the guy could be a game-wrecking force. He could be the next great defensive tackle in the sport. There's also a huge bust factor to him of, yeah, but what if he's just a run-stuffing specialist and that's all he is? Do you want to take that in the first round? Which is where he's going to go now. Absolutely, he's going to go in the first round due to that score. Is that worth it? Is that where you want to be with that? I don't know. That's a tough call to make, but guys like him don't come down the conveyor belt very often. That is unusual as it gets. And if he can put it together, if he can get a little bit more able to get out of the rotational element and just be out there more consistently as a dude, he could be a force. Megan says those big dudes were awesome to watch. I can't remember who it was, but he was a man mountain and he ran a 4.41. Who the hell does that? They're getting faster and faster, Megan, bigger and faster every year. And it's more amazing to watch with some of these guys where you just go, really? That guy's going that big of a guy shouldn't be able to go that fast. Ethan, no dang, I didn't realize we were streaming. Heck yeah, Ethan. Heck yeah. Randall says, as far as quarterback prospects over past decade, where does Sauce Gardner rank? Is he best for his own scheme? Randall, I would offer that he is only a fit for his own scheme. You put Sauce Gardner anywhere else and he's going to get exposed. This probably does reduce down his where he would fall in that list as far as prospects over the past decade. We've got to acknowledge a little bit of Sauce being pushed up draft boards right now has to do with not only, look, he's a great prospect, never gave up a touchdown his whole college career, put up good testing combine numbers here, no doubt about it. But part of what's driving him up the board, and a lot of these guys up the board where they're at, is a little bit of where the value of this draft is and where it's a little weak at the top end of things in that tier one stage of where this would sit. I think he's better than Trayvon Diggs. The Diggs is maybe going to be a guy who has more interceptions over the course of his career, but Gardner will be a better player. He'll be a better tackler. He'll be, he'll just be more of a force. He's not going to give up as many yards, that type of thing. I think he'd be above those type of guys, Randall. But if we're talking about top 10 corners taken, is he better than Jalen Ramsey? No. I'm just trying to think real quick too of one thing. I mean, he's better than Okudah, Jeff Okudah, right? Who was taken in 19 or what it was. It's not a lot of corners recently, Randall. If we're talking about, see, even a guy like, to me, Randall, Jair Alexander, Denzel Ward. Those guys might be better than Sauce Gardner. Though some of this is going to be to your question on is he a zone corner? Yeah, he's a zone corner, but then also some of his success is going to be based upon what team he goes to within that zone scheme. I'm just looking at a couple of the corners taken here in the last 10 years real quick, and he'd be up there, Randall. He'd be up there. I think he could be better than Marshawn Lattimore, for instance, who's still been a very good corner. There's guys up there that are good corners that I think he can be better than, but I don't think he's going to be up into that star quotient. I'm not quite there with him. HB says, I think it's time for a new jersey design and a rebranding. I want all black with subtle blue and green highlights. No argument for me on that, HB. No argument for me on that whatsoever. I could sign up for that. Black always looks good. So it doesn't matter what you're basically mixing black with, I guess, outside of pink. But it's always going to work. I'm with it. You put that petition together, HB, I'm signing it. Patriot Sports Cars, Brandon, center Cam Jurgens is the center I want. He's on my list to look at. So I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to take a look at him, but I do have him 100% on my list of guys to be looking through here. So got a little deep into the running back room here this past weekend, but yeah, he's on my list. He's there. So I will definitely I'll have a breakdown for you on the next stream with him, Pater. But I've heard good things about Cam. There's some good centers in this draft, low key. They're not the elite, but really good guys overall. I like the depth. Randall says the performance from Jordan Davis from Georgia has to be one for the ages, 4'8", 40, and a ridiculous broad jump. Yeah, to do that at 340 pounds is absurd. I mean, he's legit 340, and it's just like, no way. 4'8", 40. I mean, there's receivers that have struggled at times at 190 pounds to get to 4'8". Guy almost doubles their weight and does it. Absurd. Bud Inlip says, go Zags. Go Zags, man. Got the tourney time coming up. Ethan Tech World, I've got news. I got accepted to the University of Washington. Well, congratulations, Ethan. Congrats, man. That's awesome to hear. And HB, I agree. It is probably time for rebranding. Time for New Jersey. If you don't have to be one of those teams like the Browns or the Raiders or Steelers where it's like your jersey's what it is, it can never change. Why not change it a bunch? Why not have fun with it? Randall says, do you recall what Kyler Gordon's vert was? Gotta believe his 3-cone was really good. Switch it. Well, Randall, that's part of the problem here. So part of the problem is that no corners ran. Zion McCollum was the only guy that ran a 3-cone or a shuttle. So he didn't even do a broad jump, Randall, Kyler. So he didn't even do the broad. Unless NFL just hasn't updated those stats, but they've got, I get the impression he's waiting till his pro day. But Inlet says, for me, it's down to Abe Lucas, Logan Hall, or Jalen Pitt. I can't say his last name, so I'm just calling him Jalen Pittry. At 41. Interesting players. Kind of a very divergent skill set along those lines, bud. I like all those guys. Jalen's just a playmaker, man. Put him up out in the secondary and let him run. Let him hunt. You're going to have to kind of sell me on Logan a little bit more. He's a little bit too much tweenery. He's tweenery for me. Just a little bit. Just a little bit tweenery. But as a 3-4 defensive end, he could make a lot of sense. I'll tell you that if they're going to more 3-4 looks. Ethan Tech World, I literally just finished watching The Batman on Friday, and then the decisions came out. The Batman was amazing, by the way. 2 great things in a row. Nice. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but I'm going to try to get in the theater and go check it out if I can. Mason Dale, I went back and looked at Leal, and I have to disagree with you, but I understand your interest. I just didn't see the physicality to play on the inside on early downs, nor the technique and speed to play defensive end. I understand, man. It's definitely, he's a raw prospect more than a refined prospect. So it's more, I see the tools there that I can work with that I can't teach. And I want to ideally be able to then teach some more of the technique stuff. It's great when a prospect, especially a pass rusher, has technique coming out the gate. Make no mistake about it, it is. This is part of what's going to help make Aiden Hutchinson the number 1 pick in the draft. But then, to me, it's not necessarily the number 1 skill set I look for in a prospect or a pass rusher necessarily coming out of the draft because, does he have dip? Does he have bend? Can he hand fight? I do think he's relatively good with his hands. I think I definitely disagree with you a little bit on that, where I think he's got he's got very active hands and there's ability there. Is there refinement? No. But is there ability there to continue to improve? Is there a load of upside to his game that I see? Yeah. And as I always gravitate towards Mason, I lean into the draft when I look at a prospect or I'm looking at a guy that I raise higher than another player. It's going to tend to be that I'm raising him because I see higher ceiling. I don't like to lock into the floor. I want to more gravitate towards the ceiling because I think that leads you more towards picking the best player available on the board or gravitating to who the best player available on the board versus ending up reaching back for a need because you end up looking for the safer traits necessarily. But again, you know me, I like a disagreement on this, so We shall see where the Leal falls. Charles Riley with the $5 donation says, if the Hawks get Thielen, that would be crazy. Is it a trade acquisition or is he a free agent? It would be a trade acquisition. So we would have to go out there and get him. I'm obviously doing a little bit of math with this in the respect of Vikings have a new coaching staff coming into play there. They definitely maybe wanting to do some things this offseason to kind of move things around. If Kirk Cousins was to be moved, do they stay on their 2 receivers at that point? I think I saw that they could save a little bit of money with Thielen. So they save about $5 million with Thielen on moving him. He would carry a $12 million base, so he would fit in at least near to where Seattle is prospectively talking about in that $8 to $12 million base. When you look at the Vikings right now, they're negative $15 million over the cap. So they're going to be having to make some moves here one way or another. So I'm kind of doing a little bit of math with that, but maybe if you're going to be in that $8 to $10 million range, and we're talking about some of the guys I was telling you guys on those the Juju Smith-Schuster types, well, why not go Thielen the other way with that? Why not just go quality for a couple million more if you're dead set on attacking it from that direction of things? Which I don't know if Seattle really is or not. I'm just saying if they are. Scott Nina says, what is the speed for OT from Minnesota? Isn't he huge? 6'9", 380 pounds. What's his name? Scott, his name is Daniel Fa'alele. That's the pronunciation, and I believe that is the pure Tongan pronunciation. He didn't do a whole lot. He only did bench press, which was impressive. To me, again, the bench press is impressive. The guy's rocking like 30-inch long arms, and he's still... trying to see what his score is here. He still put out 24 reps with the long arms that he had. So I thought that was, he's strong. There's no doubt about it. Daniel's one thing. He's strong as an ox. He did not do any of the other testing scores though. So we've got no 40, no short shuttle. A lot of these guys just did a little bit of the hit or miss stuff on what drills they were choosing to do and what drills they weren't choosing to do. Would have been nice to see on some of that stuff with him, but he just decided to not do any of it, I guess, which is odd, but you're right. Just kill it at the pro day, I guess. But I like that guy still. Another guy that I would be excited about in the second round. He's dropped on some people's boards because they don't think he can move, but I don't care. I want him. Scott Nina says, I like Trevor Penning, Northern Iowa. He's an interesting guy, man. He's an interesting guy. Boy, I didn't think he was going to test as well coming into this combine, but he really did a nice job with his numbers. I mean, everything was really solid across the board. He moved really well. He had a really good Senior Bowl. He was voted the best lineman by the defensive lineman over the course of the week there, which is says a lot about the player that gets kind of given that award. He definitely will play to the whistle and then beyond it. A little bit of an issue there at the Senior Bowl of throwing defenders into his quarterback's ankles, which you don't want to see him doing that. But look, the guy plays with an attitude. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. At the very least, you could probably slot him out to right tackle, and he should be fairly solid at the next pro level being over there. I do think he is, Scott, going to go in the first round. There's enough, I think, enough behind him, and he had a good enough combine now to where that's going to kind of cement him into probably the top 25. Randall says Mike Mamula was the ultimate workout warrior. That is. He's the poster child for vaulting yourself up from like a 4th, 5th round status to first round with an amazing combine. Michael YT, would you be fine getting a wide receiver through free agency or just stick with the guys we have right now and rather get the needs for other positions? Mike, I would rather we probably don't use wide receiver. We don't pick a wide receiver early on in this draft. I'd say use those picks for other positions. I would probably also say more look for a trade, more look to find that guy that was in the situation like Odell Beckham was last year, who still a talented receiver, has a lot to offer, just not happy in his current situation, and then go take that guy. That would be more of the route I would try to take if I'm Seattle. I don't really like the free agents that are out there from my standpoint of things. I think it's a lot of underwhelming guys. I also really don't think you should probably put too much investment into the position. I think in trading for a receiver, you're not on the hook for any bonus money. It's a year-to-year deal at that point, which makes it easier to take on a little bit of salary as well if you were to make that kind of deal versus signing a guy to a 3-year, $30 million deal or something, which I don't like that. Mason Dale says, okay, last time asking, did you look at Donovan West? He's a great scheme fit and has a good anchor in pass pro. Didn't love his 40 though. I understand if you didn't get to him. I know you're busy. I did. I told you I would. I get him. I get there. I take a while on this stuff, but I got a lot of guys to look through too. So it's just amazing. Amazing. Man of guys in this draft are amazing. But I got him. Here, Mason. Bringing up my notes on him. So Donovan West, very quick off the snap into his stance. That always jumps out to me, especially if you're talking about a guy that you're going to want moving and being mobile in space. Mason, that's big, I think. He also combos this quickness off the snap with a good early punch. He always seems to be the first guy to land his punch against the defensive lineman. So those two components going together with Donovan West definitely get me interested and pique my interest. I like that. He seems like a really smart center. Always seems to be, and he always seems to cause a draw. So, and I'm getting just going through my notes here a little bit on him. The one thing I liked about him, he didn't seem like a real power guy off the line. He's going to really push guys off the line, blow them up, but he never also gets walked back a lot either. And that's like I was talking about with Cole Strange of Tennessee Chattanooga. You watch his tape and there's a lot of times he's just getting backwards walked over and over again. But with West, he'll hunker down, which is a little bit what you said with your good anchor. He's going to get the what do you call it? Essentially the draw. I didn't get the win, but you didn't get the win either, which if you're an offensive lineman, most of the time, if you get a draw, that's a win. It's a win. He's adept at double teams and feeling pressure on blitz packages. I liked how he could start out on one guy in pass pro and then slide into a late blitzer, or be helping on one guy and then slide back over to help another guy. Again, smart, heady player that you like to see. He does struggle a little bit with moving in space. So there's a little bit of echoes to me of a little bit of Abraham Lucas here, where Abraham Lucas tested out pretty well in the 40 overall, but you can tell that he's on his tape. It's not always got the grace to football speed because the guy's gargantuan 6'7". So it does not always moving lightning quick when you're that big of a dude. But where these slower guys are a little bit of not as twitchy guys can get away with that is that if you're quick off the snap. And then with West, of course, he's quick off the snap and he has a fast punch, got those quick hands. So quick off the snap, lay the quick punch, better chance of you getting your block initially laid down for a fast running back, like let's say a Rashad Penny, to get through the hole, and how your block gets done, you get a plus on the play, but you're not necessarily out there dominating. You're just getting the job done and getting a job done well. He's not, again, the struggle in space, not really quick in the movement. The further from the offensive line he gets post play, the better chance he's not going to reach his block. So that's going to be a little bit of a worry from Seattle's standpoint with him a little bit, in that there's struggles to get down there in space. But again, I put down in my notes, he roots down well. As I said, he might not drive you, but you're not driving him either. My one question with him, Mason, is he best suited for more of a man-on-man blocking scheme because of his struggles to get into the second level at time and to get to that second block? That's my one worry with him about bringing him here to Seattle, where another team might say, we got a man-on-man scheme. We don't care. We don't need you to drive guys down the field. We don't need you to pull in space or back across the formation. We just need you to take on the one tech and hold up at the point of attack. Use your shielding technique within that, and we're fine. But I like him. He's a good prospect, Mason. I think I had him on my board. Let me see where I had him set here. Where did I put him? Yeah, so I've got him in the 4th, 5th round phase of things, probably the 5th round. edge of things, somewhere in that neighborhood, Mason. But I like him. Scott Nina says Jaha Dotson for Seattle. He's a good player. They've certainly looked at those kind of sized receivers in the past. Not necessarily the big guys, but a little bit of the undersized guys in the second round, like a Paul Richardson or a Tyler Lockett. Dotson would fit a little bit in that mold of things, though I do think he'd be bigger than Lockett, but right around a little bit shorter than Richardson, but then a little bit thicker than Richardson. Just a good all-around receiver, Scott. Does everything really well. He does a good job of really increasing his catch radius despite not being a bigger receiver. He finds a way to just get out and get to it, even though it doesn't seem like he has a chance at it. Not a lot you can pick apart in his game, but the lack of size shows up, not necessarily blazing speed, but a guy with a real high floor to me as a wide receiver. He should be a productive player at the next level. John Robinson says, God, I hate the fact they upped Lockett's contract and didn't trade him when the wide receiver class seems to always be the strongest year in and year out. I mean, John, he came off a good year last year, but I tend to agree with you on this and wondering, the reasoning behind the contract necessarily. Understanding, again, that Lockett's not exactly really a fit for what Waldron wants in this offense. I like Lockett's game. There were times where they asked him to come down and lay those reach blocks against the defensive end, and he got thrown 10 yards in the other direction. He just couldn't do it. And then they asked him at times to run the fly sweep stuff, which he just really can't do. It's just not his game. And while he has other parts to his game that are really good, and he is an excellent wide receiver, and he had his most productive year, can't deny any of those things, and I wouldn't deny any of those things. At the end of the day, it's about what's a fit for the scheme. What does the scheme need you to do? What does it need you to do? If you have a scheme set up for wide receivers to go catch jump balls down the football field, and then you go draft a bunch of 5'9" wide receivers, well, that doesn't really work, does it? But I share your frustration with it. John says, I feel like the Seahawks probing the wide receiver market means they're seeing what a good replacement would cost if they traded DK. Could be, John. Could be, again, though, just as well that they're looking at the Rams and they're going, man, the Rams had Cooper Kupp, Van Jefferson, Robert Woods, drafted Tutu Atwell. They're sitting on all these receivers, and then they go out and they still make a trade for Odell Beckham, and it gets him a Super Bowl title. They look at the Cardinals, who had DeAndre Hopkins and Christian Kirk, and then they signed A.J. Green, and then they drafted Rondale Moore in the second round. Maybe just as likely they're taking a page out of the book of their competition who's had success going this approach and saying, let's copy that. D-Nugget says, Brando, I like the chat. Thank you, D-Nugget. I know you're always good to like the chat. I appreciate you for that. John says, Malik Willis does not have a hose. He's got a pretty strong arm. Maybe not a full hose. It's near hose status. Hose is on at least 3/4 the way. Randall says, my thought is, with such a strong wide receiver group, that Kirk costs will go down. My guess is 9 to 11 average per year. If we signed him and keep the year one low, could his salary hit about the time Tyler Lockett slides out? If you did a 4-year deal, Randall, if you did a 4-year contract, that could help. Certainly that could help. You could lower the first 2 years of the deal, and by the end of the 2 years, that means that's Lockett 3 years into his deal, and now, you could slide out of Lockett's contract. So theoretically, Randall, yes. Yeah, you could do that way. Is Kirk's market going to be driven that far down? Let's think about that for a second. We know right now that Godwin just got franchise tagged. We've got at the top of the market Devontae Adams and Allen Robinson that are difference makers that'll make a ton of money, no doubt about it. Mike Williams right behind that. But past those front three guys are a lot of question marks. A lot of question marks. Sammy Watkins, Keenan Cole, A.J. Green, Emmanuel Sanders, T.Y. Hilton, Jamison Crowder, Will Fuller. I mean, Kirk's he's kind of better than all those other guys. Is he in the top 3? No. But is he in the top 5? I don't know on that, Randall. I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm more asking than I am telling on this. I'm not sure. But I would think if he's in the top 5, and to me, the top 3 guys, the top 4 guys are Devontae Adams is going to be a probably 23, 20, should be $25, $26 million a year receiver. if not more. I mean, he should match DeAndre Hopkins' deal, if not best it. Robinson's going to probably pull in 15. You know, does that put Kirk down at 8 to 11? I think Kirk still goes up at 12 to 13 at that point. $13 million a year seems like the Christian Kirk contract, like a 3-year, $39 million deal. That seems to be about where I would put his value at. Boy, that's a lot to pay him too, Randall, though. I don't know if I could do that. But they could do it. They could pull it off. They could pull it off. Butt Inlets is Jarvis Landry. I was thinking that name too. Another guy that there's rumors he might want out of Cleveland. He'd be a very interesting guy to bring in here. Just a good receiver, man. Some great hands on that guy. Yak ability. Slower than dirt, but I mean, he can run routes and he can catch. Mason Dale, did you hear the news of us wanting number 3 receiver? I want to bring back David Moore. He's cheap. He gives Russ a third target that he trusts that we didn't have last year, and he won't cast a shadow over Eskridge. All of those things are incredibly true, Mason, no doubt about that. I think where I lean with this, Mason, is that while I don't want to spend $8 to $12, $11 million a year unless we're getting a real difference maker at the position as that third guy, I think I want to go a little bit stronger than David Moore. I think that part of where we've hit in recent years is that we've landed on this third, fourth wide receiver, and we've not gone hard enough as far as talent goes. We've gotten a guy with some talent, but not a really talented guy. And when it comes to the shadow over Eskridge, from my standpoint of things, you know, and I'm not speaking to you on this, but to Eskridge, you know, buck up, Buttercup. That's the NFL. Nothing is given to you. Certainly nothing is going to be given to you when you spent basically 3/4 of your first year completely injured. You know, when you do that to a football team that puts an investment of a second-round pick into you, you can't question them when they go and look to make sure that they've got some insurance against you doing that once again, which is something that you got to factor into this, Mason, which is that this doesn't just occur of, a fourth wide receiver for Eskridge. Look at it through the lens of recent history. Eskridge has been injured all throughout his college. He got 2 injuries in his first year in here, Seattle. So should we, A, operate under the assumption that he's going to be injury-free going into a second year, or B, operate from the assumption that he's probably going to get injured once again into this next year? I'm going to go from the standpoint of B, and then with that, say I need to get a bit better position. Having a guy that's just David Moore is not enough at that point. I need a true, almost difference maker like player then at that third wide receiver position, because this is where the NFL has gone. You're only as good. Your wide receiver room is only as good as your third guy. Your offensive line is only as good as your weakest link. No longer is the NFL looked at through what is your greatest strength. It's now looked at through a little bit of what is your weakness, because that is what teams are going to attack. That is what teams are going to go after and take advantage of. So this last year, of the top 6 players that were the most doubled wide receivers in the entire NFL, did you guys know 2 of them were Seattle Seahawks? Do that math for a second. Think about that one that I just provided you for a second there, folks. 2 of the top 6 wide receivers that were the most double-teamed wide receivers in the entire sport resided on your football team. What does that information tell you? Does that tell you maybe teams are locking in on those 2 guys saying, let's take these 2 guys away, and they don't have enough to get it done with the rest? It's kind of what it says to me. I don't see any other team on there with 2 guys in the top 6. And there's a lot of prolific offenses that are ahead of us. And if you look at all those prolific offenses, most of them have multiple targets to throw to. So I go back to that again, that it's, to me, Mason, it's kind of a need. Is it the biggest need? No. Should it be prioritized above offensive line and defensive line? No. Do we got other things we got to deal with? Absolutely. But if there's a way to upgrade it, if something slides open as far as a door that you didn't think was going to slide open, should you take advantage of it at that point? Yeah. Goaxo5 says one name for $8 to $10 million would be Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks would be great. That's a great name. That's a great suggestion. That's That's to me, Mason, that'd be like a name that's more, I think you do acknowledge that. That's more of the upgrade type name I'm talking about. No, we don't need to get to superstar status. We don't even need to get to necessarily star status, but just a really good wide receiver. Chase Stern with a $5 donation says, wouldn't it be a dream to get Robert Woods if he gets cut by the Rams? I do tend to think that he probably will because they're going to try to bring back a lot of guys here, it seems like, including Odell Beckham, which might be a choice of if you're going to try to bring on Odell, then you got to cut Robert. Robert's one of the few guys on their roster who, if they cut him, they actually do save salary cap space by doing so. Makes some sense from that standpoint of things, Chase, for them to do that. He does have the torn ACL that just happened. Where is he at in his recovery? That'd be my big question mark there, Chase. But from a standpoint of a guy who knows this offense backwards and forwards, who can play every receiving position, the X, the Y, the Z, probably an H-back tight end if you need it. Robert Woods can do all of that. A tremendous blocker, one of the best blocking wide receivers in the sport. All of that stuff would be a welcome addition to this football team. As well as if he's coming off an ACL, probably not going to be making into that territory of $14, $15, $16 million a year. You get him then at that point for maybe a little bit of a discount. Smart. I like it. Good suggestion. Randall says, I saw Kirk estimate was 4 years, $46 million. His measurable and speed almost exactly like Golden Tate and OBJ. He reminds me a lot of Tate. Kind of does that with me, Randall. I've always gravitated, looked to me a little like Baldwin a little bit, body-wise. I always think of that Doug Baldwin body. But that seems right. 4 years, 46, that's kind of what I'm thinking with it. The 11, 12, 13 million a year. I think you get down off the 13 million a year if you get him to a 4 years, Randall, right? So if you go to that 4 years, you would be able to do it at that point. If it's at 3 years, it's probably costing 13 for him. But he's a good receiver. Doesn't give you a lot of yak. That's the one thing OBJ and Tate would give you over Kirk. I mean, Kirk's the guy to catch it and fall down kind of guy. But he does that well. Mason Dale, did you see Jordan Davis run a 4.78? I was like, whoa. Yeah, he's a big boy, Mason. He's a big boy. Patriot Sports Cards at Brandon. It said that the Hawks were looking to trade for a wide receiver in the $8 to $10 million range. Sorry, I didn't specify. Laughing out loud. Anyone come to mind with a trade? Adam Thielen would be a guy right off the bat, which I don't know for sure if they would be open to it or not, but that'd be a guy. Obviously, if you made a trade with the Cowboys and you restructured Amari Cooper to a new contract, which you very well could do if you wanted, that is a possibility at that point. Let me see if there's anybody else jumping to mind here. Brandon Cooks, as somebody else said, would be an interesting guy from the Houston Texans if they're willing to move him. I don't think it would cost as much, and he'd be awesome. He'd be great. I think he'd be a really good fit with Russell Wilson. A really good fit. And he knows the offense. He's played in the Los Angeles Rams system before. See if there's anybody else that jumps out to me real quick. That would probably be about it. Yeah, that'd probably be about it. Maybe like a Devontae Parker from the Miami Dolphins. He doesn't get me super excited, but that may be another guy to take a look at. Randall says, I'd be so pissed if we draft a 4-3 linebacker with our second round pick. Yeah, Randall, I would be with you on that, man. I don't want to do not draft a Will with your second round pick. That would be not smart. And again, they've just not learned their lessons on how to draft properly and where's the appropriate value in drafts. And again, not only are they taking then a 4-3 out, you're taking a rotational 4-3 outside linebacker whose best skill is as a blitzer, which you've not done historically all that well in recent histories, or at least all that efficiently in recent history. I'd be with you on that. Scott Nina Malik Willis, 4.42. He ran a 4.42? Jeez, that's cooking. That's cooking. He's fast too. He's quicker than a guy like Jalen Hurts. He's got more mobility than that guy. Is he quite to Kyler Murray, Michael Vick, Lamar Jackson side? I don't know if he's quite that point, but he's close. Close. Corey says, no thanks on overpaying for a wide receiver. We need to learn how to use DK like Julio and use the tight end more effectively. The floor for the average wide receiver in today's NFL has massively risen. The floor for the average wide receiver in wide receiver. I mean, I guess a little bit. I look at recent teams going to the Super Bowl, though, and they've got a lot of wide receivers, and they've stacked up their wide receiver room pretty decently. And I think NFL is a game that goes through ebbs and flows and evolutions, and things change. And as the sport has become more wide open and gravitated towards the offensive side of the ball, and specifically to the passing side of things, this has opened up the door more wider to wide receivers. And maybe you get more being productive, but I don't think there's a plethora, Corey, of difference makers out there at the position. I don't. I think there's those guys in that top end of things, that top level of things as far as wide receivers, and then you've got your secondary guys. Take a look at our own team, for instance. You go and you look at DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, sensational receivers, some of the best in the sport. Then you go look at Freddie Swain, or what would be like kind of with your comment, the floor. Well, the floor on Freddie Swain is he ranks about 110 out of 120 NFL receivers in the NFL. That's where you get when you don't value enough into that third and fourth area of things. And Eskridge is good and fine, but again, injury prone, can't rely on him, and we don't know what we have in him quite yet. So I think we've got to look at the wide receiver position a little bit more firmly than that. We ran into this a couple of years ago. Corey, remember the Packer game in 2019? Do you remember when Malik Turner was in getting vital snaps on the road in Lambeau? Do we want to be there again? Do we think that both DK and Tyler are going to play a full season with this extra game, another extra game next year, or that we want to make sure that we're building up proper depth behind them? Again, I agree, Corey, with the respect of there's other things we've got to deal with on this team that are higher priorities. But you also have a ton of money to utilize this offseason. A ton of money. You're not in a position of, well, we only got $15 million to spend and we have all these overhauls over here. You got a lot to spend. You can deal with a lot of things if you want to. If you want to squeeze those contracts inside the cap to get it done. But make no mistake about it. The Rams wide receiver crew last year was loaded. The Cincinnati Bengals, who played them on the other side of the ball, had basically no other strength on their football team outside of quarterback and wide receiver. The year before, Kansas City Chiefs, pretty well close to loaded the wide receiver position. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, loaded at the wide receiver position. Godwin, Evans, and you added in Antonio Brown mid-year. It paid off for those teams. This is a little bit of, I think we can say, a bit of a trend we're seeing. And it's only recent, but that's the way trends go. They pop up from something recent. They sometimes don't have a long track record, and it's sometimes a bit of that evolution and of what's happening in the sport at the time. Matthias 23451 says, top 3 dream guys that could fall to us in the draft. Top 3. Well, I'll go with the easy one, which is Linderbaum, because center does have a historic past of guys dropping. Zion Johnson would be my left guard. I think he's the best left guard in this draft. Maybe outside of Kenyon Green. I don't know. I go back and forth between those two guys, but let me give you Zion Johnson. And then my third guy would be Abraham Lucas, because I think Abraham Lucas is going to, especially he got that 4.40 shuttle, which was the best of any of the offensive linemen. 34, almost 35-inch arms, 6'6", 25 reps on the bench. So those would be probably my 3 guys that if they were to drop to us, that would get me probably most excited at this point. And I think those are realistic. Maybe not Zion Johnson. Zion Johnson's probably going in the first round. So if you're talking about, you can maybe be realistic. I got to be realistic. That's a good question. Who fell? Well, now I'm not sure on my third one because I got to be realistic about it. How about Treylon Burks? This is a surprise there. It's just a surprise if he was to drop. He's gone back and forth in people's value. Didn't run an incredibly fast 40 at the combine. Didn't blow up the combine. Did all right. But how about Treylon Burks? I like his game a lot. Shout out to Randall for initially showing me that dude. Randall, it just seemed like all the 40 times were really fast this year. You do wonder, Randall, if there's some shenanigans going on there a little bit with that when so many guys turn up those type of times. They're probably getting better at training him, though, too, and these guys are getting more locked in on, you've got 3 months until the combine, just work on this stuff. It's getting more and more specialized like that. So I think there's a little bit of that to that. Herbicide says, I say we get Deshaun Jackson. He's cheap. He's older, lots of experience. That's the route I'd take for a wide receiver 3. He'd be an interesting guy, Herbicide. The question I'd have with you is what about the needs of what you'd have for the blocking aspect of it? Though I guess you'd probably just be using him on spots here and there. But then again, I come back to he didn't like doing that role with the Rams last year. Would he like doing that role with us this year? It's part of why he requested a release with the Rams last year is he wasn't getting enough playing time by his measure. He was still fairly good last year. He had a couple of moments of drops in certain games that I watched, especially with the Raiders when he went over there. But yeah, it'd be a possibility. Corey says you can get a 7th round or undrafted free agent for decent value. Doug Baldwin's don't grow on trees, but you can clean up. But if you can run clean routes and block, you can be a Cooper Kupp with hard work and not having to be a blue chip. So guess Corey, I'm a little bit again. And again, disagreement's good on this channel. Always welcome disagreement here. Cooper Kupp was a blue chip prospect. He was a highly taken guy in the 2nd round of the draft. Doug Baldwin was an undrafted rookie free agent. So Cooper was a guy people, even though he came from a small college, he was a guy that people looked at as a highly rated guy. And I think kind of, it's sort of what you're saying there kind of illustrates my point. Like you said, you can't count on finding Doug Baldwin's in the late 7th round and onwards. I was just talking about a guy in Swain that some in our fan base love Swain. Swain was literally, you can look at it right now at Pro Football Focus. He was ranked about 110 out of 120 rated wide receivers in the sport last year. Penny Hart was similarly rated. Another guy that got a lot of snaps last year. These are not guys that are just getting smidgens of snaps, bits and pieces of snaps. These are guys getting huge chunks of snaps, huge amount of targets considering the things. And so when you have a guy at that position that's not getting separation, that's not getting open, that can't win contested catch situations, that doesn't run the greatest of routes, that's a detriment to the offense, especially an offense that's trying to constantly move the chains. So I'll piggybacking off what you said there with your deal, and you can't find the 7th rounders. They're harder to find. Can't count on finding the Doug Baldwins. We found one Doug Baldwin in our given history as a Seahawks organization. One undrafted wide receiver that's gone on to be anything with this team. So we probably don't want to count on that replicating itself. Whereas you go into the 2nd round, even in your recent history as a team, Paul Richardson, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf. Wow, we've had some success drafting wide receivers in the 2nd round. It's almost like when you give up the value to get the guys in the spot, you see the real returns there versus trying and going and getting the guys constantly in the 5th, 6th, 7th round at the wide receiver position, as this team has done a lot of, by the way, and gotten very much lesser returns by going that route. Megan says, is the franchise tag a contract extension and payment B? I don't know if it's technically, Megan, it's a contract extension in that you're giving a player a 1-year contract extension. But it is fully guaranteed when it's signed. When the player signs it, it's offered. The player still has to come in and sign the franchise tag. But at that point, all of that money becomes guaranteed for the player. So it is technically an extension, but I don't think the players look at it that way. Mason Dale says, I still don't understand the Eskridge pick. Don't you draft flawed players with athletic upside on day 3? Still, we need to get the most out of him. 100% agree with everything you said there, man. This is why I had the problem with the pick the moment it was taken. I had scouted Eskridge. I'd watched at least 3 games of Dwayne Eskridge before we picked him. And there were flaws, to use your words, there were flaws in his game. There was number one, the injury thing was huge. The guy literally changed his number in college to try to change his injury luck. You can find the quote online. It exists. Then you watch his tape and you go, well, he doesn't run the full route tree and he doesn't run all routes great. I don't love him on post routes. He can run a slant route like a demon, but anything outside of that in a go route, it's kind of a little dodgy with him. And then you got problems with his hands, where we saw that show up in even a small number of targets he had this year. I think he had 2 or 3 drops. Has some issues with his hands. Like you, I thought that should have been more of a guy you get into day 3. Would I take a 4th round pick? Sure. But a 2nd round pick? Nah. Not there. That was a couple of rounds probably too high for him. Matt Randall says, what's the tag where if the player is traded for it costs 2 first-round picks? Well, remember, that's Randall. That's just what a franchise tag is. A franchise tag is we sign you to a franchise tag, and then it's any team can sign you, but if they sign you, they have to. Is that the exclusive rights? I'm getting stuff confused now. I thought with the franchise tag. No, that's right. Franchise tag is you have the club control. No one else can sign him. The exclusive rights is when you put a guy out there where you have the right to match him, but then if they don't match him, then you get back the picks. I think they call it exclusive rights. Guys, you're testing my acumen on this on these tags. Ethan Tech, when does free agency start? I think it's the 21st. Mason Dale, can you explain how character can impact a player's draft stock? For example, I would move Nakobe Dean a couple spots on my draft board for his ability to be a true captain and leader of a defense. Yeah, I think some of it is driven, Mason, and I think with Nakobe's, I believe, as a middle linebacker, you want that to be your leader of the defense naturally. That's just the guy that you want running things. And so to have that at a position where he can also be impactful is going to drive up a position, because your greatest leaders need to be your greatest players as well. It's hard to be a rotational, try-hard, overachiever type guy and go out there and lead stars on the football field. To carry any kind of weight, you've got to be a good player on the other side of that. You don't have to be necessarily a superstar, but you got to be a good player. And you got to have leaders on the defense. You do. It's a necessity. It's something that we haven't run into here, I think, in quite a bit of time, because we've always at least had a Bobby Wagner on the football field guiding things along. But you need leadership. And if it's absent, if you're a team that's got a defense with a lot of talent but no leaders, and you have a need a middle linebacker, this kid now comes in and kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Character is everything, I think, in a lot of respect. Not everything, but it's factoring more and more hugely for teams, Mason, because these guys are very close to each other as far as their athletic profiles go. They move very close to speed-wise and quickness-wise. There's some separators, but things get very close. Guys clump together very much. And where you come down to this is, who's the guy that's going to grow? Who's the guy that's teachable? Who's the guy that's all about ball? Who's the guy that's going to listen to what we say and take it in? Who's the guy, though, that loves to just be a football player? Who wants to just go out and party, call himself a football player, just do the bare minimum, get by. Maybe athletically he's awesome, but he doesn't love the sport. He's not all in. If you can learn that about a guy, if you can get the feel for that on a guy, that should lower him down on your boards and should lower him significantly, because you now know this guy has a top end that's now been reduced. Malik McDowell, for instance, gave what is now almost famously some of the worst combine interviews in the history of the draft. You could still go up and Google some of the comments about him, sort of snickering about some of the interview process with him. And this then showed itself up very soon afterwards. You could see sort of this problem coming. Sometimes you can't see it. Isaiah Wilson, who had a similar Malik McDowell-like going off the rails situation after he was drafted in the first round by the Titans 2 years ago, reportedly showed none of this stuff on his character report. He was very clean. But this year is impacting a guy like Kayvon Thibodeau, doing a lot of talking about his brand, doing a lot of talking about not wanting to go to a state that doesn't have income tax, doing a lot of talking about wanting to create, I think, his own crypto or something. This is making some people wonder, when you combine it with the tape where he's taking plays off, where he doesn't look like he's all in on ball, this makes teams go, I don't know. I got to make this guy a top 15 pick, and I got these questions about him. So it works both ways, Mason. It can be a plus for you or a minus for you, but teams are definitely valuing it now as much as any time in history. Hell, it was at times in the 80s and 90s, that type of stuff would be almost all but ignored unless they were just a true psychopath off the football field. Charles Riley Willis reminds me of a McNair a little. That's been my comp, Charles. That's been my comp. Don't you steal it from me. Don't you steal that from me. That was mine. I was the originator of it. I was the originator of the Malik Willis McNair comp. That's mine. Randy McDaniel, am I the only person who thought the video of Malik Willis helping the homeless guy was staged, or at least he knew maybe it'd end up on tape? Admittedly, I may just not believe anything at this point. Hey, it's good to be skeptical, Randall. It's very good to be skeptical. I heard about the video, but I did not see it, so I can't comment as to the veracity of it. Randall says, I hate that my first thought was anything less than him being a nice kid. Oh, it's, there's a lot of staging stuff going on right now, Randall, right? A lot of staging stuff with the TikToking. Mari Taylor, yo, you heard about the Rashad Penny news? He might be gone. Rashad Penny news? Is there some Rashad Penny news going on, folks? Let's check the ticker. Let's check the ticker. Oh, Rashad Penny deleted all Seahawks-related posts just ahead of free agency. Ooh. Well, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. So I guess, Amari, I would say that I hadn't heard the news on it. That is a bummer, though, but I would say it's probably indicative of the fact that Rashad's heard from other teams they're going to be willing to pay him more money than Seattle's willing to pay him. And I'm sure Seattle's got a certain cost they're willing to go, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Rashad gets onto the open market and some team gives him a 3-year, $25 million deal. I think teams look at the situation here in Seattle, and they have some questions about the way Seattle used him, and they think they can probably use him better. And I don't think that they're crazy for thinking so. Magic Vlogs, Hall or Fa'alele? Oh, Magic Vlogs. That's a crazy question. I like them both so much. Probably I would go with Hall, because Falele, though he's got an incredible amount of boom factor to him, he also has just as much bust. And with Breece Hall, I think there's zero amount of bust to him. He's as close to a zero bust rate back as you can find, where Falele might not be able to move his feet fast enough. So I lean towards Hall there, but boy, that's a close one for me, man. Amari says we should get Brian Robinson or Breece Hall. I'm a Breece Hall guy myself, but Brian Robinson I think you'll be able to get in the 4th round. He might, if he goes earlier, I wouldn't take Robinson earlier than the 4th. Corey Coleman says Fa'alele is overrated. Speed rushers will eat him alive. Well, went up against very good competition there at Minnesota. Handled guys like Tyreek Smith out of Ohio State. Gave him his lunch over the course of that game. And it's a possibility, Corey. The thing you got to remember with Fa'alele is that he's been playing the sport like 2 years. He came from Australia. He's playing basketball, rugby down there. He's just learning how to play the position. So the fact that he's been pretty dominant at that position, only playing it a couple of years, to me speaks of upside. But as I acknowledged a second ago too, there is definitely a lot of potential bust factor with him as well. Amari, yeah, I think we should draft Breece Hall with our first pick. I'm open to it. Robert Pennington, what's up, Robert, my brother? Says Brandon is such an arm queen. I am an arm queen. That's right. Corey, watch his reps at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, Corey, I did watch his reps at the Senior Bowl. I did. Remember, the Senior Bowl is set up with those pass rusher reps, though, to make the offensive linemen look bad. They got all that room to operate around, right? So they can move anywhere they want, as opposed to a true offensive line where there are offensive linemen stacked around. You don't just have free open spaces to go out there and run. He had some good reps along with some tough reps. Understandable. And again, understanding too, Corey, in drafting Fa'alele, you're drafting the potential. There's different prospects in different places and where you get them. So you get some prospects like Lucas ready to hit the ground running from day one. Other prospects might not be ready to hit the ground running day one, but might have where Lucas's upside goes here, Fa'alele's upside might go up here. So what's the risk you want to take on that for the potential of getting a star at the position? Michael Crow, Horace Chavez, good evening. It's an exciting time. So let's pick a Cooper. Go after Aaron Donald, possibly? Aaron O'Donnell? I don't know Aaron O'Donnell. Cooper is going to cost $20 million a year, and I don't think that makes him likely unless the Raiders just release him. I don't think Seattle's likely to go after him. And even if the Raiders released him, I think there'd be a lot of competition for his services. Corey says, Fa'alele is just big, which can work in college, not in the NFL. Yeah, he's a different type of big, though, right? It's more than, he's not just a 6-foot guy that's big. He's like 6'9" with 36-inch long arms. And it might not work. But there, as I said, the things that you're talking about didn't show up on college. Twitchy edge rushers didn't beat him right and left on college tape. And he wasn't playing out at Saskatchewan State or Toledo. He is in Minnesota, Big 12. So he's got to go through reasonably good competition there. It ain't the SEC, admittedly, on that, but that's still at least a good enough test of competition to lead me to believe that he's going to be able to work in this league. I don't think, again, there's a bust factor there, but there's also the boom factor. You got to acknowledge on the other side of it. A guy that big, that long, shouldn't move as well as he does move on the football field. And that's the thing about it, is when you watch the tape on him, he moves really well. Is he still a little bit of the Frankenstein lumbering thing? Yeah, but he's 6'9". Any guy at 6'9" is going to probably look a little bit like that. But does he also have aspects of him where he moves a lot better than most guys who'd be a 6'7", 6'8", 6'9"? Yeah, he does. And he's got incredible strength. Chase, sorry. I did that one. Corey says, yeah, he'd have to be technically sound in the NFL. I don't think he'd be that much of an improvement over Curhan. I'd rather get Abraham Lucas, just my opinion, of course. Well, I agree with you there, Corey. Abraham Lucas is a higher rated prospect for me than Fa'alele, but I do have a feeling that Lucas is going to get taken in the first round, whereas I think Fa'alele is going to be there and available for us in the second round. I think that there's a reason that Curhan went undrafted last year. I don't think that, to me, I think even as down as you are on Fa'alele, I think you would admit he's not an undrafted prospect, right? You're not that far off him, right? You're not like he shouldn't even be drafted, are you? I mean, I hope we're not that far apart on him. Whereas Curhan had a reason he was an undrafted player last year, and it wasn't off the field issues, if you know what I mean. Randall says, Josh Gordon, best Baylor player ever, was the 4.26 Baylor kid at corner. I don't know too much on him. I don't think he was, but I didn't do as much a deep dive on him as that. Hasn't Baylor had somebody else, Randall? I feel like they've had somebody that's done, like a defensive lineman or somebody that's done decent. Scott Nina says, which free safety is faster 40? Daxton Hill from Michigan comparing to Earl Thomas. I think Daxton Hill's, I'm still a guy who's not completely sold on Daxton Hill myself, but I look at his 40 time and I'm like, he's not that fast on the field. That's where, Randall, you were asking about the 40 times being monkeyed with a little bit, maybe. I feel like maybe they are a little bit this year, because Daxton Hills can't touch Earl Thomas on the speed as far as quickness and speed goes. Earl was a different gear compared to Daxton Hill. But Daxton Hill testing numbers look very close to Earl. Something's a little off on that. Mason Dale says, my somewhat realistic dream pick is Bernard Raymond falling to the second and us trading up for him. People are mocking him to the Bengals, but left tackle is not a need for them. Realistically, he feels like a Packer. Could be. Yeah, I could see him as a Packer. Seems like a good fit for him. They like those kind of guys that have those tools. They feel like they can work with them. I think Bengals probably would use anything they can get. Anything that can upgrade their line is going to bring it in. And Jackson Carmon, who I think he's going to be, I think, more of a right tackle long term. He could play left tackle, but I don't know. Charles, Rob's related to me. Rob Pennington's my brother, Charles. That's my blood. Corey Coleman, Abraham Lucas, and Cam Jurgens are great fits for the zone scheme. Had solid combine performances. Love Lucas. I got to look into Jurgens a little deeper. Corey, I haven't had a chance to check him out, but I love Lucas. If we can land him, that'd be awesome. He'd be great. Gordon was a supplemental draft pick, I believe he was. Yeah, I think they gave up a second-round pick for Gordon. The Browns did. Megan says, how much do we have to screw up? Oh, I meant spend this draft. So we have 6 picks. I believe you've got 2 in the 4th round, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And then you don't have a 5th rounder, I believe. Judah White's up, Brando. Fade looking good. Thank you, Judah. Appreciate it. Got to keep it tight for y'all, you know. Got to try to keep it tight so you got to doesn't look too crazy. My hair can grow out of control, so I'm just taking it down now. Taking it down. Megan says, beads and unknown booze. Save it until I get there, brother. Sounds good, Megan. Juno says, wanted to ask you about this for some time now. I remember you doing a stream where you were talking to us via Discord. I think it was mods only. I know Team 12s was there. Are you open to do it again? I am open to doing it again, Juno. The only thing that's happened with it when I've done it again, we got to do a call-in show again. So I should do it again. We'll probably do it a little differently this time because I think some people had a hard time getting through the Discord. Somebody didn't have Discord. So we'll probably just go through a StreamYard app. But I would like to do it again. Yeah, I think we should do a call-in show here again at some point. I just got to get it kind of on the docket with it. The only worry I had last time, like I was saying before too, is just that when I did the call-in before, it seemed like the viewer count went down to about 20 people in the chat. So we definitely lost a lot of folks when it went down there, which obviously is, if it does that, that's not what we like, not what we want on the channel. But I'm open to doing it again for sure. I'd like to do it again. We'll try to get something scheduled soon. Juno White says, also wanted to ask you where you have Drake Jackson, D'Angelo Malone, Dominic Robinson, and Sam Williams in your edge rankings. I've watched a little bit of D'Angelo Malone. He is a rolling ball of knives off the edge. Didn't test at the combine, so I didn't get as much. I really wanted to look at some of his combine scores because I'm not sure on him with some of the twitchiness elements I like to usually see out of my edge rusher, especially with him because I think he's a little lean. I've not taken a look at Dominic Robinson and Sam Williams quite yet. On my list to look at, just haven't had a chance to. Drake Jackson I looked at on Sunday, and I really liked his game. Really liked Drake Jackson's game. Let me get to my notes on him. So he posted pretty good combine scores, 36.5-inch vert, 10.7 broad jump, didn't do the 40, didn't do some of the short studdles. So he's going to save that all for his pro day. He's got that traditional defensive end body that it seems like the USC Trojans just churn out. Rasheem Greens and Everson Griffin. These guys just, they I don't know where they get them from down there in California, but they just find these guys that have that old mold of the defensive end body you look for. Your 6'4", 270 type guy. I look at him as a very complete player. I think he can play pretty close to equally well the run and the pass. As big as he is, he shouldn't be quite as explosive as he is, which I like. He's got great active hands. He's constantly tearing the offensive lineman's hands off of him. He doesn't really do it with, swim move or he's not going to give you a hump move or anything like that. He's just tearing and ripping the hands off, just literally just pulling them off of his body. But he does it fast. He's active. He's violent. He's explosive. Pretty good bend and dip again for his size too. Guys that big, that tall, shouldn't be able to kind of bend and dip like he is able to bip. It's not special, but it's good. Like his stunt game a lot. He really loads up off the outside and comes up up that A gap, just screaming. He's a problem in that respect. He's got no real, no weak. He's just, everything's kind of as his counters are kind of empty. No kind of real counter move, weak spin move, no swim moves. It's kind of, so a lot of lack of refinement there with him a bit. He is comfortable on either side of the line. He can both stand up or put his hand in the dirt. He was asked to do both of those at USC, and he showed an ability to be good in both of those two aspects of things. My bottom line on him is I look at him as a very talented player still figuring out how to use his natural skill. That means that there's upside there, but there is also the question of if you can tap into it. He's got to get better as a technician. He's got to refine his game. This is what you're going to basically say about all prospects coming out of the draft. But I think that this is especially true in his case, where the tools are there, but you've got a lot to kind of fix and wrap up and get right. And I don't know if that means you're going to get a lot of your returns instantaneously. And with just having coming off the Rasheem Green experiment of 4 years, a guy that was very similar to this guy in his tool set and what he was bringing and where he was in the stage of his game and needing to get those edges honed. Do you want to go back down that trail once again with him? I can't say that I wouldn't, though, because I still think he's a really good prospect. And, it's just because Rasheem Green didn't develop doesn't mean other guys couldn't who didn't have the good natural physical skill that both he and Drake Jackson possess. Coax05 says transfer portal has probably made the supplemental draft obsolete. It's a very good point. Very good point, and probably true. Randall says, I don't think Dez was a supplemental guy. He did get kicked out of Oklahoma State, but went late teens, early 20s, I think. Walsh was a supplemental guy. Yeah, I believe that's true. No, I know Dez definitely was a first-round pick. Randall says Okudah went top 5, I believe. Yep. I hated that pick. Okudah could be an okay player, but just to pick him where he was, you talk about a guy getting overrated for just the strangest of reasons. Scott Nina, Brando, what position would you pick first? Scott, are you saying like if I would pick first in the like the first pick of the draft or our first pick in the deal? I think in the first pick of the draft, I still think Aiden Hutchinson is the best player in the draft. I do still lean that direction. I know he didn't absolutely destroy it at the combine, but I think he's that guy, in my opinion. If you're talking about who I think we should pick with our first pick, anywhere of, I'd go with a couple of guys as far as options here. Is that Breece Hall, Perry and Winfrey, Linderbaum, Daniel Fa'alele, Abraham Lucas, Zion Johnson, if he lasts. Don't think he'll last. But if he does, Nicholas Petit-Frere of Ohio State would be, to me, an opening. Travis Jones, if he was to last in there, would be a guy I would take a look at. Boy, Mafi would be in there. Of those guys, if I had to pick one guy above that, I'd probably I think Breece Hall is the cleanest out of all those guys. You're talking about the one that gives us the returns, instant returns. Lucas, actually. I'd take Lucas out of all of them. Lucas would be my number one guy out of those slot of those guys. Randall says Sauce seems like a faster Sherman. He's got swag too. It's a great comparison, Randall. That's my pro comp for Sauce is Sherman. And Sherman ran like a 4.58 or something, 40 for a relatively slow 40 time versus Sauce running a 4.44, which, there's definitely a difference in these guys in the way these guys move. And he's every bit as long and tall as Richard was, as well as he's got that acumen in zone coverage, that ability to just kind of read things on the fly and read it real fluidly. So he might be a faster Sherman in that respect, Randall. He might be. I don't know if he's got quite the route recognition capabilities Sherman had, but if he does have that, he'll be a better player. Megan says, sorry, B, love our jerseys the way they are, but the 85 retro large in jersey of power rates too. Well, that's why they got to do the retros every year, Megan. It's got to be a must. Every year we should have retros. It sucks that we have to, I think we still got to wait another year, if I'm not mistaken. Atheist 4 because says, do you think the wide receivers are being overrated because of faster unofficial times? Olave went from an unofficial 4.26 to an official 4.39. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the unofficial time stuff, Atheist, and it's probably they're just trying to create headlines. I think with that type of stuff, they let it slip through so that it gets up onto Twitter and it's initially posted and it blows things up and it draws more excitement, more eyeballs to NFL and just gets more interest. The NFL's a master about generating that type of excitement around that type of stuff. And I think they do here. But it's annoying when you're trying to write these numbers down and keep track of them on prospects. And I've got my spreadsheets I'm putting together here, and it's like, come on, And I'm behind in the chat. Sorry, I'm behind in the chat, folks. We're going to be catching up here, but I do try to read everybody's comment in the chat, so please do bear with me. Randall says, Davis, the next Big Daddy Wilkinson? He might be. I mean, at least with Davis now, they've learned where the value shouldn't be the number 1 overall pick, but you're picking him in the 24, 25s. So at least that's okay value, but I don't know if he's going to give you anything as far as a pass rusher goes. Paydirt Sports Car, defensive back Lewis Sine is a guy I can see Pete wanting in the 3rd round or so. Maybe Paydirt. I see him more as a strong safety. So I think when I watched the tape on him, I saw him as a strong safety. That's his fit the next level, and that's not really a spot that we need right now. But he's a good player, fits to what's definitely Coach Carroll likes at the position. Randall says, who's the defensive tackle from Houston? He's a legit 6'6" guy, can play inside, outside, most likely defensive end in a 3-4. That would be Logan Hall that you were asking about there, Randall. Someone else was liking him quite a bit as well. And I like his game. He's a 2nd-round player for sure. I worry about a little bit of the tweener status from him. I'm worried about a little bit of what he's going to give you as a pass rusher at the next level. But he is a very good player. Very good player. Herbicide says, I wonder what the offer was for Russ from the Commanders. Probably 2 first-round picks, a 3rd-round pick, and LaRon Payne. That was probably the top end. Randall says, I remember Wilkinson being featured on Sports Illustrated. I thought he was going to be a beast. One of the first sub-5-second 40 guys of that size, like 95 or 96. That's right. That's right. Didn't he go to the Bengals, though, too? Some of that you have to wonder with some of those guys at that time. The Bengals were in real rough shape at that moment. You go to a bad franchise like that, sometimes that's going to set you behind. Randall says, would you trade Russ to Washington for 3 years of their first and 3rd round picks, plus Chase Young and Terry Tamarian? Probably be hard to turn that one down. That's a lot of capital. That's a lot of capital. Man, that's a lot. That's a lot. I don't think Washington would give up that amount, Randall, but that'd be hard for me to turn down. Megan says, Alele looks to me like a rugby forward. I still love him, but he should be playing for the Tongan national team for the All Blacks. He'd be a beast out there. You got any 6'9" guys out there, Megan? That'd be crazy to see that on a rugby field. Some 6'9" guy just throwing fools around. Randall says, surprising we haven't resigned any of our free agents yet or really heard of anything. I'm a little bit, Randall. Yeah, tiny bit. I think there's some tough negotiations there, specifically your Quandre, your Rashad Penny. I think they could find common ground with DJ Reed, but I don't think it's as easy a common ground with some of the other players, which might make it take a little bit more time. Amari Taylor, HawksNest, we should get Breece Hall. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. Headhunter, Brandon, you wouldn't take Amari Cooper when you were referring to free agent wide receivers? It kind of breaks down to cost here, Headhunter. In doing research on Amari, the word is that he would have a lot of suitors out on the open market if he were to reach the open market. Let's look beyond that, though. The Cowboys trade him. Well, if the Cowboys trade him, you're on the hook for $20 million of a base salary this year. I don't think Seattle can afford to pay $20 million base to Amari. Could they re-sign him to a new contract extension, get him down to a lower cap hit of that $8 to $10 million range that reportedly the Seahawks are looking to be in for a wide receiver? They could. But I do wonder as well if there is a market for Cooper, does that not push him up to the 15, 16 million per year mold? So does that put him in a place where he goes and signs a 3-year, $45 million deal? Do we have the room and space at that point to pay him? I mean, if I don't have 20, I really don't have 15 as well. I might have 10. I don't think I got 15, and I don't think I got 20. So there is, I think, a line here. That's where it probably would be for me. But I'd be interested in it, Headhunter. I wouldn't be opposed to Amari. She's got to be at the right cost. Amari Taylor says, I hope we trade up for Bryce Young. I like him. I need another year of film. Watch him. Randall says, unless I get an off-the-charts offer, I keep Russ. He has 2 years under contract, so he could be dealt the next offseason. Go all in on this year and see what happens. I'm in the same category. If I'm going to get undersold on the offers or people are going to try to take advantage of the situation, which has been my instinct on this, that teams have done this so far, being the Bears and even Washington, that if they're just trying to sort of pluck him at a reduced cost and get away with one, then I'm going to sit on him and call it a day with that. And we'll wait this out another year. I think Seattle's got a lot of leverage in this situation, and they don't necessarily have to be pushed one way or the other. So I'm with you. Unless somebody blows me away with an offer, I'm be like, you will remain. Randall says, Rams always deep on 3+ deep at wide receiver. They are. And it wouldn't surprise me in the least if the Rams go out and draft another wide receiver in this upcoming draft. They understand this is where the game is going. And you don't want to be where the game has been. You don't want to be guiding your team off of how teams won in 2014 and 2015. You want to be guiding your team off of how they win in 2023 and 2024. And that takes a little bit of forward thinking. And I think the forward thinking applied here is gathering up as many wide receivers as far as talent goes, not number of bodies, but as far as talent goes, equates out to helping you along, especially when you get into the playoffs. Especially when you seem to get in the playoffs and you can have those difference makers out there that can get open, get separation, where you can pick on a team's third best cornerback or their fourth best cornerback. Goax05 says, just trade a fourth for Brandon Cooks. Hey, it's done. Done. I call it a day on that, man. I'm with you with it. That sounds like a great route. Daniel says, I hear everyone keep referencing D. Hopkins' deal, but man, the Texans were the worst run NFL team at the time. That contract was like when Sugg got $18 million. Nowadays, that's normal, but is $27 normal for a wide receiver? It's an interesting question, Daniel. I think the one thing I would say first and foremost with that is how many wide receivers have been up for that market-breaking deal since Hopkins signed it. And it feels like there hasn't been that many. Feels like the guys kind of got paid who were paid, and then other guys have had to kind of wait during this time period to be that next guy up, being it Allen Robinson or Devontae Adams. They've been kind of waiting to be that next guy up in there. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter if a team makes a bad play on a player and pays a contract no one else will pay. Once the market is set, then that is what the players are going to want who feel that they're in that realm of player. I think Adams is going to want somewhere close to that $27 million, if not besting that offer. He's not going to want to go $6 million underneath it. Allen Robinson's not held in the same, I think, esteem as he was even 2 years ago necessarily, but I don't think he's quite at that realm either. He'll be a guy could maybe push for 20 maybe in a good scenario. But the other thing with this as well, Daniel, is that you go a couple of years forward, you're also having the inflation kick in, right? So when DeAndre Hopkins signed his deal and the cap was at 100 and whatever it was, $88 million or lower, now the cap's going to be up to 208 / going up further in the future. So the $27 million you sign a guy for now isn't dollars for dollars the $27 million you signed for DeAndre Hopkins 2 years ago. Brian O'Connor says there's a report that the Hawks are looking for a piece to pair a receiver with Lockett and DK. Makes a lot of sense, Brian. Something that I've been calling for on this channel quite a bit. As I've spoken about a lot on this show. Your receiving core is as only good as your third, fourth receivers. And if they aren't good, if you're trying to get by on the top heavy side of things, you will top out a little bit, you will top out because teams will take away those two other guys. They will force you at that point to make your third and fourth wide receiver beat them. And if they're not good enough to get open, not good enough to catch the ball, not good enough to do the things you need a receiver to do in those cases, you're going to end up falling short. Again, my mind just goes back to over and over again, that Green Bay Packer game, Malik Turner. We all sit there and lock in on the third down play where Russell's driving the team up the field. It's going to be a A legendary return to form for Russ. He's going to cement his status just once again here with a long drive up the field to beat Aaron Rodgers in his house. And everything's clicking. He's moving. Doom, doom, doom. Throw here, throw there. Ball going up the field. First down, second down, third down. Down to the third down, fourth down play here. Here we go. For all the marbles. Need it. Need this play. Got a route run called. Schottenheimer gets it called up. Turner breaks open on the play. Simple little 10, 12, 15-yard, little 12-yard in-cutting route. Russell puts it right there on his chest. Malik Turner drops it. Malik Turner drops it. Game over. Seahawks lose. Seahawks go home. Do we want to go home in any given season? Do we want our year ended at any given time by having to rely on a third wide receiver, fourth wide receiver to make a key important catch at the most dire point of the football game? I don't. But guess what? This is not a one-off, folks. Not a one-off. You got times like the second Rams game this year where we need a play. They're doubling up our guys. We have to throw to DJ Dallas. Or the Green Bay game this year in Green Bay, another non-PI call in that one where Penny Hart's deep down the field and you're throwing to him multiple times throughout that game. You know, these guys get targets. These guys get snaps. These guys play quite a bit of football. You need their production. Having just 1 and 2, it's not enough. This is the new NFL. Randall says, an interesting guy is DJ Shark, boomer bust because of injuries. Very much so, Randall. Very much so on that guy. That'd be a big question mark on that one. But a good player. First year and a half or so, I think, in the league. Megan says Eskridge's history of injuries are his fault. B, a little harsh, but can see your point about the investment the Hawks have put into him. I don't know if it's necessarily his fault with it, Megan. I mean, there are times I think with certain injuries you do lean back and go, are you doing everything to prep your body correctly to get yourself right to play? Some of that does go to that with the injury situation. Are you doing enough preventative stuff? Some of it could also be, Megan, that you're just injury prone. You just happen to get beat up. My thing is that it doesn't really matter whether it's a lack of training or whether you are just naturally injury prone. That's kind of irrelevant to me. The bottom line at that point is that you're an injury prone player. It's not going to solve itself going forward. We see this with a guy like Chris Carson, who has been injured every year of his career going back to high school, Megan. On his high school football team, he had a hard time playing because he couldn't stay healthy. All through his college career, had a hard time staying healthy. Now, every year of his pro career, he's been unhealthy, injured. So he's injury prone. I can't count on him. I can't rely on him. And if that's the case, it kind of doesn't matter how you get there. That's just the reality, and you got to operate from within it, which probably means you need to buy a little more insurance on that Eskridge stock. You know, some backup in case that basement floods. Herbicide, I don't want to pay big money for another wide receiver. Understandable, Herbicide. We do have bigger needs. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, thank you for saying hit the like button. Please do hit that like button if you like what you're listening to. It's good to see you in the chat, Jose. I hope you're doing well over there. Jose's been killing it on his channel lately, folks. Killing it. Randall, I got to consider the third wide receiver as a starter these days, just like the slot corner. Well said, Randall. Very well said. Washington Fist Quest coming to the $5 donation. Thank you, Washington Fist Quest. Says Bobby the Brain Heenan should always have to accompany Daniel Fa'alele to the ring. I mean field. That'd be awesome. The size difference, he looked like a little kind of like, have the little small midget looking guy next to him just coming on out, carrying the belt. Or in this case, I guess he'd be bringing the Paul Bunyan axe. Because Falele comes from Minnesota, so they got that. They get the axe there, but I love it, man. He should. He's comically large. If you guys look at him, you guys can Google some Daniel Falele shots. There's times where the coach like jumps up into his arms, and it's like he's holding a little toddler. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, Washington Fist Quest. Well said. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says Brando, Megan Gockroger thinks Pete Carroll is sexier than Swayze in Dirty Dancing. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know this whole thing is not straight, but tell her she's wrong. I'm going to say she's wrong as a straight guy. But I think she's wrong on this one. I think if I had Megan, I think if I had 50 ladies in this room, they would tell you that you might be a little off on that one. But Megan goes for that energy. She's less on the visual stuff. She just wants she's an energy lady. There's something about Carroll's energy. Emmett Brown says, I'd like Adam Humphries or Jarvis Landry as wide receiver options. I've always just really liked those dudes. Good players, Emmett. Both those two guys are really good, just gamer type wide receivers. You throw them the ball, they're going to catch it. I like Landry a lot too. He'd be a fun guy to watch. He's a fun wide receiver. Does a lot after the catch, hard to bring down, good hands, runs good routes. Hard not to like that guy. Hard not to. Randall, I just wonder why Brandon Cooks has been traded so many times. I think it's different reasons at different places, Randall. I do. I think I don't think there's just one reason and one reason only, but I'll tell you what, Randall, wherever he's gone, he's been productive. He's put up numbers wherever you take him. This guy's he might retire with damn near 13,000 yards for his career when it's all said and done. But I take him on my team. I think it's some of the trading's a little bit of circumstance with teams where they're offloading him, knowing they can get a first-round pick back and they have other bigger needs, or maybe they're not ready to contend. I think some of it also comes down to where his contract was at. For instance, with the Rams, why they moved him, because they needed to offload to try to create some cap space. So that drove it. Some of it was also the concussion situation, because he's got a little bit of a ticking time bomb with his brain, which one more bad concussion, and that might be all she wrote for our guy. John Robinson says, I like Desmond Ritter's upside. If he has a great work ethic, I could see him being really good. John, I've taken some heat for this, man. I've taken some heat for this. He's been basically my quarterback one. I've got him and Malik Willis are neck and neck, but I lean towards him as my quarterback one. I think he's the most pro-ready of any of the quarterbacks in this draft, and I think he has upside on top of it, which drives me towards thinking he's one of the best of the bunch. I'm glad he's growing on you too, man. I like him. Herbicide says, look at Blair. That dude's never healthy either. Yeah. It's some guys are just snake bit, and I feel for them. It's not that I'm definitely not empathetic towards their situation, but my empathy stops when my team has to take a step back in order to accommodate your injury situation. That's when I'll start to go, okay, look, you have a place on this team, but I'm not guaranteeing you a starter spot, and I'm not going to just not bring in competition to push you, because I don't know that I can count on you to be here. I'd love to have Blair as our free safety. Megan is our starting free safety this year. And then we don't have to go look at a free safety. And then we don't have to pay Quandre Diggs. But I can't do that because I don't know if he can remain healthy, because he's not been able to do so from day one since entering the building. ADS4, because what about Marquise Valdez-Scantling? He'll probably be in that lower range of $6-7 million a year. Always feels like he's underwhelmed a little bit with the Packers, and they never quite got into what they thought they were getting with him necessarily. But big play guy, certainly would fit that realm of being an improvement. He'd be an improvement over Swain. I'll tell you that, Atheist. John, they need to find a great tight end to target in our Rams offense. That would be helpful. O.J. Howard's out there, John. O.J. Let's go get O.J. Hold on one second. I'm going to get some more coffee, folks. Randall says, how about one of those wide receivers from the Giants? One of those kids came from LSU, Sterling Shepard. I do think it was Sterling Shepard came from LSU. Another guy that if you talk to Giants fans or hear them talk about Shepard, they've wanted him out of there for a while. Not a lot of love there for Sterling. He's definitely, to me, an underwhelming kind of guy. Just seems like another guy that's quite rounded it off. Again, and just like we were talking about with Marquez Valdez-Scantling, very similar players in that they're not similar type of players, but just similar that they have not tapped into that kind of potential of what I think the teams thought they were getting with those guys coming in. He doesn't do a lot for me. Just doesn't get me all that excited. Giants, I don't think they're going to get rid of Golladay. Galladay's going to remain there, and they got the other guy. I don't know if there's another receiver they've got that's freed up. Mason Dale says, can you explain what the broad jump shows teams? Because I have no clue how that translates in a game unlike the vert. It's an explosion score. So 3 cone gives you agility. 40 gives you speed. Vertical and the broad jump give you explosion scores. And when you look at the NFL, everything in the NFL is, of course, about explosion because you're from a stop state to a start state. So you're not slowly rolling into a starting phase. You need to be able to have a proficiency at going from stop to start and doing so at the quickest ability to do so. And when you have quickness, you can then translate the quickness to power, speed to power. So when you look at the vertical, that gives you one metric that goes, okay, he's got some explosiveness here. Wow, he went 38 inches. And then you go to the broad jump and you go, wow, he jumped 130 inches. I got a guy with some explosion, especially when I can match it up on tape and see that same type of thing. Again, with the combine, a lot of times what it's doing is confirming what you've seen on tape. Cole Strange looked really explosive on tape, looked really good in short area. It looked like he had some speed and quickness to him. His combine scores fit up and match up right with that. But as well, Mason, let's take this to a different opposite end of things. Let's say I have a wide receiver, and I have a wide receiver that is 5'10", and he runs a 4.5 40, which is an okay time for a receiver. You'd ideally like 4.4 and on up, but that's okay. We got him at 4.5 40. Not a big receiver, 4.5 40. Now I get over to his broad jump, and he only jumps 113 inches, under 10 feet. And then I go look at his vertical, and he jumps only 32 inches in his vertical. Now I got a guy that I know already naturally at 5'11", not the biggest catch radius. And though he's got the straight line speed to get up there and separate, I now know if he's in contested catch situations, he's not going to be able to leap and generate instant separation by jumping away from the defender. He's not going to have instantaneous quicks off the snap to be able to generate quick separation. I got to factor that into my scouting report a little bit more. So the broad jump's definitely an explosion score, and you take it in tandem with the vertical, and it confirms that explosion. If you have a guy with a good broad, but then not a good vertical, maybe there's a little bit more question there because you don't have both confirmations that you're kind of looking for. And again, these shouldn't drive you wholly. You shouldn't just be looking at these two stats and they're telling you everything about the player. You're looking at these two after you've looked at the tape of the player and putting them both together, aligning them both up so that they make complete sense as much as you can. It's obviously not an exact science when we're talking about this, but you can do it in general terms if you don't try to get too exact with it. John says, since we found out last year was sort of a transition year to our version of McVay's offense, are we going to have more timing-based routes and on-script throws in our offense? I'm hoping so, John. I'm hoping so. I think it remains a question mark until we really see it. It's ideally, yes. But it took them a long time to fully embrace it last year. I think with the firing of Solari and the elevating of Dickerson to the offensive line coach, and Carroll talking a little bit about how the best things they did in the run game last year were brought by McVay and Dickerson, maybe there's a little bit of an acknowledgement of the best things they did offensively speaking last year was what was brought by Waldron, and that maybe they need to do more leaning into that. I hope so, but I don't know for certain until I see it, John. It's all kind of talk until we truly see it go down. And it says, good wide receiver class in free agents. Why the hell do we want to trade for one? Trenches, you dumbass front office. Well, I mean, the wide receiver market's good at the top. I don't know if it's good once you get past the first three or four guys, and those 3 or 4 guys are out of the price range of what Seattle's going to be able to swing on this, Emmett. I don't think they're looking at $15 million on up. So that does take out the Robinsons, the Adams, the Mike Williams, and does start to pare down that list. I think even the Christian Kirk would be pulled off that board at that point. So it does get a little bit leaner if you take those top guys off the board of the wide receivers as far as who's really available at that point. There are upgrades there. You could get them. But there might be a better upgrade via a trade, a guy that's a better guy versus what you're getting. You know, if I told you last year, you've got the option of Will Fuller, Jamison Crowder, T.Y. Hilton, Juju Smith-Schuster, Emmanuel Sanders, A.J. Green, Keenan Cole, Sammy Watkins, Zach Pascal, Albert Wilson, or Zay Jones, or you can go trade for Odell Beckham. Well, I think Odell Beckham's and I'm not thinking Odell Beckham's amazing, okay, but I think he's on a different level than those guys. So maybe you can go make that trade, Emmett, for the different level guy instead of doing the free agent side of it. Herbert says, I like Coach, just don't think he should be coaching our team or picking our draft picks. Laughing out loud. Mason, well, you completely just changed my mind on the David Moore comment. I do still think his chemistry with Russ is to some use, and he also gives us another guy who can do the fly sweep stuff. I don't disagree with you on David Moore being better than some of the receivers we've had here recently. He's better than Malik Turner. He's better than Swain. He's better than Penny Hart, in my opinion. But is he enough? Is he enough of an upgrade beyond those points? And not quite enough for me. But I'm glad I bring you this side of it. And this is something, Mason, for me, is like with a lot of opinions, you end up getting, you go over time and watch stuff, and in the immediacy you watch stuff. And I look at our receiving room in recent years. I see that he didn't wear down this year, but Lockett has a tendency to wear down. I see that DK Metcalf was fighting through a foot injury this year, and we've been lucky enough to have him through all 3 years injury-free, basically. But there's also a little bit of maybe we're a little bit due for something to come down that track. Maybe we need to build in a little bit of that insurance policy and count on it happening a little bit so that we aren't blindsided when it does, and then driven by a scarcity of options, whereas right now it's not scarce. There's a multitude of different ways you could go and not necessarily have to pay the highest of prices to do so. But appreciate it, man. Wayne Wilson, would you like the idea of getting Saquon and Juju this offseason? I think we're looking for a wide receiver like Juju, and Saquon is a better fit than Carson. Penny is most likely gone. Saquon would probably be a better fit for this offense than Carson. I agree with you there. Juju doesn't do a lot for me as a wide receiver. His production fell off a cliff when he didn't have Antonio Brown taking the double teams away and letting him run free on number 2 cornerbacks all day. So I'm a little bit down on him. Saquon would cost you $10 million off the cap. That's quite a bit to pay for a running back. What's going to be the cost as far as the draft pick compensation for a guy like Saquon? Because I'm not giving more than a 4th rounder for him, and even that I struggle with. He's a boomer bust runner. He's not a guy that's going to get you consistently 5, 6, 7 yards. It's like 2 yards, 1 yard, -2 yards, 43 yards. That's what his line's going to look like when you bring in Saquon. They're both interesting players. I'm not opposed to either, but neither as well would draw a whole lot of excitement out of me on the other side of it. Randall says, I think David Moore is closer to Swain than he is a difference maker. I'd be okay with Aguilar if the Pats cut him. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. That's about the assessment I'd have on it too. I don't know if I like Aguilar as much, but yeah, he's pretty close. He's a bit better than Swain, but they are close. Emmett, man, I swear we're always trying to copy other teams' strategy, but it changes almost every year. We used to be the team others copied. We have no direction. Agreed. There's not a lot of teams copying what we're doing right now. That's for sure, Emmett. That's for sure. We're chasing tail just a little bit. But at least we're changing, Emmett. At least it's not staying the same, hopefully. Brian O'Connor, what do you think of Cole Strange for center? Cole is good. Let me bring up my scouting report on him. So Cole is a guy that does jump off the tape. He's got a patented move where he angles around the defender and he pitches himself between the man and the ball carrier. So he uses his movement abilities to really put himself in between him and the ball carrier really well. I like that about him. Very similar to last year, Creed Humphrey in that realm of being able to be a good shield blocker. He can't anchor down like Creed could anchor down, but he can certainly bounce around a little bit and get between when he needs to get between. I call him a shield blocker who can move well in space. He's at his best moving laterally off the snap to help in a double team. He's got good, active, light feet. The feet and swivelly hips means he doesn't need much power or bull strength to accomplish his block. He can really get bulldozed by defensive linemen in zero technique and one-on-one. Pass blocking especially is hit and miss in this realm. He is excellent as a zone blocker with an understanding for timing in zone and how to accomplish 2 responsibilities in one play. Though he can move in space, he often doesn't do a whole lot when he arrives at the second level or as a puller. So he's quick, he'll get out to the spot, but sometimes he's just going to completely whiff on his block at the second level. The tenacity you would like to see is slightly missing. At the Senior Bowl week, he was a mixed bag, sometimes looking rock solid, sometimes getting absolutely smoked. You can't teach mobility, so that part I like about him. And you look at his combine scores, he flashed really well with 31 reps on the bench, ran a respectable 5 flat 40, basically 28-inch vert, 7.443 cone, and a 4.5 shuttle, which are good times for a center. So he's got the mobility they're going to look for in the position. I like him quite a bit. Got to say, I'm not a fan of picking in the second or third round with Cole. I like Cole a whole lot more in the fourth round. But Seattle he is the type of player that they would in prior years go up higher and take much higher than other teams have allotted just because they like him so much. Herbicide says, I'm shocked we're going to keep Carson. I share your shock, Herbicide, and I think it's one of the initial misses out the gate here for the front office to begin things this offseason. I think they'll look back on that decision if they keep Carson as one that they should not have done. John, man, I don't want to waste a draft pick trading for a wide receiver when we could get one in the draft for so cheap or for agency. Will Fuller, Juju, Crowder, Kirk, OBJ, DJ Shark, Gallup, Valdez, Scantling are free agents. Well, again, let's go through this list a little bit here, John. We don't know with OBJ if he's going to be a free agent. The Rams are trying to renegotiate with him there, and he's got the ACL that he just sustained in the Super Bowl. How much is he going to be ready to play next year, really, at the end of the day? I think Kirk's going to cost more than we're going to want to pay. I think there's questions with all the rest of those guys. Gallup's, I think, is going to get paid by Dallas. Part of the reason that they're cutting Amari Cooper is they can re-sign Michael Gallup to a contract extension. So if that's the case, he's off the board. A little bit like what I'm saying. The free agent class looks initially at first blush like it's deep, but you got to look a little bit deeper into what's happening there. Number one, guys are going to be paid at the top 4 or 5 guys are going to be paid way too much more significantly than we're willing to be paid. So they're off your board. You got to remove them. So now you're into tier 2 of the wide receivers in free agency. And the question does come, John, if you get, like I just gave in that spectrum, here's these guys you can have. Here's now a guy that's proven and really good and definitely a separator or a difference maker from these guys. If this guy was on this list, you'd want him first and foremost. Is that worth trading for? You know, if we're talking about, John, a 4th round pick for Brandon Cooks over that list that you provided right there, I'll flip the 4th round pick for Brandon Cooks all day long and have no problems in doing so. Or a player like that. Herbicide says, I'm out later. Everybody have a good one, Herbicide. James Black, if you draft a wide receiver, that's giving up a draft pick for a wide receiver too. There you go. Emmett Brown, I'd hate to go wide receiver high again, but I love me some Alec Pierce. Oh, Emmett, I'm with you on it, man. He's one of my low-key favorite receivers in this draft. I loved his tape, and then I was kind of blown away that he did as well as he did at the Combine. He's one of my real big risers on the board. You could make an argument to me in this year's draft, especially this year's draft, that Pierce could be a first-round pick. Have a good night, Megan. Oh, you're saying it to Herbicide. Megan's still here. All right, we're good. Bayard Sports Cards just looked at Brandon Cook's contract, and we could be on the hook for only $9.5 million in 2022. He's right in that money spot, isn't he, Bayard? That $9.5 million is right in that money spot of you're only on the hook for a 1-year deal. DK's first-year cap hit would be low on a contract extension, about $11.5 million. Tyler's still at, I think, only about $12 million as far as his cap hit next year, and then you get $9.5 million. You can fit that in. That's a feasible situation for the positional group, especially for the value it carries on the team. Like I've always say about free safety or linebacker versus defensive ends or linemen, there's different positional values. And right now, wide receiver is a high positional value on your football team. It's something that you should make a priority of putting more assets into than you maybe put into other positions. But inlet, I'd be cool with Christian Watson at 41. I would too. I think he's going to go. Where do I got Watson right now? Have I not looked at? I haven't looked at Christian Watson yet. He's on my list. That's right. I was thinking of somebody else. I think of Christian Harris. I got to look. He's on my list. Haven't had a chance. Boy, he did really good at the Combine, bud. He did real good at the Combine. Atheist 4, because would you be interested in taking a chance on John Mechie with his injury? Kind of depends on what we're talking about, Atheist. If you're talking about 4th round, yeah. If we're talking about 3rd round, no. But 4th round, yeah. It's a good player. John, Sam Darnold, Brian Burns, and 3 firsts for Russ, and Carolina eats half of the 5th-year option, and you get him for $9 million. I don't know if I could go that route with it, John. I couldn't. To me, it's like Darnold's almost more of a negative to that deal than anything else, even if they ate half of his money. I like Burns a lot. He's awesome. The three first would be okay, but I don't know. Megan says, can a player refuse the franchise tag B? And if so, what would happen if they did? The player can theoretically sit out a year, Megan. I believe Le'Veon Bell was a recent guy that did that, where they had the franchise tag on him and he decided to sit out a season. Now, what happens is you don't get paid the franchise tag. So it counts on the books to the team. The team gets the money back at the end of the year. But if you don't sign it, you don't get paid. You come back the next year, the team could put the franchise tag right back on you the next year. Or they could say, you've been sitting out of your football. We don't care what you do at this point. Go kick rocks, like the Steelers kind of did with Le'Veon Bell. This is how it basically plays out. So what I'm basically saying, Megan, is every player is going to end up signing their franchise tag one way or another. There's only been basically one player who's never signed it before. They'll do it begrudgingly sometimes. Sometimes they're going to force a trade, but one way or another, usually it does get signed. Peter says, Jarvis Landry would cost us $14.8 million in 2022. I'd rather have Brandon Cooks for $9.5. Well said. Well said. That's better. I'm probably with you. Probably better value. Probably better value there. Emmett says, the first 2 days of free agency will gauge whether I'll be positive this offseason or pissed. Emmett, me along with you. This is the first initial marker for us to know if this team's really going to go for it or if they're going to make the same mistakes of recent past. And as they've been making these mistakes for years on end now, if they do it once again in free agency, I'm going to be right along with you, pulling my hair out, screaming bloody murder, face red as hell. John says, I don't understand how a 6-foot white boy from Eastern Washington who runs a 4.6 40 is the best wide receiver in the league. Makes me think I could have been a beast. Short area quickness, John. Short area quickness. It's one of the underrated traits where that's something that the 40 times not necessarily measuring is your ability, agility, and short area burst to move in space, which is something that Cup is very special in. Atheist 4, because if Kenny Pickett is there for you in the second round, would you want him in case Wilson forces his way out at some point? No, he's got baby hands. I'm joking. I look, the baby hand thing gets spoken a little bit with Kenny Pickett, but not in the respect of how it would relate to Seattle. Yes, I understand that a guy like Desmond Ritter's got the biggest hands in this draft, and he has like 18 more fumbles in his career than Kenny Pickett does. Who played in Pittsburgh, open air there. I do think there's a little bit of a difference between playing with small hands in a cold stadium versus playing with small hands in a windy, wet stadium. I think that the small hands, what I'm saying is essentially I think small hands especially affects quarterbacks in the wet conditions that Pickett would be playing in here a considerable amount. I already think he also as well has some questions about arm strength, which doesn't help if you're in a little bit of a windy stadium at times. So I would not want to draft under any circumstances Kenny Pickett. Even in the third round, I wouldn't take Kenny Pickett. Brian O'Connor, Abraham Lucas, you take him in the second or third round, and free agent starts March 16th. Tampering is the 14th. Okay, there we go. 16th, we'll be live here then. I take him in the second round, Brian. I think he's going to go in the first round, though. I think some team's going to fall in love with him. John says, what the hell is their plan with Eskridge if you can't simply be a gadget guy when you wasted a second round pick? Short to medium route running specialist with yak ability? I guess. I mean, he can be a bubble screen, fly sweep, crosser guy, John. You know, he'll run like 4 routes for the team, I guess, is how they'll look at him. And I mean, it's not, if you've got it, this is a little bit of what drives John to the need, in my opinion, to get the 4th wide receiver. It doesn't have to be necessarily a black mark on Eskridge. It's just that you have a very specified role for Eskridge at that point. You're a little worried about Eskridge's injury situation at that point. So that means you need the 4th guy, but it doesn't mean that he can't be an important part of the puzzle. Just means that he can't be a guy that you can ride a huge amount of carries or load upon. Doesn't help, I know, from your standpoint, looking back at the second round pick, certainly doesn't endear us to that pick at that point one more reason why I say, John, more should have been in that, in my opinion, third, fourth round mold. I know the Rams would have picked him behind us if we didn't take Eskridge. I get that. Just because the Rams were going to make a mistake at the position doesn't mean we should have as well. The Rams went out and took Poo-Poo Atwell after that pick too. That hasn't worked out well either, has it? He really should have been probably a late third, early fourth round pick because he is such a specialized guy in his skill set. Does it really good. He's a great fly sweep guy, great bubble screen guy, great guy in space of the ball. But there's too many question marks with his game to have him being picked in the second round. Megan says, if Penny goes, how much cap space will we have? It doesn't affect our cap space, Megan, with him staying or going because of the fact that he was a free agent. So we're not cutting him. It's not relieving us of cap space. He's already off the books as far as the current cap space is concerned. Atheist for because the Ridley news was pretty crazy. Pretty nuts. It's pretty insane. That's big risk on his part to take for something that didn't have to happen. These guys are very well aware they're not supposed to gamble on the sport. Atheist says deleting teams off of social media is also a good negotiating tactic. It is. It does help. It can push things along. Emmett says Penny can go enjoy other teams' medical tents. Scott Nina, Brandon, any Richard Shermans this draft? Wide receiver turned cornerbacks. How about you and I, wide receiver Isaiah Weston, 6'4", 210, 442? I've just gotten through kind of the first 4 rounds of receivers at this point, Scott, so I'll be getting into the later realms of wide receiver in this draft. Haven't gotten there quite yet, but every day I'm churning through draft prospects. It does take me a little bit more time to get through prospects because I'm not just looking at highlight film, but I'm trying to look at a couple of games to get an assessment on a player. So I will take a look at Isaiah Weston. I haven't seen any Richard Shermans of the cornerbacks in the, let's say, second or third rounds, really. The two guys that I think that you could look at that maybe stand out to me that are interesting are Tyreek Woolen, who would be more of your maybe second, third round guy, who's got a little bit of that Sherman build to him. But then the closest comparison is obviously Ahmad Sauce Gardner. I mean, he is a Sherman clone in his body style and his type of play. He looks very much like Sherman, like a little bit of a faster Sherman. So he'd be the closest in this particular draft. Brian O'Connor says Rashad Penny deleted and scrubbed his account, but he left all the Seahawks stuff on there. And the report that I read said there's nothing to worry about with that. Okay, that's good. Still would like to see Rashad come back. What's up, Chris Gow? Good to see you, buddy. Emmett, for what is supposed to be a terrible draft, I sure do love a ton of the prospects this year. I'm glad you're where I'm at on this, Emmett. One of the narratives of this draft that I've been trying to kind of poke at a little bit is that this draft is a weak draft. I have not bought it at any point in given time on this, Emmett. I think people get caught up on the top end and they look for the stars. And if the stars aren't there, then the whole rest of the draft must be weak. But, as you and I well know, sometimes those stars do come up out of other tiers of the draft. And I think the tier 2 of this draft is a really deep one, a really good one. If we could get another pick in the second or third round of this draft, that'd be awesome. Because I think you get a couple of starters in this draft in that place if you pick right, if you pick correctly. But I'm kind of low key liking this draft a bit, Emmett. I don't understand why it's been talked down so much. I understand it's the people want the star quotient. I get it. You want the guys that are clean prospects. There's no questions on. But sometimes it's funner to watch the guys that are a little harder to see. John Robinson, really, Malik comp as McNair is more of a old Tavares Jackson than Air McNair. John's got Tavares Jackson as the Malik comp, like a more mobile, more mobile Tavares Jackson, John, something like that. Sean Proper, Rashad Penny's picture was taken a few days ago wearing a Seahawks jacket. That's good. It's good to hear. Atheist for because Falele has some amazingly quick feet for his size. That's where I stand on an atheist. People get harping on this slow feet thing. He might have slow feet, but he's got fast feet for his size. And then when you account that into his build being he is so tall and he's so long, he's got like 36 long inch arms. And those long arms are going to help him do the move that I call my patented move of the bouncer kicking him out, kicking the guy out the club. And what this is you get the guy rounding the arc, and he's a twitchy guy, okay? And so this is the guy that's going to give Falele the worst of worst problems. This twitchy guy. Look out for the twitchy guy, Daniel. He's going to just run right past you. But the problem is the guy's got to run past this man mountain, and then once he even gets past the mountain at the edge of the arc, Falele's simply just got to turn his body sideways, take the go-go gadget arm, use his momentum against him, and then send him right out the back door of the pocket like you're kicking him out the club. And that's what Falele does. That's one of his patented moves, and it's going to transition into the next level. He's just so big and so long and so strong and quick enough feet for his size, he doesn't have to mirror in pass protection like a guy would if he was 6'3" or 6'4". It's not as required of him having those benefits to his game. John says, but come on, Penny, you can't turn it on the last 6 months of your contract and hope to get paid. Very true. John says, I think Falele is a bad fit for Russ. He fits more pocket-style quarterbacks who set shallow pockets and get rid of the ball quick. Russ needs guys who can operate in space and win in scramble drills. That's a good point. Good point. I also think of injury when you are as big as Falele. Is his comp like Phil Lodeholt? Well, John, there's definitely not a lot of guys at his size that have played in the sport, this big. So it's harder to find, I guess, a comp from that standpoint of things. Yeah, I guess. What about maybe the original Orlando Brown? Not the junior, but the original. But I guess that would be somewhat near. Consumer 114, hey Brando, can you explain what this franchise is doing if they don't want to pay Wilson $45 million? Why aren't they trading him? This place is in a state of limbo. Trade Wilson, get a bucket load, and they are interested in Matt Corral as a quarterback. Well, I think that here's where we go from. Let's start with this point of it, consumer. The Seattle Seahawks as an organization have a general rule of thumb. It's not hardened. It's not absolutely put in concrete, but it's pretty hard and fast. And that is that they are not going to renegotiate with a player when they have more than 1 year remaining on their deal. Russell Wilson has 2 years remaining on his deal. So from the franchise's standpoint, they're not in a position to feel like they have to sign him to a new contract, nor should they, frankly. By signing him to a new contract, that means that you're going to have to then pay him bonus money, right? Which means that then you're going to still be on the hook for the prior bonus money of the previous contract, and then you're going to be on bonus money for the next contract, and then you still got the base salary to pay on top of that. And since we know this is Russell Wilson who doesn't take any discounts, you're going to be paying a boatload of money to get that done. So I think from Seattle's standpoint, consumer, they're just doing what they've done over the course of this front office's history here, which is there are certain players that they will make exceptions on, but I don't think you make it on an exception on a player who's already signed 2 monster contracts here with this team, has been paid probably close to $200 million in salary. I don't think you make that exception at that point, nor do you feel like you have to. Why should they feel like they have to make that decision now just because he's wanting to see it made in that way? And I don't know what bucket load. I mean, I hope you get a bucket load of picks, but you mentioned Matt Corral. Matt Corral is quite a fall off from Russell Wilson. You're going from Russell to Matt Corral. That's not just a cliff. That's a Mariana Trench fall to the abyss going in that different route. A team is not going to compete with Matt Corral at quarterback going forward. So it's a lot to decide to go do if you're going to take that route. And if they've got the leverage to hold on to him, why should they move? Why should they change? Paul Third says, sorry I'm late, halfway through a Hawk tattoo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bud Lindlet, I'd be really sad if we lose Penny. Me too, man. Just as we're getting him going, Bud. Just as he's getting rolling. Consumer says, soak it up with a rookie quarterback for 4 years. Yeah, I don't think Coral's that good, consumer. I think you're going to end up really deficient at the quarterback position, and then you're going to end up not competing for the next 4 years if you take that track. As well as I don't think they're not in a roster situation of rebuilding at this point. They're in a roster situation of going for it. And if you're going to go for it, then you're probably not offloading your most vital asset. Charles Riley, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. Says, imagine Megan Gock-Roger knew something about NFL football. At what point would her love for Pete Carroll steer you away from her advice? I can't hate on that. I do nothing but respect folks who that appreciate players or have an affinity for players, because that's football. That's watching these sports. That's part of the enjoyment of it, is that the personalities, the people, you learn all about them, and you watch them on the field and you live and die with them a little bit. So I can't hate her on that. I can't hate that. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says 50 ladies for Swayze means I don't have to share. And this is a problem because you got me there, Megan. You got me there. I can't argue with that stone cold logic. I can't argue with that. Jackson Shore, hey, Brando, sorry I'm late. My baby pug had his eardrum removed today, so I went home to be with my mom during this time. Oh, that's tough. I'm sorry about that. That sounds tough. That sounds painful. Hope you're doing okay, man. It's good to see you, though. Paul there says it's killing getting this tattoo over my right knee right now. Well, that's the pain that you put in as a fan, man. That makes you a true fan, Paul. True fan on that. We got to get a shot of that in the Discord or something, Paul. All right, get a picture of that tat when it's done. John Robinson said, who's that D lineman that ran a 4.37? There's a defensive lineman that ran a 4.37? I didn't see that. I don't think so. Let me check. Oh, Amari Barno. I haven't watched the tape on him, John, but I'll check him out. That's pretty fast. John says, I think Tyquan Thornton is like a taller J.J. Nelson. It is intriguing that he's 6'3", and if he stays in the weight room and stays on his craft, he could be scary. He could be, John. I'm a little worried with those Baylor wide receivers, and boy, is he skinny. And on contested catch situations, he gets jostled really easily. The corner starts to beat him up, like some of these corners in this draft that are the moment of truth, bullies. He runs into one of those guys like a Kai or Elam. And there's not a lot he can do. He's going to get shut down because he's just not strong enough. So he ran a real limited route tree in Baylor as well. But he's fast, and he does have some skill. Jackson, I was surprised that Kenyon Green was struggling with his combine drills. Liked his tape, but I don't know. Me too. He was at one point my favorite left guard in this draft. He has slid to my number 2 left guard in this draft. I still think he's a good player, and it's not encouraging to see him struggling in the drills, but I still think he'll be pretty good in this league when he gets to the next level. He can play. Jackson says, thoughts on the rumor of us trying to sign a wide receiver in the $8 to $10 million range? Well, the rumor I've heard on this, Jackson, is we're going to try to trade for a guy in that range, not try to sign a guy necessarily in that range. And I'd be more, I think, in favor of trading, because I think you'll get a better player via trade versus signing, in my opinion. I think we're going to be picking over the leftovers, your Will Fuller types, as opposed to getting a guy who could really be a player for us via trade. But I'm glad to hear it, Jackson. We need to get better at our wide receiver room. Jackson Shore, my guy Trent McDuffie killed the combine. So proud of him. Dude's a beast. He did well. Short arms, though, Jackson. Short arms. I think that's going to push him into the second round now. People are going to have some wonders about that. There's only 4 corners in this league that are starting out on the outside that have under 30-inch arms. It is an issue. Jackson Shore, do you have anything on Luke Fortner, the center from Kentucky? I liked what I saw, but I don't know if he's a scheme fit. I liked what I saw on him on the tape as well, Jackson, but the combine scores are basically going to remove him. They're going to want a mobile center at the position. He did not show any kind of speed or quickness there, which he's just more of, to your point, is he a scheme fit? I think he's more of a man-on-man blocking guy. I don't think he's a guy you can go out and zone up. I just think he'll be better in that realm. Life and Sports Talk. Are these Chandler Jones rumors talks with Seattle true? I've not seen any rumors on it, Life and Sports Talk with Jake. So I think it's a bit of a Question mark. We're reaching the part where we're into the tampering period. So if the tampering period is officially like, let's say the 14th, that means it's been going on already right now. It's not like these teams aren't already talking with each other, with the players' agents. It was already going down at the combine and onwards. So if there is talks, they're happening. It's going on. It wouldn't surprise me if they brought in the Chandler Jones, especially as that being the bedrock of changes. They start to maybe transition to more of a 3-4 looks this year, which would be exciting. I have questions with Chandler, but I can't doubt the fact that he'd be an upgrade. Megan says several of the front row of the All Blacks are between 6'6" and freaking huge. Oh, that's awesome. I got to watch me some rugby, Megan. It's been a while. I got to go back and check some of that out. I always enjoy watching rugby. Jackson, looks like Major League Opening Day could be on May 6th. Oh, come on. This stinks. I got to get it together. Come on. Don't cancel the year. Brandon, Brandon, the Hawks should draft Valele, 6'9", 380 frame, and let him be a beast at defensive tackle. Just let him go two-way. Who's going to block that guy? Who's going to move that guy? Who's going to move 400 pounds of human being? I'd like to see that. I like your idea, man. It's inventive. Or how about at fullback, Scott? You know how sometimes they'll put a defensive lineman at fullback? You imagine him lined up at fullback, give him the rock from the 1 yard. You tell me he couldn't just fall forward and get a touchdown? Randall says, sign me up for Chandler. Nice. Randall says, I'm going to bed as well. Well, have a good night, Randall. Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you. Consumer says, the smart play is to trade Russ this year. I don't know if it is. Consumer. I think you could definitely take advantage of a weak draft market. Maybe there's a team willing to offer you the sun, moon, and stars, but let me counter to this on Consumer. We've not heard yet any team on the record that we know for sure is offering 3 first-round picks plus. So if you have some team out there that's not offering the boatload right now, if the top-end deal you can get is like 2 first-round picks and a second and a player, and it's not enough, do you still make that trade just because? I don't think you do. I think you only make the trade if you are operating from the standpoint of truly getting the returns you want to get, and you know Russell doesn't want to be here. But remember this part of it too on this, Consumer. This isn't just happening in a vacuum of you can move Russell Wilson to anywhere in the NFL. There's about 7 players in the NFL who have a no-trade clause. Russell Wilson happens to be one of them. That absolutely impacts and makes it very hard to move a player at that point, because not only do you need to find a fit for the team, you need to find a fit for the player, and you need to get appropriate draft compensation. It's a lot of moving parts to have to pull forward that may be just too many. Jackson Shore, my guy Sam Howell looked good. I know he has flaws, but I just see a star in him. I'm sticking with my guy. Well, fair enough, Jackson. Fair enough. And he's got some good qualities to his game. I've been meaning to get back, and he'll be a guy I'll double back to before the draft, Jackson. I'm just deep in getting through all the guys on the initial list, so to speak. But I will get back and take a look at him. Cynics Easter says, do you think we need one more good wide receiver? I do. I think you've got to upgrade past. It's the key is in upgrading past Freddie Swain and Penny Hart. 2 guys between the combination of them who got a lot of snaps last year. You've got to upgrade past that. I do think we've got to find something. This is the new NFL, Easter. The new NFL is that you need to have better than just 2 top-end guys. Jackson, interested to see what our first move is. I believe that it'll tell us what direction we're going in. Yeah, especially if we dip into the first wave of free agency or not. If the team dips into the first wave of free agency, you know they're going to be aggressive. You know they're going to go for it. You know they're all in. If the team waits, does nothing, starts signing some of these lower-end deals on one-year deals, we know they're going to do more of what they've done in recent history. Jackson, people tried to discredit Devontae because he has Rodgers, but you can see his footwork and his route running. You can see how good he really is. Yeah, I think Devontae Adams is a great receiver. Is he the best receiver in the sport? I don't know. Might be. But Rodgers had a lot of good receivers through there who have put a lot of good production to great production up. Nobody who's put quite the same production of Devontae Adams. So he separated himself from the rest of the pack of a good pack, of a Jordy Nelson, a Greg Jennings. There's some guys who've come through that have been pretty good receivers, but he has been the best of the bunch of that, and he's put up some mind-boggling stats. So no, he's good, and his footwork and route running Two things that are not as easy for people to see, Jackson, because they sometimes can't see the receiver running off the screen, and so they just see him wide open, and they go, well, he got open and Rodgers hit him. But he's a guy who absolutely gets separation time and time again with just great footwork, great route running, the combination of both. Chris Gal, thoughts on Ridley? There's no excuses from his standpoint of things. I have less patience for guys that do this type of stuff. You know, you only have to not bet on football for your 12-year career when you're making multi-millions of dollars, then you can go bet on it till your heart's content. I don't know how that's a hard thing not to avoid. These guys are educated in training camp. They're educated in college. They have FBI guys come to them in college and give speeches on the betting and gambling stuff and how illegal it is. Bup. So to me, at that point in time, you're sort of taking stupid pills by doing that. And if you get suspended for a year, don't be stupid. You do stupid stuff, things happen to you. And I think he did something that was moronic, and he's paying the price for it now. Just dumb. But I don't have any problem with the punishment doled out. You can't gamble on football. It's not hard. Jackson says, I'm still not over that Malik Turner drop. He got a pass from the fans. Hope not. Me still hate him. I don't hate him. I just want to know. I just want to learn our lessons. Like I said, this offseason's my theme this offseason is learn your lessons. Learn your lessons. Recent history, you've seen your wide receiver room get a little thinned out as the year goes along. Not have enough talent at the top end past the top two couple of guys, and it is to a degree held you back at times as a team, especially offensively speaking. As well as let's not forget, we do need more receivers who fit more into this scheme of what Waldron wants to do. He does want more of those 6-foot wide receivers that can block, which we don't exactly have. I know Swain's technically 6 foot, but I don't know that he can block all that well or do much of what you need to do in this offense. Keegan Jack, Penny deleted all of his Seahawks picks off Insta. It looks like he did some kind of clearing, but people are saying not to make anything of it, Keegan. So I don't think it necessarily means anything quite yet. Jackson, Ahmad Sauce Gardner, my gosh, what a beast at corner. Sucks he's not going to be a Seahawk. Yeah, we're not getting a chance at him. He's going to be picked top 10. 100%. Jackson says, did you see that troll post about us franchise tagging Penny? Laughing out loud. People really believe that. Yeah, you guys, there's a guy on Twitter, and he's been trolling people for about the last 9 months on Twitter. About the last 9 months on Twitter, Seahawks Twitter. And he goes by a reporter's name, and then the last name he changes to some bread signia. So there's been there's been everything else. And you've got to pay attention to the name on it because he's really good. He gets the profile picture up there. He really puts some work into it. But you've got to catch it because he's going to throw you off the path. And he had people on Twitter biting today that Seahawks were going to franchise tag Rashad Penny. Almost got me, but then I've learned to grow to look for it. He got me once. Never again. Jackson Shore, who gets cut, Homer or Dallas or both? The likely one would be Homer because he's going to carry a little bit more salary this year, going into, I think, his 4th year now or something like that. So he's going to be paid a little bit more. He's not going to be on that cheap seventh round deal that you had him on anymore. It's now going to be a couple $1 million. And I don't think Seattle's going to want to spend a couple $1 million for what Travis Homer brings to the table. So probably he's the likely one. Signess Easter says, what good wide receiver do you think we could get around the $8 to $9, $10 million range? Well, obviously Juju Smith-Schuster, Will Fuller, T.Y. Hilton, those type of guys are on the open market that would fit somewhere in that range. Hilton would be cheaper. Those other guys would probably be a hair cheaper than that. As far as trade goes, a guy like Brandon Cooks is a guy that we've been talking a lot about. Maybe a Christian Kirk if his value got pushed down a bit, but I don't think that we think that's going to happen. Kind of somewhere in that neighborhood. I think the receiver market's a lot lighter than we kind of think too with the number of free agents that are there. Daniel W. says, some of these players are so entitled. Penny is mad Seahawks aren't giving him the contract he wanted. Be thankful we stuck with you through all your garbage 3 prior seasons and rehabilitated you, etc. Well, I definitely, the media scrubbing thing, the social media scrubbing thing is a very petty move on the part of these players to do it. And it's the driving negotiations, to me, it's a passive aggressive thing that's just dumb. I don't get it, but I don't get a lot of the ego stuff in the modern sports athlete. I show my age with it. I've become a little bit of a get off my lawn guy with this stuff where it's increasingly with the players and their ego and their brand and all this stuff. My eyes just keep rolling. And it's a team sport at the end of the day. Let us not forget that. There's 53 guys on a roster, another 16 guys on a practice squad. But I think some of that sometimes gets lost. And I can't blame guys trying to get everything that they want to get. It's a short career. I get that part of it. But the way you go about it sometimes can be a little bit maddening. Emmett Brown, I'm not happy about us being so active for wide receivers since that's our best position on the team as far as talent. Not deep by any means. I see our depth or starters being pretty poor all over the roster. There's a lot of work to be done here, Emmett. I will say when you got 45 million, 50 million to spend on up, that it just takes a willingness to squeeze as many contracts in the books as you can. And one of the reasons that we haven't, I think in our minds, been as aware of how many guys you could get in under the books with that type of money is the team has been handing out 1-year deals constantly. 1 and 2 year deals here, 1 2 years deals there. And that means that you use up any cap space you have, like 2019, where you had $50 million in cap space, suddenly gets eaten up by all these contracts that have been given out. And I think that's the place they could avoid this year if they go to more now 3 and 4 year deals, right? Less of the we're going to constantly try to just go 1 year deals. And let me remind you guys, I want to break this down for you guys really quick. We had over $50 million to spend from 2020 offseason. $50 million. You spent $9.3 million on Jaron Reed, $6.9 million on Greg Olsen, $5.9 million on Bruce Irvin, $3.5 million on BJ Finney, $3.5 million on Brandon Shell, $3.4 million on Quentin Dunbar, $3.3 million on Jacob Hollister, $3 million on Benson Mayowa, $3 million on Carlos Hyde, $2.5 million on Mike Iupati, $2.2 million on Cedric Abuhi, $2.1 million on Brandon Jackson, $2 million on David Moore, and $1 million for Geno Smith. That's how you spent $50 million in 2020. Let's hope they understand that's not going to work. That didn't work. That was not a success. That was a failure. But it's about Emmett stacking the contracts, putting the 3 and 4 year deals out there so that you can take the first year hit, lower it down as far as possible, and massage the numbers out as far as the bonus goes for 4 years. That's the pathway to me. Jackson Shore, not going to lie, it was a little disappointed with Thibodeau's combine. Didn't really impress me, but I'm probably wrong. No, there's a lot of people that are unimpressed with him right now, especially with the attitude department of things a little bit. Bird Gang 31, what's up, my guy? What's up, Bird Gang? Good to see you. Sector 7 has been celebrating 6 months, as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you, Sector 7, for doing that. I'm working on my next article from a Hawks Nest members here, so I'll have that out hopefully here in just a couple of days, but I do appreciate you being on board for 6 months. Says, I really hope Eskridge shows something next season. I do too, Sector 7. I don't want to see him fail. I want to see him do well. I just want to also make sure we have some insurance in case this goes down the realm of him being a little bit broken, a little bit of maybe damaged goods out the gate, just to a small degree. I still have hope for him. He did show some stuff in certain flashes at times for us last year. He's got an element to his game he brings that we don't have with any other wide receivers on this roster. But he's got to tap into it now. Got to find the tap. Got to tap into that keg. Got to tap that keg. Washington Fist Quest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fist Quest. I appreciate you. It says, I'll be in the lookout for Brandon Grain. Sounds good. Brandon Grain. Okay. Jackson says, can you imagine if we wanted to draft a wide receiver, took Creed, and then we drafted Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round? Oh, looking back, that would have been sweet. Oh, it would have been awesome. And I loved Amon St. Brown coming out. I really liked his game at USC. he would have been interesting. There would have been a lot better way to go, man. A lot better way to go. Though we may have something in Trey Brown. We never know with him. I'm still trying to get the Brandon grain on that Washavis question. You have to explain that one to me. Drunk Squidder, they have Kadarius Toney. He's solid. Yeah, he's good. Kadarius is going to be a good player. Jackson, do you think Saquon can eventually live up to his hype, or is he done? I think he can be an okay wide receiver in this league. Obviously, when you get a multitude of lower leg injuries, you do start to wonder, when is that going to add up on a guy? How long can he really last with those injuries, and is he more injury prone going forward? Because running backs don't tend to get healthier as they get older. But he had a lot of special traits to his game as far as quickness and speed goes, ability to break tackles and bust off big runs. Saquon there's a reason he was picked as high as he was. Should never have been taken top 5, but certainly was a high-end first-round back. And there are not a lot of those guys that come down the track in recent drafts. That being said, hard to say if he's going to tap into what he could have been. I still do go back to the fact that he's more of a boomer-bust runner, which I don't love the boomer-bust runners. Sean Alexander was a boomer-bust runner. Good running back. But a lot of the, nothing. Oh, here's a 50-yard play. What is the effectiveness on an offense that's reliant on moving the chains with a running back of that type? Doesn't seem like those two things kind of go together exactly. But he still might be okay. Megan says, do coaches and scouts know ahead of time what they'll see at the combine, or is it when they see the players there, it's the first time they lay eyes on them? No, Megan, a lot of these scouts during the season go into the stadium and watch the players in person that they've been looking at and prepping. They're a full couple of years out on these guys. So they've oftentimes had the scouts out there watching them, been looking at them pretty closely. Certainly it'll be the first time they maybe meet with them personally and have those interviews and talk with them and get a feel for who they are. But no, they've had a chance to at least have initial look at them and what they are as a player. Emma Brown says, I don't get the Drake London allure. He gives max effort in trying to get yak, but I don't see special in his game. I don't get Olave either. I'm a little bit with you on both those, Mehmet, for the most part. I do think Drake gives you a really good possession receiver at the next level. And that's not, I guess, as easy to get excited about because it's not trailblazing speed. It's not big playability. It's a little boring a little bit. I've got him as kind of a Michael Thomas type myself with Drake London. I think he's kind of in that realm of things. I think that his contested catchability will translate to the next level because it's so good and he's got such a wide catch radius. But I can get where you're coming from on that one. Olave, I'm not as big on Olave as other people are either. I think that the 40 he ran, he doesn't exactly run that on the football field. Good receiver, little undersized, little slight of build. I'm with you on doesn't do a ton for me with Olave. I don't hate him. Don't hate him on it, but just doesn't do much for me either on that. Go Hawks Alive. Brandon Cooks, do it plays in the slot and outside, won't cost much. Do it now. Yep, he can play inside out. Agreed. Get him. Do it. Get him. Jackson, I have to drive back to UW campus, so I don't miss class. Oh, I hate driving at night, but had to help my mom. It was worth it. Well, it's good you being there for your mom. Moms need her sons from time to time. So, Go Hawks Alive says the rumors are true. Here's my free agency plan: re-sign Brown, cut Jackson, sign Laken Tomlinson and Ben Jones, then sign Hassan Reddick, re-sign Reed, trade a fourth and maybe a future third for Cooks. I like your plan. Solid all the way down. Solid. We got a lot of Brandon Cooks love here. Patriot Sports Card with it. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, folks? It kind of seems almost a little bit of a no-brainer choice. And you can get the Texans to give him up. Jackson, I would only take Saquon if the Giants agree to pay half his salary. Probably means you're going to have to come with a third-round pick at that point to make that happen. That might be a bit much for me, knowing I only Jackson get Saquon then on a one-year deal unless I'm willing to franchise him next year, which I probably don't want to do. Charles, David Moore was the Seahawks, right? He made incredible catches like Paul Richardson. Yep, very similar players, right, Charles, where they were guys that would give you the highlight reel catches, but you were sometimes left wanting for the consistency. Why so much just you go off in one game and then you disappear for 3 games? But that was a little bit of what Moore gave you a bit as far as a player. But he made some great catches. Go Hawks 05, or let's get Zarius Smith when he gets cut. It's possible. He's a good player. Micah YT, we should honestly draft someone from our state. How about Abraham Lucas, Micah? How about Abraham Lucas? John says David Moore has no upside. We know exactly what he is. Agreed. Megan says, not getting reading that quick, B. Laughing out loud. I just want to make sure I was saying good night if you left, because I don't want to. Sometimes I'm behind the chat. I'm going to get a chance to say goodbye. Good night. Jackson Shore. All right. I got to go back to college. Hate driving at night. Well. Later, Brandon. Have a good night, Jackson. Drive safe. Drive slow. Go Oxo 5. Let's make Cooks happen. I've been on this since last offseason. Me with him, me with you on that Go Oxo 5. I was saying let's do a trade deadline deal for him. Let's go do it. It's worth the risk. The squeeze is worth the juice. John Robinson says, who's your sleepers in this draft? Some sleepers for you. You want some sleepers in this draft? I haven't gotten to the later round guys as much, John, because I've just been getting through the initial upend list of basically your top 4 guys. So these would be steals as far as top four round picks going, being that you're going to see these guys selected in a round, but they're better players than where they're being selected. I think Kirby Joseph at free safety is going to be selected maybe in the second round, but I think he's a first round player. So I'll be on later shows, John, where I'll be able to give you the late round guys who are the diamond in the roughs much better than where they're going to be falling in the 5th or 6th round. But Kirby Joseph's one of those guys. Let me look at a couple of these guys on my list here. I think Jalen Armour Davis is a guy that could be a good player as a sleeper. JoJo Doman is a guy that is a real versatile, unique player. Could play some Sam linebacker and he could play some slot for you. Could be a real interesting player in that realm of things. I do think Cole Strange would be one of your diamonds in the rough guys, one of the guys you could pick that is really good. I like the game of what I saw out of. Let's see. I'm looking here. I like Cade Otton. He's a guy that jumps out to me. Ed Ingram is an underrated left guard out of LSU that I like a lot. Running back wise, how about, let me give you 3 names. Pierre Strong, Tyler Batty, and Abram Smith. I like those 3 guys as kind of diamond in the rough type running backs. But admittedly, John, I'm just getting into that layer of where you're talking about. I haven't had a lot of eyeballs to that yet. Watch your fist quest. Do you think we seriously are trying to re-sign Quandre? Even if we do, I don't know how we keep Bobby even on a restructure. My inclination on this is no, Washington Fist Quest, and my theory behind this is that if you wanted to really give Quandre Diggs a contract extension, you would a contract extension. See what I did there? If you were going to do that, you would have done that last off season when he had earned it. Or you would have done it midway through this year when he had earned it, when you're still sitting on $11 million of cap space. The fact they're waiting till this deep of an hour to truly try to negotiate a contract would lead me to believe that they're not being truly serious, at least if it's to really put him and pay him at market rate, which I just don't think they can do. That's my guess on it. I could be made wrong on it, but that's just my guess. I still think as well, Bobby's going to get restructured, but I do think it's the better way to go on this would be just to release him outright and save the totality of $16.6 million. John Robinson, I love how Pete said they've been arrogant. He's paying all the right lip service and seemingly giving up power on offense and defense. This is what we talked about, Brando. Only way we wanted Pete. Yeah. That's agreed, John. This is what we wanted of Pete. It was always and Pete has never shown a willingness to move off of anything in the last 6 years. So this was a little bit of us building our opinion and what we wanted to see happen based on what we were seeing out of Pete, is that he was being immobile. He was not being innovative anymore. He was just trying the same old thing that was broken and wasn't working and showing no willingness to move off of that. Well, the last year, he's finally moving off of it. I think it's been slapped enough in his face that he just can't deny it anymore. I think that's part of the reason. But whatever it took him to get here, fine. He's here. I'm happy by it. I'm satisfied by that. That's all I wanted to see is the change. Because as we've said with this, John, and as you agree, I know on this, you can change these things. It's not that this is broken beyond all repair. This ain't FUBAR. It's that you've got to be willing to change. You've got to understand it's necessitated here, that you've been broken in your approach prior. He's at least saying all the right things. We will see, John, though, if this is all talk or if there's some walk involved to this. GoOxo5 looks like Von Miller's heading back to Denver. What a stroke for Denver. And sure, LA gets a fraudulent Super Bowl, but Denver gets a second and a third for half a season of Von. I tell you, it's not as good a deal for Denver in retrospect in that respect, though, GoOx, right? Because you're getting the last pick of each of those rounds. So really, it's like they got a third and fourth round pick for Von Miller as opposed to a second and third, kind of. It's a little bit more like that, which isn't as debilitating for the Rams in retrospect, especially getting the Super Bowl title. But good for amazing deal for the Broncos. Awesome deal for them. And if they end up making a move for Aaron Rodgers, don't think that draft capital won't help them in throwing that on top of the pot, putting a couple cherries on that pie to get the deal done. GoOxo5, I believe the signing news comes out on the first day of illegal tampering, so I think we'll start hearing things Monday. Agreed. Kirk Stemmer, without extending Wilson and or DK or cutting Bobby, I don't see how the Seahawks make a big free agent signing. It's possible, Kirk. You might be onto something with that. I do think that Bobby's going to be restructured one way or another. But it's possible. It's possible that they are sitting on a good amount of money right now, even outside of Bobby's deal, but they have a lot of work to do, which is probably what your point is within that. And it's a valid point. There is a lot of work to do. You need a couple running backs. You need a left tackle, a center. You need, you probably, if you get rid of Bobby, you're going to need a will linebacker. You need a free safety. You need a couple of cornerbacks. You probably need a slot cornerback. It's valid from that standpoint. But I do think they're going to create some more cap space, Kirk. Emmett Brown, and remember too, Kirk, on top of that, you can just buy 4 guys you also can cut and get rid of that are likely to be cut. Jason Myers, Benson Mayowa, LJ Collier, Chris Carson. You could create another $10 million by releasing those guys in addition to that. Emmett says, if we got Travis Kelce, I'll kill myself. If Carson is our starter next year, I'll kill myself. If Posick is our center next year, yep, rest in peace, Emmett. Oh, that's funny. Washington Visquest with another $2 donation says Brandon Grain because of the bread pun troll guy. I got it. Wow, Washington Visquest. I'm sorry. I was a little slow on that one, man. My bad. I should have gotten where you're going with that. Okay. That's good. I like it. Jeff Ryan's with a $10 donation. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you, my guy. Says, been busy as of late, Brandon. Here's some money for your channel, and I hope all is well in your world. It just started snowing again tonight. We were almost out of the cold. Oh, well. Take care and go Hawks. Well, thank you, Jeff, for the $10 donation, my main man out there in Montana. And that's sad to hear, man. We had a nice, beautiful day here in Spokane, 54 degrees. It was warm. Had the T-shirt on, no jacket. But if you guys are getting it, then that means that we're probably going to get it down here as well. And it's been getting cold at night still. So, batten down the hatches. I still do think, Jeff, we're in for an early spring this year. I think we're getting an early spring, which would be a beautiful thing. So let's hope it's just maybe a little bluster you're getting tonight. Just a little Passover. Charles Riley, thank you for the $5 donation, man. All your donations. You are amazing, brother. Always amazing. Says, I think these super chats from wankers will do a lot for Brandon's interviews in the future. Can't hurt, but help. Western Corbett, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I feel deflated by what Carroll said about the old line during his press conference. Any silver linings said about the old line? I mean, I was more encouraged by what he was saying, Weston, than I was discouraged, because he was I felt like he was owning his mistakes. It certainly is it's deflating when you hear him say, we finally made these changes. I've been wanting to see these changes made for a long time. When I hear him say that, I go, what? Huh? You're the one running this. What do you mean you've been wanting to see these for a long time? You could make these changes whenever you wanted. What do you mean waiting a long time? But when he takes a bit of a humble pie approach and says, we've been a little bit arrogant about what we've been doing, that we've just been doing the same thing and thinking that we could just run it out there like we always run it out there, and we can't do that. I do take that as an encouraging sign, because it's hard to eat your own mistakes. I can attest to this. I always want to be right on this channel. I always want to be right on players. I want to be right on my scouting evaluation. I want to be right on my predictions. And that can lead me to emotionally getting emotionally married to what I want to see happen, as opposed to just taking the information in, understanding what the best approach is, and then adjusting your approach from there. That's the hard thing to do. So Carroll, at least admitting to that. Well, does it drive change, Weston? Is it going to make him to realize where he's gone wrong and where he can fix it? I don't know about that. But you got to start from someplace, and the starting place is to admit there's a problem. Admit that there's things that need to be fixed. And he is doing that. At least on the surface of things, he is doing that, which they have not been doing in the past, Weston. If you look at recent press conferences that he's given at the Combine, it's not been, we're not doing this well enough. We're not doing that well enough. It's a lot of excuse making. It's a lot of, well, injuries this year. Well, things just didn't break right in our favor here. If we just ball went this way and ball went that way, then we're 11-5 and who knows what happens, blah, blah, blah. It's a lot of that. So that's a difference from what we've seen in prior years. Chase Stern with a $5 donation. Thank you, Chase. Appreciate you. Says, are you concerned about Cooks' injury history? Yeah, it's a little concerning on the face of it. What you have to understand, I think, a little bit of this is that if I'm going to go get a guy that is that little bit, not pure difference maker, not superstar at the wide receiver, but a better upgrade than what you got currently with your number 3, 4, 5 guys there. If I'm going to do that, I might be able to get a talented guy, but there's going to be some question marks with him. It might be an Antonio Brown type where there's question marks off the field, or it might be medical questions, as is the case with Brandon Cooks. And while it is concerning, while it's a ticking time bomb, it would not dissuade me when I look at the situation and understand it's a 1-year, $10 million contract. I can get out from it at any point in time. It's not going to cost me a considerable amount of draft compensation to pull him in over here, theoretically. So that makes it worth the risk, worth the chance that it happens at that point for me too, Chase. As well as remember, you're not having him come in here to be the number 1 wide receiver. You're not having him come in here to be the number 2 wide receiver. You're not even really having him come in here to be really a 3rd wide receiver. You're going to have him mix that 3rd wide receiver duties with Eskridge. He'll get his share of snaps, but maybe that you can mitigate a little bit of those injury concerns because he's not having as much mileage put on the body at this point in time. Thank you for all the donations, folks. You're very kind. Very kind. Megan says, I'm seriously thinking of getting the 12s flag. 12 has a tat on my left shoulder, but may still need surgery, so I'm waiting. Might be getting it for my 50th birthday. That's awesome, Megan. I can't get a tattoo on my body. I'm just not brave enough. Emmett says, here's a fun or depressing exercise. What 3rd or 4th round prospect do you think we'd reach on with our first pick? I'll guess Jake Ferguson. I actually like him, but hate him in the round 2. I'm the same with you on that one with Jake. I think he's a 4th round guy, and did I have Jake in the 4th round? I'm just double checking where I had him. Yeah, that was about the right spot for me with Jake. I think I got him maybe even in a 3rd there. Yeah, I got him up. Maybe I got him up a little high on that list, but I liked him a lot. Who could we take in the 2nd round that would be a guy that would annoy? Well, the Cole Strange one to me jumps out. Emmett, they like Cole Strange. That would be a huge, huge, monstrous jump. The Channing Tindall, a will linebacker out of Georgia, a rotational will linebacker out of Georgia that you take in the 2nd round, I think that would be a gross overstep. Who else? Fedarian Mathis, Emmett. Oh, I don't like Fedarian's game at all. I really don't. That would be one. Charles says, Megan, I do appreciate the super chats, Charles. TD says, Amari Barno has the Clowney vibe. Oh, TD, you're getting me excited. He's on my list, so I'm going to be checking him out. And you run a 4.37 40 as a defensive end. That's going to make everybody scramble back to the tape. Megan says, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how much of a say Sean Desai will have in the draft, given what it took to get him to Seattle. Well, they definitely had to give up a little bit of wiggle room on that, didn't they, Megan, to bring him aboard? So hopefully he has that effect of being a different voice in that room and guiding Carroll away from those prospects that are reaches / not good fits for what the team needs. Scott Nina says Jordan Davis can be a fullback as well. I love it, Scott. Yeah, hell yeah. Give me 350 coming downhill. Nobody's getting in the way of that. You're going to see a lot of business decisions made at the goal line with a guy that big. I love it. Megan says, who put the no trade clause on Russ? Team himself? The team would never want to insert a no trade clause in on a player because it removes flexibility for them, Megan. So it was Team Russ that put the no trade clause in. Washington Visquest, have you watched any of Cade Otton, UW tight end for the last 4 years? I lived in Tumwater when he played high school ball there. Big deal around these parts. Washington Visquest, I have indeed taken a look at Cade Otton, and I'm very much encouraged by what I see on him on tape. He is got good size. He does everything really good, not great, but really good. Good release off the line of scrimmage, good hands, good route running, subtle route running that you like to have in tight ends at times where they can just feel space, feel open areas and turn into them a little bit. He's got that. He catches the ball out away from his body very well. He can high point a ball. Relatively good athleticism. He's not going to set any land speed records at the tight end position. If he'd run the 40, he's probably going to run a 40 in the 4.7 range or so. It'll be right where he is. I've got him as kind of like a poor man's Travis Kelce. Nowhere near Travis Kelce. Not as athletic, not as fast, but kind of in that everything he does everything really well, including even good after the catch. So if you get him in for me, the 4th round, that's about the right value for him. 2nd, 3rd round will probably be a little bit high at this point where he stands. But if you get him 3rd or 4th round, he'd be a good player. I like him a lot, though. I do. Patriot Sports Cars. Brandon, what do you think of Ohio tackle Rasheed Walker? Rasheed Walker is this year's Trey Smith. And looked at Trey Smith's game back out of Tennessee last year, set up at most of it at left tackle, and you go, I don't know here. I don't know if this guy loves the game. I don't know if he's really tenacious every snap. And as an offensive lineman, you've got to have some tenaciousness too. You can't just be going through the motions out there, leaning on physical skill and ability. That's not going to get it done at the NFL level. Rasheed Walker has some snaps where he looks like one of the best tackles in this draft, and he absolutely just destroys guys. He also looks like a little bit of a head case at times when he's humping players on the field after pancaking them. That's a weird look for me. I don't know what to make of that. He did one where he pancaked a guy and he started doing this swimming move while he's laying on top of the guy's body after he's blocked him. What are you doing? Too many snaps from him from my standpoint where he's like a kid that's like daydreaming in class, where it's just the guys will get by him because he just doesn't look engaged. So when it's on, it's on. When it's not, it's not. Are you going to be able to engage as a team? Are you going to be able to light that fire under his ass? I don't know. I certainly don't want to be the team to take that risk. He's got the skill. He's got the ability, though. Got the size. Got things you look for physically. Jose Luis Sahagun says, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, Ridley. That's right. And he knows better. These guys know better. They're told not to do this stuff. It's not like what? I can't, huh? I didn't know I couldn't bet. I thought I could bet on games. I can't bet on games. Yeah, no. You know better. They know better. Brandon Cook sure knows this offense. He'd be able to hit the ground running. That's another part why I like to gravitate towards. He's kind of he ticks a lot of boxes why he makes sense. But he can do everything you need in this offense. He can be inside, outside. He knows the playbook backwards and forwards from his time with the Rams. Be a good fit. Washington Visquest says, Ridley only bet $1,500. I could bet that much. Well, if you're in Washington, we can't bet in Washington, can we? Unless you go to the casino. Emmett Brown says, Walker is like my Thibodeau of running backs. I love his tape when he's motivated, but I always don't see it. Both are special players, but not exactly trustworthy. I can't get there with him on Walker, Emmett. He's one of those, there are the prospects in every draft, I've got to admit, Emmett, that here's a prospect that'll be picked in the first 60 picks, and I just don't get it. I don't get it, what I'm supposed to see on tape with them, and I know it's where I'm trying to acknowledge on this, Emmett, is I know I'm missing something that I shouldn't, but that they're good players. Walker is that guy for me, where I watch his tape and he does everything good, but I don't know if everything good on a running back is going to be worthy of an early second-round pick at the NFL level versus maybe another position where you could maybe make a little bit of that acknowledgement. Again, he's not a bad player. I just wish I could wrap my head a little bit around on liking him as much as some other people really like him. Boy, Mafi's another guy like that, where I like Mafi's game, but top of the second round, I don't know if I'm there with him yet. but maybe I should be. Megan says, saw that on Twitter, B, and was like, franchise penny, sure. Yeah, it's those bread names that you got to look out for. Jans Peters. I'm a student in Cincinnati, and I've watched Sauce Gardner play since my freshman year. It breaks my heart that we could have drafted him this year if we didn't trade Jamal and kept the 10th pick. It is heartbreaking on that, Jans, because he would have been in your wheelhouse. Carroll would have been falling to sleep at night with dreams of Gardner and Sherman being interchangeable. I've got my next Sherman here now. I got my Sherman here now. They would have jumped all over that, I think, at that pick, potentially. They might have also looked at offensive line, but I think that would have been the one that would have been that or Hamilton. If Hamilton does slide, he probably could have been the pick there at 10 as well that they would have looked at. He probably would have been over even Gardner, but Gardner would have been awesome here. He would have been a pure fit for this scheme and what we've done, at least historically speaking. Don Tate says, can an NFL team really compete giving 25% of their total team salary to one player? For example, Rodgers with Green Bay. Historically speaking, the answer on this has been pretty succinct, Don. There's been no, well, if you do this, yeah, if you do that, well, if you do this. And it's been pretty succinct. That is, if you're going to pay your any player, it's a quarterback, let's call it that, it's a quarterback. You put any quarterback over 15% of your salary cap, you're not going to win a Super Bowl. And I do believe that Matt Stafford this year was still under that 15% metric when you factor in they weren't on the hook for any bonus money, but just his base salary. So I believe he was below that 15% amount. Now, there's been players who've gotten close, but in 30 years of data, nobody has been over 15%. And the one guy that was up at 15%, Don, was Tom Brady. There's not a lot of track record of giving this significant portion of a cap and being successful in that approach. And the data is stark. It really is stark. It's not enough to push me away from Russell, but it is enough to make me understand if they went in a different direction as to where the logic and reason was being applied within it. Washington Visquez says, if we got Falele, him and Forsythe could be the towers of power. Yeah, that's right. There'd be some monsters out on the outside, Washington Visquez, I'll tell you that. The two pillars, Jacques and Boheme. What is it, Jacques Boez? I can't say the Freemason towers, whatever they call them. Seahawks Gaming says, why are we in the market for a wide receiver? Because you are only as good as your weaker wide receivers in your room. Having number one and number two guys does not equate out to having a successful wide receiver room. We had production from DK, we had production from Tyler Lockett, but we didn't have a lot from our third, fourth, or fifth wide receivers. And when you don't have that, teams that can then go and double up your number one and number two wide receivers, take them away, and you don't have anything to fall back on, which is exactly Seahawks Gaming what happened last season. You had last year two of the top six most double-teamed wide receivers in the entire sport resided on your team, Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. Metcalf was 1% off of Devontae Adams as far as the percentage of times he was double-teamed. So if that's the case, then maybe as a team you want to transition this offseason to finding a guy that's can be a more of a difference maker there as that third, fourth, fifth option. And while Eskridge is great, Eskridge has a lot of questions to him. Questions about where he is in his game, questions about his health, questions about what his role will be as a wide receiver, if he can run the full route tree, if he can do all the things you need a wide receiver to do. And I think they're valid questions. Jans Peter says, what's your thoughts on Kobe Bryant, cornerback from Cincinnati? I did look at Mr. Bryant. Let me bring up his tape. Let me bring up my notes on him. Kobe Bryant, his patented move is what I call his explosive lateral movement. There's outside of speed, quickness, explosive lateral movement for a cornerback is as good a thing as you could want to see. I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get to see him at the combine test out with the 3-cone and the shuttle, because it could have confirmed some of this explosive lateral movement that you see on tape. But the ability to go side to side really quickly, as well as going forward fast really quickly is helpful for cornerbacks, great for cornerbacks. He's a bouncy, athletic cornerback who excels at dislodging the ball at the moment of truth. So he's one of these guys like Kyer Elam in this draft, Jance, where they're not guys that are real trackers of the football. They're going to stay close to the man, wait for the ball to come in, and then once the ball's there in the hands, they're going to get real physical with the receiver and try to knock the ball up out of their hand at that point. It's not horrendous. There's some corners that this way. This is how you get moved to corner in the first place, is you can't always catch or track the ball naturally. But it is a little bit of his game and the way he plays it. He did mainly play in zone, in a lot of cover 3 at that, which is fit to what Seattle does historically. I like that. I think his speed's okay. He ran a 4.55 40 at the combine, which again, for a zone-based corner is not a death knell. If you were being a man-based corner running a 4.55, that's going to be a little bit tougher on you. He's average as a tackler. He's very good at staying in his cover 3 responsibility, which is to stay on top of the receivers. He doesn't give up the big plays, which is a necessity here. He does sometimes the annoying thing within this cover 3 scheme, though, that I've seen with corners, guys like Shaquille Griffin here, where he'll stay clean up over the top, but he does give up a lot of stuff underneath, and he will give up the short routes. He stays assignment correct, but he's going to give up, over the course of the game, 5 catches for a minimum of 45, 55 yards on just free and easy stuff that he's just allowing. What else I have here on him? He'll come up and make a tackle when this happens, so he is good in that realm. He's willing to come up there, and he's not going to let a guy get more yards after they make the catch. He's never far from the receiver, but he does give up his share of completions. While he is awesome side to side and back to front, he's not quite as twitchy. So I've got him sitting at a 4th round prospect status right now myself on him, Jance, but he would be a fit for our scheme. I like him. He fits our model for what we look for in cornerbacks. Emmett says the other Baylor running backs tape is fun as hell to watch. Tyquan Thornton, lightning jitterbug. Abram Smith, Emmett, very fun to watch. Great feet. Great active feet through the hole, clears through garbage really well. Enough of a gear to get into the second level and open it up a little bit. Runs hard, runs strong, falls forward. First tackler never gets him down, Emmett. I like Abrams' tape quite a bit as well. Part of why, Emmett, I do say you pick your running backs to your 4th and 7th round, because that's where these guys are going to fall in that running back territory. You shouldn't have to pick up in the high 1st or 2nd round, because you can find guys fairly close in talent deeper into that draft, and quite a few of them. And he's definitely fast, Tyquan, Emmett. He's not just a track guy. He's fast on the field as well. Very slight of build, though. I will say that. He's a little slight of build for me. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles, for all you do, brother. Says it was fun in the service of Brando. At Megan Gok Roger is from Australia, like Russ wants to stay in Seattle. A little shade at Australia. At the land and end. Charles, another $5 donation says, Brando, at Megan Gok Roger says we can't coexist. Do you want me or a person who says they are in Australia? Oh, we got to make our peace. We make our peace, folks. We make our peace. There's room for all of us. Plenty of space. Plenty of space. Scott Nina, Brandon, off topic. Any chance of Mark Few to replace Mike Hopkins at UW basketball coach? I would think not, Scott, because I would think that Mark's gotten a lot of different offers at a lot of other bigger programs for a lot more money, and if he was going to move prior to this, he would have moved. I think that keeps him probably in Gonzaga. I think he feels comfortable here. He feels like I know he's beloved here. I can speak to that personally, being out here, so they like him here. I don't think you're going to probably bring him over, though, for those reasons. Seahawks 82, are you in Spokane? I am in Spokane. That is where I'm currently residing, yes. Weston Corbett, I meant what Carroll said about trying to keep the O-line. Sorry. Oh, no worries, Weston. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I do think there's a little bit of that press conference you got to take with a little bit of a grain of salt, in that they're in an active negotiations, and so they're going to want to try to get across certain messaging with that active negotiations, and so he's not going to say, we're going to look at turnover. We're not really interested in these guys. So some of it could be lip service. Some of it could be not the whole truth on that. Let's see where it really plays out once those contracts are truly given out. And let's see if he really does mean that when it's all said and done. I remain skeptical on that. I think they do something on the offensive line Even if it's just drafting a couple guys or signing a guy and then drafting a guy, I don't think they just stand pat and call it a day with what they got, though. I think they'll go bigger than that, Weston. Emmett Brown says, I already got a draft crush for 2023. That Bowers tight end for Georgia is a beast. He's going to be a top 10 tight end, Emmett. He's going to be a top 10 tight end. He is a beast. He's Gronk-like, isn't he? He's young Gronk-like. And just his build and the way he moves. Scott Nina says, fire Carroll. Otherwise, Rams will draft Jordan Davis to pair with Aaron Donald. Oh, goodness. Oh, could you imagine? Consumer 114, Treylon Burks is the DK Metcalf or Dante Moncrief. His combine was poor. They all thought he would test like DK, but he didn't. He is overvalued. I think not freakishly athletic and a poor route runner. I'm a little bit higher on Burks than that myself. He's got a lot of boomer bust potential to him. I'll acknowledge you on that. That's for sure. I do think that he can do some things Moncrief and DK couldn't do. His run after the catch, I think, is better than both those guys, at least what they were showing on tape coming out of college. But he's got that. I'll add another guy to your list on that, Consumer. In-keel Harry. There's some in-keel Harry to Treylon's game. Well, so there, I'll acknowledge with you, there's a risk there with him. But I do think that there's also some talent there, too, to get you excited as well. So Charles, Megan, get along, folks. We're all aligned here. Everybody's on the same team here. I you know how it is with me. It's hard enough reading the comments. I can't umpire and referee as well. Jans Peters, I hope we draft an impactful player with our highest pick because I'm tired of saying who or why when we are on the clock. I'm with you on that, Jans. And I posted a meme video off my channel of the last 3 reactions of the first picks of our draft, and I'm doing just that. And that's being kind. I'm pretty upset by those picks at the time. It drives me crazy. I hope they change the pace this year on that. I really do. I really do. I'm not choosing between Megan and Charles. You both are valued members here. You both just are having a spat. Let's get along. We're all kumbaya on here. We're all on the same team. I don't want anybody leaving, so everybody stay and be happy. Megan says, for context, B. Charles has attacked me personally in 6 of his comments, and I'm seriously considering leaving the stream. Well, I'm sorry about that, but like I said, I appreciate the $5 donation. I hope everybody's getting along okay here. I know we're getting late on the stream, so maybe we're getting a little bit feisty. But we all love each other here. We're all fam. We're all fam. Jason Tudor says, missed most of your early bits. Any of those $8 to $10 million wide receivers you're thinking of other than Brandon Cooks? Let me bring my list back up here really quick. Let me go through my list on who I was looking at here. Well, I think Amari Cooper is a guy that could be in that realm because I think that the Cowboys are not going to find Jason a trade candidate partner who wants to take on $20 million of base salary for Amari Cooper. So I think that that's going to probably facilitate him to be released and then be on the open market. Is the team willing to pay him up in $16-17 million per year at this point? I don't think so, but maybe more into the $10 to $12 million range-ish. I could see that, which is close enough to the mark of the $8 to $10 million that could make some sense. Other guys are Robert Woods. Robert Woods is a likely candidate to be cut by the Los Angeles Rams. The reason being is that they need to create cap space. If Whitworth is talking about potentially coming back, the only guy, if you look at their salaries, who's being paid significant that they could save some money on would be Robert Woods. I don't think you're going to find a trade candidate for him as well because he's coming off the ACL, so you do end up probably at that point releasing him. He would be a guy that would be an interesting guy to bring in. Definitely a fit, knows the offense backwards to front. Let me look at Jarvis Landry from the Cleveland Browns. I think that there's been some talk of him maybe wanting to be out of town. He is carrying a little bit of a higher base salary if they were to move him, but they would save $15 million by moving off of him at this point. So you are a little bit more on salary if you were to bring in Jarvis, but he's still a good player. Could add something to the offense. I like him quite a bit. Those would be about the only guys. DJ Shark of the Jaguars, maybe. Jabari Parker of Miami, but I would prefer those other guys mentioned first and foremost over going with some of these other dudes. That would probably be about it. Double check on my list here and seeing if there's anybody I had that that's about it. Because Super 114, true, Treylon Burks' testing was basically the same as N'Keal Harry. I think he will struggle to get separation at the NFL level. It could go that way. It could go that way with it in the respect of the contested catch stuff is some of the things that goes away most at the NFL level. If you're relying on that at the college level as a receiver, that's something that you're not going to be able to lean on as much at the NFL level. Cornerbacks are too tall, they're too fast, they're too good at contesting the catch. You've got to get some separation in order to get that ball. It could be the thing that ends up holding him back, consumer. There's no doubt about it. There is that bust factor there that I've got to acknowledge with Treylon. I liked his tape though. I think I did like his, but then again too, I loved N'Keal Harry's tape. I got to acknowledge that as well. So maybe I've got to, I talk about this offseason learning my lessons or a team learning their lessons. Maybe I need to learn my lessons on not getting caught up with a similar prospect with some similar skills that he's bringing to the table. I don't think his route running is bad. I don't think it's as rough or rugged necessarily as Harry's was. But again, I think you're kind of onto something with this a bit. I do. Paul Third says Hack Tattoo is done. Looks damn good. Nice, Paul. Good choice. Very good choice on your part. Scott Jason Tudor says, yeah, Robert Woods would be an amazing if he's healed. He would be. That's the question. Of course, those ACLs is some guys can bounce back a year after. Some guys take the extra year, like we saw, for instance, with Rashad Penny, to kind of get themselves back, if not longer in his case. So I'm not sure with Robert where he is, but there's no doubt about it, Jason, that he can do everything you need a receiver to do in this offense, has the familiarity with this offense. Teammates talk him up like he's just the best. He'd be a solid addition. It would take the Rams releasing him, though, and they've got to do that part first. And it is only a $3 million savings for him. And you are carrying some dead money hit for the Rams, like $12 million to move off from him. Might make it a little bit hard to do that. The one other name I'd give you, Jason, that's a little bit outside the $12 million range, but would be a good player as well. You don't know where Minnesota is going to be with their roster. It would be an Adam Thielen as a crazy outside the box option that maybe just nutball. But you never know with where the Vikings will be with having in a new regime there now. Emmett, I do like me some Robert Woods. He's nice, isn't he, Emmett? He fits. He does everything good. Emmett says, last time I had a crush on a 50-50 contested catch receiver was J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. Swing and miss, Mr. Brown. You and I both swung and miss on that one. I didn't think he was going to be a star, but I didn't think he was going to be a washout player as well. I thought he would be at least a useful receiver for that Eagles team. And the Eagles usually draft pretty well, though they have a little bit of a recent missing of wide receivers with Arcega and Jalen Reagor. Hasn't been great for them necessarily initially. But the contested catchers, they got to do more than that. If you find a receiver in football and college football, that's all he does. It's just not quite enough. It's just not quite enough. Scott Nina says all-time Hawks offensive line. I would go with Walter Jones at left tackle, Steve Hutchinson at left guard. I'd go Kevin Mawai at the center position. Right guard. Right guard's a toughie. That's a toughie. Who would be my right guard? Anybody got any good right guards? Who's been our good right guard? I mean, is Chris Gray our best right guard? Seems like right guard's been a position for us for years that we didn't go. We never really went solid in. Never really went at it. I mean, you guys say Damian Lewis, the 1 year right guard he played was maybe the best year we had at right guard in the franchise's history. I guess Chris Gray at right guard. But that's almost because I can't think of anything. Pork chop? I don't know, pork chop. I don't know on that one. Right tackle would be... oh my God, it was our right guard and right tackle is a bit of that's kind of an empty deal for Seattle in their history, hasn't it? It's not been good at the right tackle position. I'm trying to go through it. Who's been a good right tackle for us? Howard Ballard for a couple of years. House Ballard played some right tackle. Yeah, Ballard. There we go, Emmett. So Ballard, House Ballard would be my right tackle. Right guard sucks. We don't have anything for right guard. Sweezy. Hey, legit maybe. I mean, Chris Gray played some good years in there on that line. He was an underrated member on that line. He did all right over there. And Locklear was solid at right tackle. Boy, he only had a couple years, though, like 2 years over right tackle. So I don't know on that one. Locklear was good for a little bit of time period. I'm going to go Ballard. Ballard was the big free agent signing from the Bills, and he did okay for a while. It feels like he kind of wore down for injuries. But I agree, Scott. It's between Locklear and Ballard. But boy, we've not had a rich history at right tackle or right guard. I hadn't really considered that as much, but it's been a dearth. It's been dearthy. Jason Tudor, where does Thielen play on the field? Would it mean moving Lockett inside pretty much full time? Though I guess that makes sense. Not necessarily, Jason. You ask the receivers within this scheme to do a lot of down blocking on the defensive end. And what that will often mean is you'll have your slot guy on the inside coming in and laying that block. And so with Lockett, you don't want him to lay that block. With a guy like Thielen who's got a little bit more size to him, theoretically he could. So he would slide in and lay that reach block the defensive end at certain given moments. Like what you see the Rams have done with Robert Woods and Kupp. They're 6-foot receivers who can come in there and do that. So I don't think so necessarily. No, I think you're still going to see them moved kind of all over the place. Megan says, if you have to think hard of a player to fill those positions, it kind of tells you all you need to know about the franchise's drafting history. Megan, and I hadn't really realized it up until this point, but as I'm thinking about it, with right tackle and right guard especially, we had 1 year, Megan, in 2003 where we drafted a right tackle in the first round, and he never played a snap for us. Never played a snap. And then you got Jermaine Ifedi. Ugh. Scott Nina says, or can we move Russell Okung? I don't know if we can move him to right tackle in our list, Scott. Can we move him in free agency, like as an available free agent? Maybe. I don't know. He's never played much of that position. So I'm not sure I've been following really where Russell was last year very much, to be honest with you. Consumer says, do you think the offers for Russ will increase when we find out what happens with Aaron Rodgers? It seems like the first domino to start the rest. I think they'll be more legitimate than they've been so far. I think the offers that have come in for Russ up until this point have been mediocre. And I think the team's not going to move off of Russ unless they get the mother load. And by the way, Megan, I know you asked on Twitter, I didn't get a chance to respond to you about what the mother load would be. So I think there's two different spaces here. You got the one space being what I would consider what the Washington offer would be, or the Chicago Bears offer would be, which is just the equivalent of 3 first-round picks plus nothing, basically. I think the mother load would be 3 first-round picks, an impactful player, and like a second-round pick in addition. That would be somewhere in that neighborhood would be more of a mother load type option, especially if those two of those first-round picks actually happen to be in this draft, which the Giants and the Eagles could offer. So you got somewhere in between that. But I think on this other end I'm not even sure the Washington offered 3 first-round picks, because I think we would have heard the details of the offer if that was the case. I think they're trying to short sell it a little bit. I do think, consumer, though, that yes, the Rodgers domino's kind of waiting to fall a little bit. Let's face it, when the market gets a little bit less full of guys, especially top-end quarterbacks available out there, that's going to lead to, should be driving up the market of Russell at that point. I still don't know that if there's going to be that team willing to make that offer that will move Seattle, be that it needs to be a mother load option. We're not just looking to offload this guy. We're not going to give him away for a pittance. If you want to get him, if you want to bring him in, you got to pay the piper to do so. This is a unique trade in NFL history, and you on the other end, being that other team making the offer, need to understand and accept that, not just throw us and try to steal this off, which is what I think teams are kind of doing a little bit. But yeah, I would expect the offers to increase. There's enough teams that are desperate a little bit with the quarterback position, and there's not enough quarterbacks in this draft, and there isn't enough available on the open market, that it eventually drives, I think, people to at least try to throw one big swing at Seattle, one team to do one big swing at them. Danny McCormick says, what are your realistic Seahawks free agent signings? Guys from the outside. It'd be small, but realistically, who? We got to stop dreaming about Reddick, Landry, Vaughn, and Chandler Jones. I'm okay with that. I think you can realistically, for instance, look at Jadeveon Clowney as a guy that makes a lot of sense. Calais Campbell, Ben Jones of the Tennessee Titans. Makes a lot of sense to me as a possibility. Looking through some of my names here. Akeem Hicks is a guy that I think there's been a lot of connection between the team and him. I mean, those would probably be in your relative. I think you still have a chance at a guy like a Ryan Jensen. Maybe it's an outside chance. I think you could make a swing at Teron Armstead, though. I think it's probably an outside chance. But those would be some names for you that'd be maybe interesting to look at, that are realistic, feasible. I mean, you got money to spend. So if they want to spend the money, they can spend it. It's maybe unlikely that they go after those guys, but they do have the cash to do it. You're sitting with like the 7th most amount of cap space in the NFL. So there's a lot of teams. There's about 6-7 teams, Danny, that are over the cap right now. They're going to have to clear cap space just to get themselves under. So it's not as much competition out there to spend on guys as you would maybe have on a normal year where there weren't so many teams that were over the cap. Though I do agree with you at the end of the day. Those teams, I don't think those names you mentioned are going to be guys that do end up in Seattle. Watch the Visquest. Chris Gray at right tackle. Chris Gray was a right guard. He never played right tackle. Danny says, Pete said they're not changing status quo. They very well may not. I will say, though, Danny, I don't think he's going to show his hand in this way in a press conference in regards to free agency. I think you'd want to keep it tight-lipped and act like you're not spending anything. You don't want to lay it out there that you're going to be freewheeling and dealing. But we'll see. We're a week away now, and we'll find out very soon enough what they're willing to swing at and what they're not willing to swing at. I will say, Danny, if they do remain in status quo, if they keep doing what they've done in recent history, that's not ultimately going to lead to a great amount of success. Megan says, I remember 2003 again, tells you all you need to know, really, doesn't it? It does indeed. Does indeed. Jason Tudor, Ifedi was a perfectly decent pick in my opinion. Lots of penalties, but a solid player that didn't get hurt, if I remember correctly. I'm hating to burst the bubble on this one, but you're not remembering correctly. Jermaine Ifedi was not a good player for us. Period. And not even he was, the only thing you can say about Jermaine Ifedi, and I'll give you this, is his availability was good. That's all I will give you. In 2017, which was, I believe, his first year, I'm bringing up his PFF scores. No, 2016 was his first year in the NFL. He garnered a 51 rating for Pro Football Focus, which is awful. He had 9 penalties, and he gave up 5 sacks in addition to those 9 penalties. 2017, he also posted a 51 rating in his second year. Gave up only 4 sacks, 19 penalties, which was by far the most in the NFL. Let's go to 2018. 56 rating. This year he gave up 6 sacks, 11 penalties. So not a good rated year in 3 years. 2019, again, 56, 6 sacks given up. 13 penalties. Last 2 years with the Bears, they've moved him to where he should be, which is guard for the most part, and he's actually posted 60 grades, which is just a hair below league average. But while he was here, he wasn't good. He wasn't good. He was available. He was out there every week. He was giving it his all, but he was not a productive player for us in the realm of being an above average to even an average right tackle in this sport. Consumer, would you take Derek Carr 3 firsts and 2 seconds for Russ? Probably. That would probably be about right. It's hard with the Raiders on that pick because they win the playoffs, so you're not getting good first-round picks with that, but you are getting the Carr pack. You are getting Carr returns, so you are getting a pathway to your next quarterback. And I do like Derek Carr. Jason Tudor, the Giants are the only team I swap with for 3 number ones. The commies and the Eagles are too good with those picks. Won't be worth anything with Russ there. It's understandable. I see where you're going with that, Jason. Makes sense. Danny, I would only trade Russ for an innocent Deshaun, and I'm super serious about the innocent part. Those allegations disgust me. I mean, I'm a guy that let the law play out. I am, Danny, but boy, when it gets up to 40, 50 names or some 35, 37 names, whatever it is, it starts to get hard to be able to say, well, he did nothing wrong. It gets tough at that point, even if you're not necessarily brought up on charges officially because they don't necessarily have the proof that they need. But look, Deshaun Watson's awesome, man, on the football field. I'm putting together right now the great Seahawks moment game of 2017 between the Texans and the Seahawks. It's going to be the next video I'm posting to the channel on that. It's going to take me a bit of time, but he really had a day that day. I mean, as a rookie, he threw for like 400 yards, could have thrown for 500 yards. But Seattle had a couple of deep pass interference penalties down the field. So he's a good player. No doubt about that. But I do think that the off-the-field stuff, there's a little bit more than just smoke to that particular fire. Scott, Nina, do you think Russell Wilson will be traded on the draft day? Do you think Pete and John are expecting that to have a plan? I think that they know what they're going to do, Scott, but no, I do not believe that Pete would be traded on draft day, that he would be traded before the start of free agency if he was going to be moved. It would be very weird that you'd be moving Russ post-free agency. Whatever team trades for him is going to want to put the assets around him to make him go. If you move on from Russell, you're going to need to adjust your own team in free agency thusly. So I'd say it's got to happen here basically in the next kind of week and a half, 2 weeks, or it's not going to happen. What, Megan, I thought the same about the Washington offer. If they really wanted him, wouldn't they be telling the world what they were willing to give? Yeah, exactly, Megan. You'd be having it, quote unquote, anonymously released, right? And that's not, they didn't do that, which I think is because they knew that once that got released out there, people would have been like, that's all you're offering? Are you guys really serious about trying to get a quarterback? It would raise more questions than it would answer about their initiative to truly go get a good quarterback. Dan McCormick, Posick is not that bad to me. People just keep comparing him to Creed. I agree with you on that, Danny. I don't think Posick is horrible. You could certainly do better at the center position, but if you get stuck where you're having to put your assets in other places and upgrade other positions on the football field and you have to run it back with Posick, it may be just the way it has to go. Megan says, did Kicks play for us before, or am I mistaking him for someone else? No, Keem Hixton never played for us before. I'm not sure you could be thinking on that one. Not sure. Aaron Zhang, what's up, Aaron? Good to see you, my guy. Emmett says, I'd be good with Russ compensation of 2022 first, second, third, 2023 first, second, third. Only 2 round ones, but more quality round shots. A player would be nice too. Interesting approach. I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay. Oh, maybe Clowney. Yeah, that makes sense. Bader Sports Car. Brandon, what edge rushers would you think about selecting in the third or fourth round pick? I would look at Adam Anderson in the 4th round could be interesting. Twitchy guy. Drake Jackson out of USC. I like a lot. Josh Paschal is just a bully on the football field. Absolute bully. I think that he could be interesting. Cameron Thomas, a little bit of a tweener guy, inside, outside guy, but I do like his game, and he's got a really good work with his hands, a guy that absolutely is a technician. So I like those. Those would be the guys would be mainly looking at as edge rushers, I think. Those are what I've got so far. I'll probably be able to add to the list a little bit more as we go forward. But those would be my guys that jump out. I think guys like Mafe Carter, Ebekadeki, Penn State, those guys are going to go in the second round. Scott Nina says, all I remember about Ifedi were penalties. Well, he probably had about 50 here in his time in Seattle, so it's kind of facts. It's kind of what it was with him a little bit. Chris Terry said, John's got Chris Terry at right tackle. That's a solid option, actually, John. That's an underrated option. Another right tackle that didn't last long, right? The right tackles just don't hold up very long here in Seattle. They're the spinal tap drummer. Wash Fistquest, oops, good memory. Then Chris Gray at right guard, all-time O-line. I was a little young in my fandom during his tenure. Yeah, he'd probably make it. He was just more of a hard hat guy. Just kind of got the job done a little bit. He wasn't really dominant or a Pro Bowl type guy. Just it's like a league average right guard, but a league average right guard for us for many years at a position that we haven't put league average at very often over our 40-year period. Bader Sports Card, Tariq Woolen's going to be a good football player. He's got some shines. He's got some signs to him. So he's got it in his game. I like Tariq Woolen's game quite a bit. And look, you can't teach for 3 speed and 6'3", and it's like, well, you lose out on Ahmad Gardner. Tariq Woolen wouldn't be the worst as a counter to that. Emmett Smith, I was thinking, what are you talking about, Brandon? Ifedi was solid for us for the first few years. I mixed up Ifedi and Okung, laughing out loud. Hey, they did have similar body styles, didn't they? And both came from the South. They both had kind of that same kind of build that Seattle looked for in their tackles, just big, rugged guys. And hey, Okung was good for us, no doubt there. But yeah, I know I'm on solid footing on this one. Jermaine Ifedi was not a good tackle for us. He was a guy that if you averaged out his 3-4 years he was here, he probably graded out to being like the 23rd rated tackle in the NFL over that period. Or something like that, right tackle. Emmett, they both got weird short last names, but I'm embarrassed. Oh, no worries. Consumer, I mix stuff up too. Well, welcome to getting older, Emmett. They all just start to jumble together. Consumer, not that I want to trade Russ. I just think he's limited and can't read a defense anymore or take checkdowns. He isn't worth the money. I wouldn't argue with the person that took this tract of things, Consumer. There were question marks with Russell coming into this year with this new offense as to whether or not he would acclimate to it and it would fit his skill set. Those questions, unfortunately, still do remain unanswered. Not necessarily because of Russell's fault. He got injured and that sort of made everything a big question mark. But it's something that we're not certain of at this moment. He may take to it. He may not. He may need to be in just a power-based running style offense to where he's just taking deep shots off of that once he's able to bring a safety up into the box. That may be Russell Wilson to a T at the end of the day. It may very well be. But we don't know. And I don't want to still yet trade Russell with that question mark engaged, being that I just don't know for sure. I'd like to be able to, if I'm trading Russell, to say, hey, we know we can't operate in this offense. We're going to get the most we can get for him right now, is what it is. And I can't quite get to that stage yet, but I understand somebody that is, because he has put up a lot of tape of showing those deficiencies that you talk of. Jason Tudor says, oh, no David Carr, please. He won't be cheap in terms of salary and not bad enough to make us go for a replacement. He's basically purgatory, just like the Raiders have been with him. I can understand that thinking of it a little bit, Jason. I do. I think he's a little lesser cost to you because you're only on the hook for his base salary at that point. I think he's above average quarterback. I mean, he's at least a top 15 guy, I think, in my opinion. As well as when you look at the Raiders and where they've been, to coin your term, purgatory. Have they been in purgatory because Derek Carr has held them back? Or have they been in purgatory because their roster and their coaching have held them back? Was it David Carr's fault that they moved out Amari Cooper, his best wide receiver? Was his fault they moved out Khalil Mack, the best defensive player at that time, and then didn't replace those guys with adequate parts? It's not really his fault. Is it his fault that offensive line kind of went to crap over the last few years? And then you got Tom Cable in there, and we know what Tom Cable does when he gets to an offensive line. He erodes it. It's not really Carr's fault. So I give him a little bit more of a pass in that respect. Don't think he's a world beater. But if you're talking about wanting to go back to the more of the model of 2012, 13, and 14, which is that we're going to build more of a solid team and less of a building it around the quarterback aspect of things, it's not the worst of ways to go. Washington Visquez says, Emmett, I deleted my comment about thinking it was a good pick because I don't want to get roasted. I did think the logic of the pick was good, just didn't pan out. I'm not roasting you, Washington Visquez. It's all good. I like I always say, man, I always welcome different opinions. We don't have to all agree on stuff. It's my personal opinion on Ifedi. You may feel differently, and so be it on that. It's not the worst of the worst things, but it's more Washington Visquez. I'm just down on Ifedi, and watching him play was just rough for me at times to have to watch him play the right tackle position. It wasn't an awful pick. I think where they made the mistake is that he was better as a guard. The Bears, it's no coincidence, I think the Bears have gotten his 2 best seasons out of his career at guard. And if you look at, for instance, Carlos Dunlap's reinvigoration this year, where he's turning it on, right? He gets a couple sacks in that Bears game. Who does he do that against? Jermaine Ifedi, who in that Bear game happened to be playing at right tackle rather than right guard because of the need of the Bears, and he was put right back into being exposed out at that position. Seattle should have just kept him at right guard. That was his spot. He would have been all right there. He never would have been great, but he would have been at least probably league average for you there, as opposed to below league average at right tackle. And it's Two, just it drives me crazy because part of those, this is where we've gone wrong in our draft process of you take guys in the first round and play them for 4 years as below league average players, which was to me a little bit of a different way the front office operated versus how they operated when they first walked in the door, which is everybody earned their spot. Competition is king. It kind of just seemed like they slotted him in over there and they was like, that's his. Megan says, yes, B, are you seriously giving this up for Russ? Question has them thinking, let's get John on the phone and see what he says. To which John replied, oh, hell no. Yeah, they're trying to, grab the low-lying fruit and hopefully steal something. You just don't let them get it. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it. Hold strong. Hold the line. You've got the club control. You've got the leverage. Russ ain't retiring. So you just roll it out if you got to roll it out. Danny McCormick says it'd be nice to trade into the first round this year without having to give up a key player, something like a second and Alton or someone. That'd be cool, Danny. It'd be just cool to see John Schneider for the first time here in 12 years actually trade up in the first round of a draft. That would be awesome. Actually just target a guy that you really like and you want to get your hands on. That'd be beautiful. I'd love to see it. Emmett says we sometimes draft the right position, but wrong player. We're cursed with offensive line in this regime. We are, Emmett. I'd say that they just struggle with drafting offensive linemen a little bit. It's not their bread and butter. It's not what they do well. I think that it's a little bit of every regime is going to have its deficiencies and places it goes wrong. I think this is one of the places that they just aren't good at. And the way you acknowledge that to me is go get more proven commodities out there rather than getting the guys you got to coach up and mold. Danny says it's because Pete has an obsession with drafting his big body type preference over best talent available. It worked in the early 2010s. It's true. I've always said Carroll's a bit of a size queen, man. He likes his big guys, his big mountain movers, and especially in this new offense, you need more guys that are mobile in space rather than the mountain mover types. And Sandy mixes Russ two checkdowns this year. Threw checkdowns, I think we said. He threw some. It wasn't as committed as you need to be in this offense with it, though. He's really got to wrap his head around it a bit more. So next Easter, name a player you think we might really get. I think Jadeveon Clowney's a realistic name as a player we could really get. I know personally that he has a great relationship with Clint Hurt. I know that Clint didn't want to see him go. I know the team liked him when he was here. I could see him as being a fit. He can play in both 3-4, 4-3 defense, stand up, put his hand down, play the spinner roll over the top of a guard. He can kind of do it all in that realm. Had a good year last year. I think he makes a lot of sense. Akeem Hicks would be another player, Sneaks, that I think makes a lot of sense with Desai coming here and Desai wanting to bring him aboard and him not costing a tremendous amount of money to get that done. So one of those two guys. Megan says, for how much longer can we blame Russ's poor form on the finger injury before it goes from being fact to just an excuse? I don't think you can blame all last year on the finger, Megan. I think he was playing inconsistent to a degree. He was playing efficient ball, but he wasn't consistently embracing this offense before the finger injury occurred. And so that's where you can, to me, take away that excuse a little bit. You also though have to acknowledge that if you were going to see the returns of this offense last year, you weren't going to see them in the first 6 games. It was a new offense, the first new offense really in Russell Wilson's whole career. Probably is going to take nearly at least half a season, if not the whole season, for him to really embrace the offense and understand how much differently he had needed to play. The answer to your question is this year. If you get to this year now and you see that him and this offense isn't working and he can't fit within it and do the things he needs to do, then you've gotten your answer. And you might have gotten it this year if you had the full allotment of the whole year of him playing, but you just didn't get that. He got injured midway through the year, and that stifled the evaluation process in that realm of things. John says, how the hell do you prove or not prove that those were happy ending masseuses in the Deshaun case? Exactly. I don't know how you do that. Outside of there being some secret hidden camera somewhere, which probably even then would be illegal to film or something. So I don't know how you come out on that one way or another. Wash Visquest, who do you think is the best offensive line rookie signing Pete John have made? Lewis, Font? Best offensive line rookie signing. Or you mean draft, Wash Visquest? You mean draft? Russell Okung would be the best offensive lineman they've drafted, followed by Damian Lewis. I don't know who the third guy would be. Who would the third guy be? Maybe Carpenter? Maybe. It's not a long and distinguished list, but I'd probably go Okung first and foremost. Kirk Stemmer, the problem with waiting till you know what Wilson is the rest of the league will also know what he is and won't want to give up King's ransom for him. It's not a good situation to be in, Kirk. Agreed with you there. This is not the ideal situation to have been in with him. Part of this you've landed as an organization is your reticence and your immobility to change and adopt the modern offensive designs that you only adopted this last year. And it makes it harder then to make that quick evaluation. Most times when you bring on a new offensive coordinator, Kurt, you're going to give them a pass to the first year because it takes that first year to develop. You're getting the returns in the second year. This is the problem with waiting so long on Schottenheimer. This is really what should have happened, Kirk, is in 2018, when you moved on from Bevel, you should have brought in the Waldron offensive mind at that time to then figure out what you really had in Russell and what his whole skill set were. Instead, you just stayed with more of the old. We're going to let Russell play miracle ball. We're going to just take deep shots all game. We're going to have him scrambling around all the plays. We're going to be playing off script all the time. That's the route you leaned in instead, and that's a decision you made as a coaching staff and a front office. So I agree, it's not where we'd like to be here, Kirk, but this is the price you pay, not you personally, but this is the price the front office pays by waiting so long to drive the change that was necessitated years ago. But you trade him now, which you can do, and maybe you get that King's ransom now that you couldn't get next year, to your point. Maybe you do. But maybe you get that King's ransom and then come to find out that if we had just built an offensive line around Russ and gave him a modernized offense, he could light the world on fire. A question you can't answer right now. So that is a risk on the other side of that you take. You go trade him to another team and watch him win multiple Super Bowls because those teams understand how to utilize him right. They actually build their team around their star quarterback, as opposed to saying, hey, star quarterback, you're making all this money. You need to overcome for lack of personnel on your side of the ball because you're taking all that money. Scott Nina, Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner together should be traded. Their cap hit is $35 million, more than 25% of the cap. It isn't a lot of cap space there. I agree with you there. I don't think you're going to be able to trade Bobby Wagner. He carries too high of a base salary at his age. It's going to have to be a cut or a renegotiation there. With Russell Wilson, quarterbacks cost a lot. So it's, that's the price of doing business on QBs. Jason, Seattle putting offensive linemen in the wrong positions. Name a better pair. That's what they love to do, Jason. It's what they do. Consumer, so if Russ plays 8 good games again this year and then becomes a below average quarterback for the rest of the year, are you trading him? Yeah. As well as the thing to consider with this, folks that are thinking about losing all the value and trading him next year, let's not forget this part as well. When you wait to trade next year, basically all the bonus money has gone off the books. So whereas it's going to cost you $26 million to move him this year, I think it's significantly less next year if you do happen to move him in trade. And $26 million is a lot of money you got to eat to move Russell Wilson if you're looking at trading him this year. But yeah, I would go that route. Patriot Sports Cards. Brandon, I feel like Seattle will address the offensive line in the draft and sign defensive line in free agency. I agree with you on that. And that's been where they've gone in the past. Let's remember, they've not given out one big free agent signing to an offensive lineman since Robert Gallery about 10 years ago. They don't pay offensive linemen in free agency. They just don't do it. It's not their thing. This leads you back around to probably thinking it will go the direction you think, where they have paid defensive linemen at times. They have given some of that money out there. Watch Visquest. I think Fetty's a lousy player now, but at the time of the pick, I loved it. Ha ha ha. Thanks for the explanation of them switching him. I was not aware of that. Oh yeah, nowhere in it. And look, I didn't hate the pick at the time either. I didn't hate the pick because I thought you could bounce him in. I really thought at the time that, okay, there's some questions about him as far as against twitchy edge rushers on the outside. Some of that gets mitigated by him playing right tackle, but if it becomes a horrendous problem, you can always bump him into guard, and that might be a better natural fit for him as a position. They just didn't do that last part of it in that evaluation. Emmett says, I heard Wilson got to eat for free at the Heart Attack Grill in Vegas. No charge for 300 plus porkers. He's my guy, but his knees are going to start to go if he doesn't shed that weight. He's getting thick at times, Emmett. He is. He does carry a little bit of that pooch. It's a little poochy there. Megan says, fair point on the offense, B, was forgetting about the new defense. What were you looking for to say enough is enough and trade him? What were you looking for to say enough is enough and trade him? On which guy is that, Megan? Oh, for Russ? I'm going to go another year with Russ. I'm just going to ride with him the next year and let it fall where it may. I'll be able to make my determination after this year of what he is and what he isn't. This is also why I think it's important to get him an offensive line this year. So that question can be answered in a way that is final, that there's no question mark anymore. So it's going to take another year, unfortunately, to kind of make the assessment for me, really. I mean, I might be able to get through the first 8 games next year, and he's doing all the same old, holding on to the ball too long, taking too many deep shots, not taking the intermediate and short passing game, not being good pre-snap or post-snap. It could be all that same old stuff, and I could find that out in 8 games, but you can't do anything 8 games into that point. You're not going to be able to do like a trade deadline deal. You're going to have to wait it out through the end of the year at that point. Jason Tudor says, any opinion on that pick of Pete Kiffin and Kiffin Jr. and Matt Corral? Not really. I mean, it's a pick. I think, there's not a lot there with it. Isn't Kiffin with the Ole Miss right now, or where Corral went to college at or something? So I don't want Corral. I would be visibly shaken and upset if we drafted Matt Corral. I would hate that pick. Absolutely would hate that pick. It was a good pick, but I just would hate the selection. Scott Nina, Brandon, what do you think about Jets Morgan Moses for right tackle? He's been usually a very good run blocker. He does give you some struggles in pass protection. That's definitely where his holes are. So doesn't fit to as much more of the mobile offensive lineman that we're looking for right now necessarily, but McVay doesn't necessarily lean towards needing the mobile offensive lineman at the tackle positions. So maybe you could overcome a little bit of that. Good as a run blocker, though. Very good run blocker, but big questions with him in pass protection. John Robinson says, but is Russ really going to accept trades where we fleece a team? And how the hell do you even approach this trade Russ thing? If you ask him, he'll accept and says, no, you may alienate him. Well, John, you definitely had to have had some conversations with Russ prior to initiating a trade. You got to know what teams he wants to go to, what teams he doesn't want to go to. You need to understand where Russ's headspace is at. If he is absolutely set on wanting to get out of town, no questions asked, or if he actually, whether he wants to, does want to remain, if he still is open-minded to staying. I think some of those conversations have to take place to drive what you're talking about as far as to not alienate him. So if you finally get a team that's one of the teams on his list that he wants to go to, and you've had the conversation with Russ where you tell him, Russ, John, you say, Russ, hey, you're 2 years out of a new contract. If we trade you, we have to take $26 million of dead money hit. You also are only going to want to go to certain teams. So if you're going to put that upon us, if we're not just going to sit here and say, we'll make you play out the contract and then we're just going to franchise tag you and retire if you don't like it. If we're not going to take that tact and you're going to force these items on us, then you're going to have to accept the fact that we need to get maximized returns for it. And I think Russ would understand that, John. I think you would understand that I'm giving you guys kind of a heavy load here by asking for this trade, and there's not a pathway to getting your next quarterback, and you got to eat $26 million of dead money. I don't think he would be as much at the point, if he's driven to want to really be out of town, of saying, no, you guys don't take that extra first-round pick off of them because you're going to weaken my team that I'm going to by doing that. I think by that point, Russell will just go. John Robinson says, but throw in a tight end, Waller, and remove our second rounder, and I'll do it. I like Waller. I'd be good with that. Megan says, how do you define below average quarterback, though, B? It's a little bit like a senator once said they were having a House of Representative meetings, and it was about pornography, Megan. And they were asking him, the question was posed, what is pornography? And the senator had a very famous response to this, where he says, I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I know it when I see it. Well, when I talk about a below average quarterback, I know it when I see it, is my best answer to you on that. If you want to go through names on this list, below average quarterbacks in this league, I'd say, let me give you some names on here. Obviously, you got Daniel Jones, Jimmy Garoppolo, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Tyler Heineke, Sam Darnold. And these are below average to bad, by the way, Megan. Those be got Carson Wentz, Drew Lock, Tua Tagovailoa. So it's not really a metric or a stat thing for me, Megan. It's more of a generalized thought process for me. It's just, I know when I see it. I don't have any kind of marker I base it off of. It's just kind of a gut instinct. Emmett says, I think we may never get a king's ransom for Russ, not because he's not worth it, but maybe the league thinks our front office are easy marks who panic and can be taken advantage of. Certainly has looked that way recently, hasn't it, Emmett? Certainly looked that way recently. So you even go back to the Dwayne Brown case where this was Dwayne Brown trade where this was the case, where you traded Dwayne Brown, supposed to, I think, only be for like a second round pick, and then you had to end up throwing a third rounder because they failed Jeremy Lane in the trade. So yeah, maybe. Megan says, is the cap hit for Russ $26 million? Why the Hawks aren't trading Russ this year, do you think? If the cap hit for Russ $26 million, why the Hawks aren't trading Russ this year? No, it's $26 million. So Megan, it's $26 million of dead money. Meaning if you trade Russell Wilson, he's still going to cost $26 million on your salary cap this year. So you have to eat $26 million of dead money on your roster this year with Russell Wilson that's making up the bonus money he's due from the contract he signed in 2018. So technically speaking, you would save $11 million in total by moving Russ this year because his cap hit year this year in total is $37 million. So trading him would save you $11 million, but he would still cost you $26 million of dead money. Scott Dina, we need a better center. Should we get Brian Allen or Ryan Jensen? Let's get Ryan Jensen, Scott. Let's get the best one on the market if we're going to go big. Go big or go home. You know? Megan says, makes sense for another year if, and it's a huge if, the drama and BS is left behind him. Agreed. I'd like to see that as well. I don't think we will necessarily, but I'd like to see it. Aaron saying, I think it's funny teams value Quandre more than DJ based on reports. I do too. That's interesting. Very interesting. Jason, but don't forget, Aaron, Carroll is a former safety over, just like Norton liked linebackers. Carroll's like safeties. Jason Tudor, geez, no Matt Corral fan. No Matt Corral then. Nobody wants to see you visibly shaken and upset. Jason, I'd lose my stuff. If we drafted Matt Corral, I would lose it. I would be very angry with that pick. Kirk, I think if Wilson gets traded next offseason, it will be by a different coach and general manager. It's possible. Very possible in that respect. I could see it. Yeah. Especially if this year goes bad, Kirk. Aaron, did you see Penny delete all his Seahawks pictures? I did, Aaron. Somebody was saying it wasn't a big deal, and others were saying it was kind of a big deal. I don't know what to make of it, but probably not a good sign. Scott Nina says Rick Meyer is a below-average quarterback. That's true. Very true. Jason Tudor, don't diss Daniel Jones too hard. There's a 13% chance he starts for the Seahawks next year. That's right. I should pop some brakes on that one. That might end up with some egg on my face on that one, Jason. Megan says, but surely if you know it when you see it, you could have 10 coaches in a room and they would define it in 10 different ways. I think in general terms, Megan, this wouldn't be unanimous, but in general terms, if you were to poll 32 coaches in the NFL, I think they would all have pretty similar charts as to where they see, good quarterbacks to below average quarterbacks. I think there would be a pretty good agreement on that. Again, not a full on, everybody's on exact down the line, but it would be a pretty close list on that. Jason says 32 teams in the NFL. If you're not in the top 16, you're below average. If we're talking starting quarterbacks, of course. Agreed. Yeah. John Robinson says, I can see Wagner garnering a 4th or 5th with the Jets as a leader, tone setter, culture builder. They have limitless cap space and could extend or let him play his contract. There's only 2 years left. That's also good. I didn't consider that as much as that maybe there'd be a team willing to give Bobby a multi-year deal and that you could move him at that point and he'd be on a lesser deal, but he'd be able to at least get one more contract from some team. It's possible. Robert Saleh's got some connection back with Seattle there. Could make some sense. I think they'd have to decide what to do with C.J. Mosley there because I think he's still rocking their roster. And he's still taking up a significant amount of caps. They probably have to release him. Megan says, how does that work? Russ goes and leaves behind $26 million of debt. That's how it works, Megan. So it's the bonus money, right? And the bonus money is extended over 4 years of a contract. You have 2 years left of bonus remaining on Russ's deal, $13 million each year, which gets you to $26 million. But that accelerates instantaneously if you move Russell Wilson, which means Russell Wilson would cost you $26 million on your cap this year. DM says, if Quandre doesn't work out, would you like to see us get Marcus May? Not really, DM. I don't think you can afford to pay 2 safeties top of the market money at the same time. There's not one team in the NFL doing it. I don't want to be the first team to be out there trying to do it, especially for a defense that hasn't been all that good, paying that kind of money to 2 safeties at the same time as we've been doing. I like Quandre. He's getting older. Injury concerns, got to go a different direction. I think you just got to find something that's a little bit cheaper. John Robinson says, I guess if Russ does hold us over a barrel or Mark Rodgers, you could franchise him, but what's that going to be? 50 million plus? Hard to build a team. It would be hard to build a team at that point. But it is leverage that you do possess in this deal at that point, John. It is something you can feasibly tell him this is the route we'll go. And then you can be stuck with a lesser roster. Russ, do you want to do that? I mean, it could get real dirty at that point. I don't think it'd go that direction, but you could use it if you wanted to. DJ Owen, it's starting to feel like all the other teams are treating our front office, John Schneider, Pete Carroll, like they're dealing with Bill O'Brien. They're expecting them to do stupid trades. Well, I mean, the Jamal Adams trade's looming over the top of them, and it's not a good trade. That's not been a good look for this team and organization. Maybe. I will say they have not made some horrendous trades in recent years. They've made pretty good trades overall. The Quandre Diggs trade was an amazing trade for the Seahawks in retrospect. The Carlos Dunlap trade was an amazing trade for the Seahawks in retrospect. You offloaded B.J. Finney's contract, and you flipped only a 7th rounder, and you were able to renegotiate his contract at the time. The Jadeveon Clowney trade was a good trade. Only a 3rd round pick, and they paid half of his salary that year. The Texans did. But I do think that maybe there's a little bit of blood in the water with the Jamal Adams trade, to your point on this, and that definitely is possible. I definitely could see that. John, I hate Matt Corral. Is he even Mark Sanchez? You think DK is giving input from his Ole Miss days? I don't know, John. I hope not. No, he's not even Mark Sanchez. He's not. He's Johnny Manziel without the mobility and a little bit better as a passer, a little bit of a quicker release and a little bit more accurate. but there are arm strength concerns with him. I don't think he's all that mobile given his as slight a size as he is. And I hate Corral. I'm not a Corral guy. Scott Nina, Seattle's all-time defensive line, Kenny Easley. Defense, DL. Kenny Easley was a safety, Scott. Cortez Kennedy, yep. Jacob Green, yep. I would probably go, we got to go legit on this, Scott, right? So you need 2 defensive tackles and 2 defensive ends. So you would have, Jacob Green certainly would be that guy on one side. Cortez would be that guy. Probably Joe Nash would be your other defensive tackle, quite frankly. If not Joe Nash, maybe Brandon McBain. And then your other defensive end. Sinclair's good. Jeff Bryant, though, I think was better than Sinclair even. Jeff Bryant might have more of a claim to it than Sinclair. And Michael Bennett was a brighter star than Nash, but Nash had the 15-year career. Nash had 50 sacks for his career. Good against the run. You probably give it to him for the longevity that he had. But Bennett would be close. Maybe close. Evan Brown, I've heard a lot of talking heads trying to pump up a market for Mitch Trubisky being a hot commodity. What the F? Did I miss something? Dude sucks hard. I know, I've heard the same thing, Emmett. I'm like, what? What, huh? What are people, huh? Huh? What? So, I don't get that either on that one. I'm not sold on the Trubisky love. You know where I stand on Trubisky, Emmett. I don't think he's stepped into a throw in his whole life. I don't get that one either. That just shows you how desperate teams are, Emmett, for a quarterback right now, that they're trying to talk themselves into that one. Watch Visquez says, "Oh man, my wife made me go to bed, and I'm whipped as shit." Thanks for another great stream, Brandon. Go Hawks. Hey, have a good night. Watch Visquez. You got to get that sleep, man. It's sometimes you need a woman to get you to bed. I need that more sometimes. I become too much of a night owl, and I stay up too late. So maybe I could use some of that too. Have a good one, though. Megan, thanks for the answers on the cap hit for us. Our cap in our codes is vastly different, hence the questions. Oh, I'm happy to do it, of course, Megan. So love to answer those questions on there. I hope Charles is in there, too, hanging out. I hope he didn't leave us on the chat. So I hope Charles is hanging over there, too. We are 5 hours in, so I guess let's go ahead. This is a good time right now. A nice clean 5 hours to go ahead and wrap it up. Get our last couple of questions on in here, and then we will finish on through. I'll be, of course, doing my, might go on when, don't think we'll be doing a Wednesday stream this week. It'll probably be on Thursday with Brendan on the channel when we meet up and talk a little bit more about this combine. I'm going to keep getting my list expanded here as far as the prospect list, keep it expanded, the big board, getting things kind of set. We're going to get a little bit more news here this week with free agency, so we'll be able to talk that. Of course, I will be live on the day of free agency if we get any kind of breaking news and kind of stuff as other people were talking about. You do get a lot of this stuff happening a week beforehand with the tampering period and some of the deals that are in place, but it's fun being live on free agency and just hearing kind of what's going down the track. Consumer 114, what do you make of all the DK trade rumors? Any merit or his agent? I don't put any merit into it quite yet. I think at the end of the day that it makes sense that the deal gets done here. He's earned a new contract. You can still keep the first year cap hit relatively low with him because he's got that final year of his rookie deal you can take advantage of. It'll probably drive to get a deal done when it's all said and done, but there'll probably be some negotiations because, again, you got DeAndre Hopkins setting the market up there at 27, and I'm sure Seattle wants to pay him at like 17 or 18, and so that's going to probably lead to a little bit of a gulf in the initial negotiations between the two. Megan says, not sure if I'll be back for the stream. Need to think seriously about, not sure I'll be back for the stream. Need to think seriously about Ute. Think about it. Fair enough on Megan. I'm sorry you guys got into it. It's hard for me, Megan, when I'm answering the questions to go and kind of legislate what might be happening as far as any fights that happen. But sometimes stuff happens in the chat here. That's what you get with the live stream show and people with different opinions and stuff going different ways. So I do hope you do come back on in. I do. So, Scott Nina, best linebacker, Tutupu, Wagner, or Chad Brown? I'll take Chad Brown myself. I think Wagner's had the better career. Wagner's going to be a Hall of Famer. Chad sort of had to take one for the team and reduce down his own stats in order to make sure that we had positions filled. And I think that cost him a little bit as to where he could have been. And Tutupa just kind of broke down quick, whereas the other two didn't. So I'd probably go Chad. Emmett, DK to Atlanta might get a haul, especially with their current wide receiver woes. You could probably get a lot for him, Emmett. I do say I hate the thought of trading DK. You got a lot of problems on this team, a lot of issues on this team. DK is not one of them. And to me, that means I'm not moving him. I'm going to keep the vital assets I do have, as I have so few of them. Weston Corbett, great stream. Good night. And go Hawks, Weston. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Consumer 114, Brando needs your generous nature, Megan. We are all 12s. I love having everybody in here. And Megan is a welcome addition to this channel, and it'd be sad if she wasn't in here. So I hope they can get along again. All right, Brandon, thanks for the great show. Thank you, Scott. Have a good one. Jason Tudor, any chance of you getting in with the Hawk Talk people for a chat? You're getting close to them in subs. Love those guys too. I like the deal. I think I actually saw we had Charles was in on their stream. I think I was checking out their stream the other day, and he was in there and he asked them about doing a collab. And I got the impression Brian wasn't a big fan of us as YouTube channels. So, fair enough. Do your own thing, my guy. So, but yep, we're rolling along regardless. But I'm always open to it, Jason. I appreciate all the other YouTube Hawk channels that do out there. I think all rising tide lifts all boats. But again, as I've always said too, I'm not going to press out to somebody that's bigger than me and try to ride on their clout necessarily. Though again, I think they do good work over there. Megan, I don't mind you taking a poke at me. Never my family or the town and country I come from. Never my family or the town or country I come from. It's fair enough, Megan. I appreciate you on that. I never would. Scott and Nina, love the 12s. Go Hawks 2022. Go Hawks 2022. Emma Brown, Chad was the best blitzer. Tutupa was the best in coverage. Wagner was just hella good at everything. IMO. I'd say that. I'd say that good. Though I said Chad was underrated in coverage, Emmett. I mean, he was really underrated in coverage, but I think I agree with you on that. That is accurate. That is very accurate for sure. Well, a good way to finish it up here, folks. Another great stream. As I always say, the chat is so engaged. You guys are thoughtful, intelligent. You make me think on things on that. I really do appreciate all you guys bring on this chat. I'm always just not even surprised anymore, but it always tickles me to just see where your guys' mind's going and how you're thinking. And it's outside the box usually, and you're bringing ideas to me that I hadn't thought of. It's part of, again, just what makes these live stream shows, I think, as awesome as they are. Jason Tudor, hey, yeah, I can see from the Brian at Hawk Talk. I can see that from Brian at Hawk Talk, but I think there's a couple other people there who might be on your vibe. Someday, maybe Rob Stanton at the Seahawks draft blog. I think Rob will be the next guy, Jason, I reach out to. I like Rob's work, and I wouldn't mind necessarily seeing if he's really interested in doing it. I think Rob needs to get some more subs to his channel too. I think he's only got a couple thousand, and got to get him bumped up a little bit over there. He does such good work, especially on the draft stuff and that coverage of it. That'd be awesome with it. So, yeah. And no worries on them. They got the bigger channel. They're rolling along. They're getting their special guests and all that. So, hey, more power to them on that. But I'm definitely going to be open this year as much as ever to trying to get on other channels and get with other people. I'm going to be going, it sounds like next Monday, onto a Saints channel. So we're going to try to expand. And I am reaching out to Jason, those ex-Seahawks players on Twitter, trying to get some other interviews lined up. So we will continue to kind of push all that on that area of things. Emmett says, Brian's a pompous team stooge ass. I'm glad you said it, Emmett, so I don't have to. DM, have a good night, Megan. DM, thanks for the stream. Looking forward to this week's installment of B&B. You know it's coming. We're going to be turning over these draft prospects, talking a lot about who's a fit for our Seahawks. We're going to be talking about who should we be looking at in free agency and not the draft, and who should be looking at draft and not free agency based off of where those strengths are in this given draft and free agency. Where you want to strike where the proverbial iron is hot. Megan says you have to let us know when you're on the Saints stream so we can tune in. I will let you know, Megan. Yeah, I'll tweet out or we'll put it up on the message. I'll do a message post on the deal. He said Monday, so I'll be reaching off to him after the show today, and we'll find out an exact time on that. But for sure, I'd love to. I'm having enjoyed going on some of these other channels, checking out, hearing their content, get a different perspective and whatnot. So. Well, thank you to all of you guys. If you like what you're listening to, one more reminder on this, please do hit that like button. If you're not subscribed, get subscribed. We're on the road to 10,000. I'm going to push for 10,000. I'm going to keep pushing out these shortcuts and get these videos coming in the past. I want to get to that 10,000 mark. I got my reticules set right on that. My target sites are right on that amount. So let's get to that 10,000 mark. If you're not sub, please do sub. Hit that like button for me. You would be helping me out a lot. We are on the edge, folks, of getting through the dead period of this offseason. We're just about to get to where it's going to get lively. It's going to get exciting. We're going to get some signings, some trades. We're going to hear all the innuendos about what could possibly happen, and it's going to keep us on the edge of the seat. Make no mistake about it. A lot of work to do for our Seahawks. A lot of money to get it done. So don't think we're held up against the wall. Don't think that we can't get back to contender status, and don't you ever forget, never forget, go Hawks.